This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to a brand new season of the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in the EMEA region, home to the reigning champions of the world, and today will be the start of greatness for the 2024 season to see who in this region can build up from the ashes to challenge the current reigning champions. I, of course, Mark, joined today by my co-hosts and co-casters, Trav and Kenny. Trav, I'll start with you, mate. Great to have you back.
It's good to be back as well. I believe 2024 might be the best year of Brawl. Yeah, I just got to, dust off a few cobwebs and we'll be back ready to go.
It has felt like a very long time, hasn't it, Kenny, since we're back on the casting desk, but back we are, and great to have you on some EMEA turf today.
It's good to go across the pond a little bit. I'm double dipping today. What can I say? No better way to spend my Saturday morning than with my two favorite co-casters. Don't tell the other guys, though. And, of course, a fantastic region, which I think is going to have some fireworks to start off our year.
It's been a long day for you. Great to see that you're still standing. For anyone in the chat that may be watching an event.brawlstars.com that is unfamiliar with our format, let's talk you through it. It's going to be the power match format from in-game. No modifiers, of course, in the BSC. And, of course, an 8-team single elimination bracket. This is where it all comes down to. Getting out of those quarterfinals can be very important for all our teams today. A best of 5 from the quarterfinals all the way through until those all-important grand finals. And here is the bracket. Trav, talk us through it.
Well, I mean, on the A stream, we're going to be starting things off with Zeta Division versus Humble, and then going down to Reply Totem versus SK Gaming shortly after that. But when you are on event.brawlstars.com, you can select to watch the B stream if that's what you desire. We'll be seeing Oceanus Gaming versus Foot Esports, and shortly after that, Eclipse Esport versus BC Gaming.
Well, as Trav said it, absolutely the place to watch is event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can sync your Supercell ID in-game, gain some in-game rewards, those star drops. I want to see those posts on social media with all the legendaries that you get, providing you get your predictions right. That is going to be how you'll be able to progress through those tiers, get all the way towards the end, and that BSC exclusive pin there waiting for you. I believe that this month it might be a spray. Here are our predictions for this month, looking relatively similar across the board. Trav, you're undecided with us on that quarterfinals 3. Why are you rooting for Berlin City here today?
As I always say, sometimes you just got that feeling. And when you got that feeling, you got to go with it. I'm going with my heart today. I'm going with BC Gaming. And obviously, as well up top, I don't know if you didn't see that, but for Esports over Oceanus Gaming as well. I'm just feeling a little bit different today.
Kenny, how are you feeling? I heard a bit of a hum there, so you're indecisive with that comment?
I'm just nervous. This is the prediction master we're talking about, Ark. And when I say the prediction master pick 2 of 4 differently than me, I might be wrong. Something may be up. I want those legendary star drops, so I'm a little nervous. I won't lie.
Shade being thrown on the casting desk. You love to see it. Of course, that match will be on the B stream. Make sure that you check it out on event.brawlstars.com if you want to follow the action with that. Our first match here on the A stream will be Zeta Division versus Team Humble. Trav, before we say goodbye, give us your quick thoughts on this matchup.
I mean, it's going to be an absolute banger, isn't it, really? Zeta Division have such a stacked roster. Obviously, the world champions. So coming into that, you're going to be incredibly scared. But Humble have had a bit of a revamp this year, and their roster is looking so good too.
Well, Trav, me and Kenny will take the reins. For now, let's discuss Zeta's Division roster. It is Geru, Naui, and Meow. They are the reigning champions. They lifted the trophy in 2023 last year, just a couple of months ago, and they had a flawless year. Realistically speaking, many teams fell to them. Only 3 teams, in fact, were actually able to get the win over them in the BSC. SK Gaming in the April qualifiers, in the April monthly finals, July qualifiers as well with Reply Totem. STMN on the world stage did get the win in that group stage, but it was flawless from that point on, and it's going to take a great deal, Kenny, to topple those boys.
You know it's hard to beat these guys when on their resume that you just listed, it was a lot harder to name the losses than it was the wins. It's actually incredible, a year that they had. And even going into the World Finals, you know, we had a little doubt. They had a little buffer there at the SPS Season 4 where we weren't quite so sure, right? They didn't perform as well. That was literally the only thing on their resume that they maybe messed up a little bit. And I think they will take that trade 10 times out of 10 if it means they're getting a World Championship under their belts. These guys are ridiculous. They need no introduction. I think these guys are safely and should be the favorites coming into this weekend.
Well, their opposition then, Team Humble, this year round, Semantic, Boss, and Lukey. They have got a massive mountain to climb in this quarterfinal stages. Of course, Team Humble had a pretty decent qualifier for the most part, but did find themselves in that lower bracket, taking a loss then to Eclipse Esports in round 7. They're able to then power through and make it to the monthly finals. Lukey, of course, made the LCQ last year, and Semantic, made the world stage as well, but it wasn't the greatest performances for Semantic. He's going to want to do good in 2024.
Yeah, this is such an unlikely crew, right? This is not a trio, I feel like, based on previous teams that you would expect to come together. But I feel like all of them were kind of in a spot where they're all really good players, looking to compete, looking to play. And I think it just kind of happened. A little magic behind the scenes in the offseason here. And I like this revamp for Humble. I think they've got some very strong players. I think Semantic safely, some of the most experienced and best you can add to the table. Love Lukey and Boss's mechanics as well. So I think all three of these guys have the possibility of having a pretty high ceiling this year.
Boss especially as well, as you mentioned, because, didn't make the LCQ with, Team Queso. A lot kind of went wrong for him last year, so time to wipe the slate clean. Lukey, one of the biggest up-and-coming, one of the biggest rising stars for me in the EMEA region as we go into Pin Ball Dreams up first for Brawl Ball. Again, I cannot reiterate how important this match will be for Humble to try to topple these Titans. 4 out of 6 monthly final wins last year were Zeta Division, and we've got to be honest, it's a daunting thing to face the reigning champions of the world, and 92% would agree.
Oh, no.
This is an organization that lifted the trophy with 3 different rosters, Kenny, over the years. I mean, they are some strong stats.
They're simply the inevitable. 92% though. In the EMEA region of all regions, that really surprises me. I don't care who you are. It's really hard to get that much confidence out of the community. We had a similar situation in APAC earlier, and one time it ended up being absolutely correct, and one time about 6% of the community were really, really happy, considering the rest of us were left in the shambles. I expect Zeta to win this one. I want to see what Humble can do, though. This is a daunting task, like you mentioned. You're taking on the world champions, the reigning team of your region, and it's the first match of the year. That's a tall task for a brand new team that's very new with playing each other. I want to see what Humble can do, and this is truly the ultimate test.
I've got to be honest as well, Kenny. Those are some very convincing stats and polls over at event.brawlstars.com, but I think that Humble do have a better chance than that little measly 8% that people are saying there. I mean, let's not forget that Semantic has got a wealth of experience behind him and a great amount of talent on this roster. He can absolutely lead this team to glorious things, and what better time, what better place to do so in the first opening match of the year. Just imagine if Humble can cause an upset here.
It is EMEA. I mean, Zeta Division brought consistency to the most possible degree last year for this region. It's something we're not used to seeing. A lot of the times in the past years, there's been a little turmoil, a little back and forth, but they were the most consistent for sure. And I think there are a lot of teams this year, a lot of fresh faces coming together here. We have multiple rosters where Roster Mania really took its toll. We get some new faces around the league, and this is certainly one of them. Curious to see what they do here, but Nita, clearly somebody that both teams want out of the mix. We are going to be on Pinball Dreams here. I think to avoid some tanky measures, they're going to go Cordelia, so the first overall. The response, though, far from a tank. In fact, it's going to be a Jesse and a Surge. Surge, somebody we don't see too often.
Yeah, that was the pick that I was definitely eyeing up myself, and interesting that Zeta just laying down that gauntlet early on. I mean, it's certainly still viable with Vico as well. I know that Semantic knows just how to play that brawler, so I'm sure, therefore, knowing how to play against it also. Now, he will quick early lane swap, and a gadget that's not going to get much value at all, still staying on that first stack, as Humble know not to feed into that. They want to deprive Nowie early on.
Nowie on that Power 1 level. The more he can climb, the better it's going to be for his team. Miko, the one I'm going to have my eyes on, though. This is a boom or bust kind of brawler. They either really succeed with this, they make some pop-off plays, or they're just feeding some supers. Boss going to be going for one right now. Complete miss there. It's going to force them to fall back a little bit. Semantic trying to get on the aggressive side of things, but Zeta just kind of buying their time. They know they don't have to force this. Now he's just trying to extend for that ball, I think, and just gain a little control back on it. It's in an awkward spot right now with those walls right there for throwers like Lukey.
Yeah, not a single connection from that boss super. Certainly needs to land those if they're going to have any chance of keeping Zeta back. They're playing it slow. They know that ultimately if they can get towards an overtime scenario with Naui having as little stacks as possible, it's going to be quite a walk in the park here. Some shots over from Lukey is a nice repositioning. Semantic pushing forwards, trying to keep his health in good measure, but there it is. Gero comes in and shuts the idea down quickly.
Double jump in there. We got Gero, we got Naui as well. Plenty of opportunities. Sometimes when you see a Dynamite, the approach is to break down walls. Rather, they want to keep them up. They want to hop over them. They want to take advantage of the mobility that their comp brings to the table. Meow going to be the point guard in the middle, just trying to distribute the ball, make those connections, and now another dive in. Gero having a lot of success right now. Lukey not sure what to do. Semantic finally shuts it down. A Shadow Realm. Alone Lukey up top, though, having to defend this goal, and Naui just going to sit and wait. Wait for this team to regroup and probably rely on a Meow hypercharge here once they're out of the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I like this so far from Humble. They are standing to the heat, but it's these moments where Zeta can just push forwards. Now Vic is slowing down, and Gero going to town on Boss. Boss falls. Now Semantic and Lukey are going to have to hold fort.
Difficult situation here. They do have a super to rely on, though. Semantic flanks left. Dynamite doing his best in the wide open, and there comes Scrappy. A healthy one, and shut down immediately, though. They addressed this so quickly, and I think that's a huge deal for Humble. Now he with the ball, but no real opportunity to push forward.
Over time, fast approaching here. Semantic has super as well. Just one connection into the realm, and that will provide so much of an advantage towards Humble to be able to get a goal here. Meow low as well. Mika going to go in, slamming down shortly onto Boss. A good time for it. His teammates are not there for the support, but look at that. Semantic, it maybe eat my words. Forced into the realm, but not out of the woods yet. Zeta still in a good spot. If now he can stay alive, he gets the kill as well. Beautiful from Zeta.
Beautiful play from Naui, but he does have to step back from now. Rico going to have a ton of range here as Gero hops his way down the left of the map. Lukey gonna have a tough time. Perfectly timed from Semantic, though. That's the tag that they needed. A takedown as well. Zeta does have a super in their pocket, but now it's Semantic looking for the long range. Just barely missing. A breakaway, though, not quite going for the ball. Recognizing that Jesse turret might be on the ground. And for now, Zeta are gonna survive. Might even have an opportunity of their own.
Gero's juking wondrously well here. Meow just trying to get some connections, because look at how much value you can get if he just connects once. If Humble are all connected there, it's going to ricochet forwards. 10 seconds on the clock. Zeta know now. It's the time to push. The time to charge of from Meow. The super shot is there. Zeta get the goal.
Huge start here for Zeta Division. A neck and neck right there as both sides were really competing for that very first game. It's unfortunate that it went down to the wire. Humble put in all this work just to fall short. Zeta Division, of course, going to be our favorites here. They're going to take game number 1, but I definitely think we saw a strong showing from Humble. They're certainly in this set.
Now he's trying to get that early value better this time round. It did take a while for him in the last game to find it, but not so much. Humble are shutting these ideas down for the most part relatively well here. Gero falls as well. Semantic then forcing Meow into the realm, which may have been not the best play, because I think Boss was lined up perfectly for a takedown. But he'll shortly be out of the realm and right into the hands of 2 players here. Meow staying alive, though, finally falls. Meanwhile, a relatively decent push there from Humble, but not enough to break through the Zeta defense.
And Gero now going to be able to capitalize. Semantic trying to hop away himself. Plenty of jumping going down the map, as now he's going to be looking for one of his own. Boss shuts everything down, though. The only one to survive the interaction. Super going down on the map as well. Meow survives. Scrappy on the field as well. And Boss going to be in a tough situation. Barely holding on. Semantic drags another down. It's just alone Naui up top.
Humble are cooking something up here, pushing forwards again, but these pushes have not really ever availed to a goal thus far. Gero jumping in, another return jump there from Semantic. Boss trying to connect, but these supers need to be better. You know, there was a one-shot takedown potential onto Meow, and it just didn't land.
We know Lukey's a great dynamite, but this is such a difficult matchup to go into Miko. He's just playing the mind games with him. Semantic grabbing the ball, knows he has to corner it, doesn't have time for a hypercharge or a shadow realm, and now it's going to be a monkey dancing. A kick away, though, from Lukey. A perfect response on defense. They're going to have to hold on here, though. Scrappy down with 9,900 HP from that hypercharge. Meow weak, though. Can't keep pursuing this. As a result, it's going to be Humble who hold on just a little bit longer and may be able to fight in the mid now.
What a defense from Lukey. Honestly, he had the world on his shoulders and he came out smelling of roses. Let's see now, Zeta have got max stacks on Naui. Gero as well with a hypercharge, ready to roll, but no super yet. Going on to Lukey's the perfect candidate, and he finds one, but Semantic shuts it down just in the nick of time, and that could have been really costly if he hadn't.
A beautiful Shadow Realm there, too. I think that's a good one for them. Boss doesn't have to multitask anymore. They can handle one brawler at a time, but Gero going to make this a little bit more difficult situation getting hairy as we have low HP for a couple brawlers here. Semantic popping a hypercharge to try and get away. Doesn't matter, though. Gero makes the connection, make it to Zeta Division. All three brawlers standing tall. It's just a lone Lukey trying to cook something up. Can't quite get there. Semantic, though, able to intercept this ball from the grave. Dynamite pops off. It's going to buy them enough time. Semantic, super shot available. Fires from downtown. Makes the connection. What a turnaround.
Oh my word. I mean, you gotta hand it to Humble on the back lines time and time again, but they persevered through it. And that is wonderful. Tied up now. What a result for them, because honestly, that could have gone the way of Zeta so many times in that matchup, and they get a game on the board.
I mean, that went from a set loss to tying things up. That was unbelievable there. Lukey, despite a terrible matchup into this Miko, has prevailed multiple times. You know, he's eaten a few. He's gone down. But at the same time, he's played incredible defense. He's connected some big supers like we're going to see right here. A nice one as well. Lukey now with a wide open net popping off again. Humble take the lead.
It's just wonderful to watch. I mean, Humble just played it slow, so slow and cautious at the beginning, but now really picking up some gas. Boss, though, still can't find these connections on that super for Semantic, pushing his way forwards, repositioning himself on that right-hand side and trying to find the value, trying to keep Naui suppressed because he is a real issue, as well as Gero. This can turn from bad to worse very quickly, and Zeta in a much better spot now, pushed right up against it. But Humble have been here before, and they've defended these.
Backs against the wall, and they continue to fight. They're going to put this ball on the right-hand side here against that wall. Gero making the connection. No dynamite tag here this time. It's going to be Semantic versus Gero, a takedown there. 2v2 situation, and Boss able to extend past his net. Dynamite now able to move forward as well, and now Humble with control of the ball and a little bit of positioning alongside it.
Well, Meow has got hypercharge, and that is certainly something that's just going to be very hard to defend against if he just chooses to time it right. And any of these shots, yeah, they're going to connect massively so there for Meow. Everyone on the side of Humble now incredibly low, and they're not even going to have to use the utility on the side of Zeta. They've got that for the next repositioning of the ball once this goal goes in, which it will. Now overscore it. Pretty straightforward, but the lead up to that was honestly all about Meow.
And he's got a hypercharge in his back pocket here too. Semantic makes the connection, that's important. But on the top, Meow fighting, dropping a hypercharge, barely surviving 214 HP, but when Semantic pops out, he's gonna have a victim on his hands. Semantic finds one, Gero shuts that down on the other end. Now a big purple button available for Gero as well. Now he's continuing to take on this right-hand lane. He's at stage 3 as a Surge too, which is very huge for them. This could be the momentum swing that Zeta need.
Also got super. Semantic also has hypercharge, but no super for him just yet. Gero now uses his at just the right time to potentially defend, but is it too soon? Semantic forcing then now into the realm, gets the kill. Meow will be next on dessert, but Gero comes in just in the nick of time. In the meanwhile, Boss has got super, and surely a shot on goal will be there. Oh my word! Humble take the set and defy the odds.
Welcome to 2024, folks. Crazy things can happen. New year, new teams, new Semantic. That went from a set loss to a comeback victory. Unbelievable effort there coming in from the new Humble roster. Really impressed, and like we said, Zeta Division are favorites here. Make no doubt about it. They won the Worlds, they won EMEA last year. These guys did everything. This is 2024. Wipe the resume clean, and it's not over yet. It's one set. But Humble are definitely here to compete.
Oh yeah, Humble are not holding back any punches today. And, you know, Luke is such an accomplished dynamo. We saw time and time again how well he performed on defense with arguably one of the hardest brawlers to perform on defense with. And, I mean, just an amazing display of patience. You know, that surge pick for me on the side of Zeta was that risk taker. I mean, certainly it can do some work, but if you're deprived of getting that super important utility, that's where things can start to crumble. And we've got to remind ourselves, you know, Zeta didn't drop a single set in qualifiers. Well, they've just dropped a set in the monthly finals. I mean, this is now starting to look a little bit shaky, but I've definitely seen enough from me to feel like Zeta might have just had a bad set. It's a new draft coming up, and that is a chance to rekindle this situation.
It's incredible competition they're facing off against too. First month, some random brackets and qualifiers. You never know what you're going to get. Humble have definitely been tested a little bit, and this just might be Zeta shaking off the rust a little bit. It is month number 1. It's been a while since they've hoisted a trophy. Just got to remind themselves of what they're used to doing, and it was a good set, all things considered. It's not like Zeta got blown out of the water. Look at this, 1 goal away from making it happen in this set, and instead we get a nasty shutdown from Lukey. Insane play right there. Semantic able to break away, score themselves a goal. And he had 15 kills alongside it. Semantic doing some good work on that cord.
Yeah, he really was. Again, as we mentioned coming in, you know, it's Semantic that has to lead this squad realistically here. He's got the most experience, that's undeniable. I mean, I've got to give a little bit of an honorable mention, though, to Gera. I mean, let's be honest, you know, Miko is one of the lowest win rate and picked brawlers on this very map. It's come out with 13 takedowns, more than both Boss and Lukey combined. I think that he really did display a fantastic Miko despite Zeta not getting through to win this set.
Garo definitely capitalized on his matchup, right? Miko is somebody that's going to do really well into throwers in particular, or squishy brawlers for that matter. When he hops out of frame as well, he's going to be able to get across the map more quickly. It's unusual for me to see him in Brawl Ball. There's definitely other modes where I feel like we see him more, but I feel like all things considered, it makes sense on paper into the matchups they have. That's one reason why I thought Surge might actually work out really well there. It's a brawler that doesn't show up much, but this is definitely one of the maps where Surge does. And when I saw the Dynamite pick, it made a lot of sense to me that they would look for somebody like a Surge to have in their back pocket, just as another way to hop over walls, to deal with throwers. It didn't quite explode the way we wanted it to, but I definitely think Zeta still had a pretty solid go at that.
What an explosive start to the 2024 season in the EMEA region, and you love to see it. We want a battle on our hands. 8%, only 8% on event.brawlstars.com felt that Humble had even the slither of a chance here, and maybe those very same people might be quivering a little bit in terms of how they're going to get that star drop to be able to ensure that their predictions come through. But one thing's for sure, that Zeta have definitely learnt in that first set that they cannot underestimate their opposition. And looking forwards as well, I think they've got to consider highly Cordelius and how they go about banning it, and that coin flip obviously plays a vital role in those decisions. But one thing's for sure, you can't really let Semantic get his hands on it, because he will go to town.
And Cord's going to be a great option on split as well. Another brawler that comes to mind for me here too is Larry and Lori. Despite all the nerfs those gentlemen have got, they are still enforcing the law quite well on Brawl Stars, I might add. It's a tough one out there. I think Larry and Lori is about as good as it gets here. There's several thrower options. I think that's the top one for me. I just consider him to be probably a top 5 brawler in the game still, if you want a hierarchy of brawlers, honestly, Ark. But I think that's one of them. I think Cord's right there up in it. I think Charlie's fantastic as well for shutting down enemies with hypercharges, with being on the hot zone. If you put somebody in a cocoon, they're not getting you any percentage on that hot zone. So I think there's several brawlers that you definitely have to look out for on split.
It's very ironic, really, isn't it, when it comes to Larry and Lori, that they're all the first to lay down the law, but seem to be working outside of the law when it comes to the balance things. But nonetheless, I fully agree. I think that Brawler specifically has got to have a very high consideration here as well. Rico, definitely up there, but has a lot of counters in this meta, and the bans are in. Essentially, that's what I didn't want to see. It happened so quickly, but I was hoping that Zeta would have banned Cordelius here, and of course, it's going to get snapped up super quick. Charlie next to follow. The bans Larry and Lori, Miko there on their left-hand side. Great to follow up pick, a great one for Zeta. Ruff's banned as well. The Buster, the Griff, a Jesse pick coming in for Humble. And the final ban there was the Stu, which is also a very high played brawler on this map.
We get to Willow as a little bit of surprise here at the end. I think Willow is one of those throwers that can definitely work here, but a big beefy brawler on the other end. The Boxing Godin is making an appearance for what I believe is the first time today on broadcast. Welcome to 2024, Rosa. I like these selections, though, and one added benefit Semantic has is he can actually hop over these walls. Well, unless you eliminate the walls like Garo properly does there. So not going to be as much value out of that gadget if they elect to go for it. But now we going to be putting up a big fight. Ooh, nice tag. Actually going for a little surprise on the right-hand end there. Interesting to see Humble send all 3 brawlers left, by the way.
Yeah, definitely interesting approach. I don't mind it necessarily to try to just secure things. I mean, it's put them in the lead so far. Now he, though, is lurking here. Luki could use his gadget. He's not, yeah, he does do it just in the nick of time here. And the mind control coming out, but then taken care of. Oh, my word, the shot was beautiful there just to be able to pick things up because that would have been a great way to defend it. Now, Zeta are on both zones and Humble have got to start moving.
They're really climbing here, too. It was neck and neck until Garo and Meow decided to stick around. Now we branching out as well. More bushes being formed. A surprise teleport. A dive under from Luki, just trying to stay alive. A nice mind control, though. 310 HP. Gonna waste some shots with Nowie, and now have a turret in place as well. This is a back and forth. It's a close call. Nowie popping a hypercharge, a little heals from the TP, and a follow-through shot as well. It's all Zeta for now.
Oh no, they kind of forgot about the portal there as now he was beautifully slowed by that Jesse turret, but then just came from behind and oh, it's coming crumbling down for Humble. They had such a good start. It was promising now, looking down the barrel of just 5% needed by Zeta. A defense for now, but I just think it's going to be a matter of time before Garrett can get a portal and get everyone there.
All they have to do is get Rosa in here one more time. Just travel down the map, and there it is. Zeta Division capturing game number 1 here. They're the fine gentlemen. All in the same room, too. Love to see it. A little boot camp action from the squad. Taking things seriously. Trying to defend a title here, so they mean business.
I've got to ask the question as well, you know, Semantic on that Cordelius pick, you know, going into that Rosa, it's such a strong matchup, and considering how well he played it in that first set, and the fact that, you know, Rosa struggles on this map. She's at a 38% win rate, so I want to see a bit more from Humble. They've definitely got a solid draft here. It's just the strategy just wasn't quite there for me.
I think the wall break really helps them out too. The teleport going to be a big factor as well. They're going to be tearing this up even more here. Semantic surviving, though, that is a big deal for them. They're starting off hot, capturing this left-hand hot zone, which is the easier one for the red side. Your right-hand side one for the blue side is going to be home court, if you will. The easier 50% to get. What you do on the other end, though, is the huge difference maker. And so far, Humble haven't been quite able to stretch themselves to the right-hand side. Garo, though, little pop-off, a perfect teleport. Pops a gadget from Luki as well. And somehow they've managed to survive this. Semantic moving over to this left-hand side. Gets out of the Shadow Realm at a perfect time, too. Now he's just lurking, trying to get some fists in there, but a hop away once again for Semantic. Just beautiful gameplay. I mean, he's clearly experienced with this brawler.
Yeah, he really is. And the way that he went around the situation, he was about to go down and just forced then into the realm and worked his wonders. But now Meow, rather, on the left-hand side is on that zone, about to level things out. Boss, as a retaliation on the right-hand side, but look at this, Garo can just come in. The turret's not timed enough, and Garo might fall here if he's not careful. Luki coming in for some valuable support here, has super as well, so the mind control could certainly come into play. A walking cane there from Garo onto the turret to force it forwards. This is a very neck-and-neck match.
A brutal shot there from Semantic on the other end there, too. Some seriously wasted utility. We've been complimenting him on his core gameplay, and he's been phenomenal, but a huge miss there. So now he goes for the long range as well. Trying to burn some of Nowie's time here. Will be a little bit of a mind control. It's going to be close here. 85-ish% on each side. Humble trying to make a stand here. A cocoon going down as well to keep him up a little longer. Meow will pop out. Can't get the reflexes out in time, though. Boss able to stay strong. They have to get to this left-hand in, though, as well, and Zeta are now poised for full defense.
Honestly, these rolls from Semantic are unbelievable. Absolute chaos in the zone. Everyone is low, but Zeta, the one staying standing. It's the mind control from Luka that forces me off the zone, but the shots to follow up aren't quite good enough. And there it is.
Deep breath for Semantic. I mean, this is an intense set. This is way better of a match than I would have anticipated, Arc. It's a new year, so, you know, can't think about too much of the past, but obviously you want to go with the safe picks entering month number 1. You go with the known. Zeta Division, same roster coming back. Same players that won EMEA and Worlds last year. Who would have thought Humble would take them this far? It's already 1-1. It's set number 2, and if they play their cards right, they could take a 2-0 lead.
Good response. Semantic now low as Zeta know that he is the man to focus their attention on. Meanwhile, though, He always goes down. Zeta just can't get control on things. The walking cane from Gary is opening things up now on the left-hand side. Also, Semantic just doubling down their time and again into the realm. I've got to say, Semantic just lands them every single time, and he's got to under the circumstances. Imagine if Humble can gain another set here. It would be unbelievable.
Would be huge. Got to rely on that momentum when you're taking on some of the best in the world. And now they've got a turret on the left-hand end. Semantic lurking and joining into the fight as well. Boss trying to get the foot on the gas pedal here and protect the turret just a little bit longer. They're trying to rely on their fourth one as much as possible. Semantic, again, making a big connection. A couple mushrooms to keep him healed up as well. Now he just can't really do much here. This is a brutal matchup as Cord is going to be pretty much perfect into tanks.
Yeah, there's so little that now they can realistically do now on the left-hand side. Now that Humble have rearranged their strategy and forced away yet again, but Boss going to be in the meanwhile stay very much in that zone. Hypercharge available to him. Meow and Garo on that right-hand side really keeping Lukey back, but as time goes on now, when will Semantic and Boss start to move over to that right-hand side? Now he going in, forced straight into the realm and slowed as well accordingly. Garo just gets out, I think, there from the portal where she went down to Semantic. That's going to provide so much ability now for Humble to focus this right-hand side.
Meow doing a wonderful job at multitasking, though. Cocoon Semantic gets the takedown. Has to worry about Lukey as well. Here comes the mind control as Boss looks to play defense on the left hand end. Garo chasing down his own teammate. Now out of the mind control. Gonna be able to bounce back here, but it's still a takedown nonetheless. Hypercharge going down. Spiders will pop either way, just no Cocoon. And now he gets a big pickup here. Once again, as close as you can get, Arc.
Lukey doing his best. It just goes into the ground there, and I think that's probably why he's able to survive. 940 HP for him. Oh, look at the timing on that one. The body blocking from Naui there was wonderful. Just got a couple of more % on the zone, but Zeta are still looking very strong on this right-hand side, and it's only 3% between the scoreline. You can just cut the tension with a knife.
It could go either way here. Humble trying to take a stand. Take a 2-0 lead even. Keep the momentum alive. It's going to take a heck of a defense from both ends here. Here comes a hypercharge from Boss. Meow, a super of his own. The ultimate takedown to any hypercharge out there. This is some perfect gameplay, though. Nobody giving up an inch here as the turret goes down. Semantic looking to clean up. Now he holding on in the right hand in, despite having a wall separating him. The amount of HP that now he can bolster is going to keep him up. It's a little bit of an expanded lead, and now climbing here for the red roster with only 14 seconds to go. This is going to be a tough one to come back from. They have to make a move in quickly here, but time is running out. Boss, Semantic, standing firm, looking to hold their ground. Now though rushing in, Meow alongside him. It's going to come down to the wire here. 87 and not quite enough. Time expires, and Humble laughing their way home to the bank.
I mean, this is amazing to witness. The world champions of this region, 2 sets down in the first match of the year in the EMEA region. And for me, I mean, Humble are doing exactly what they need to do. They're clearly polished when it comes to their defenses, buying their time, holding their ground. They did it in Brawl, they did it again in Hot Zone. And that is the way to go against this very team who are so aggressive by nature, by blood. I mean, it's just the way to approach it. If you're going to look from a strategic angle, Humble are just ahead of the game right now, and they deserve to be in the lead.
It's been neck and neck. I mean, 2-1s back to back. Even a moment there or two where in both of those sets, it could have flipped the other way. But some great heads-up plays, some great actions there coming in from Humble. You can see it on Semantic's face, just pure joy. He expects to be here. You know, the rest of the world is counting them out right now. We've got 90-some-odd%, reasonably so on Zeta Division. But these guys aren't giving an inch. They fought to the very end here. Game number 1, neck and neck the whole way through. A big stun coming through. Zeta Division able to expand their lead a little bit here, though. Make Humble question themselves a little bit. 2 straight games of down to the wire from Humble. You can see it. Semantic is always telling you how he's feeling. You could see it on his face. You could see it in the clap there. He's ready to go. One more set away, and our previous world champions could be dethroned in just their first match of the year.
There's absolutely no denying that Humble, despite this 2-set lead, remain the underdogs in this series up against the world champions of Brawl, and I can't understate that enough, to be completely honest. But, you know, the thing about this roster, as you rightly point out, is that they are looking like they are maybe less in the conversation than others in this region this year. Luki didn't make it to the World Finals, having then faltered in the LCQ. Boss himself didn't even make the LCQ with Team Keslo. Semantic did make the world stage, but when you look at the whole big picture, this roster shouldn't be performing for all intents and purposes as well as they are. And it comes down to the very simple fact, they are well prepared. They've looked through every angle. Statistically, not really much to say across the board in the sense that it's very much equal. This is coming down to strategy for me. And that's where Humble are shining and Zeta are starting to crumble a little bit more here and there. They've got to start banning this Cordelius pick more. Maybe the time has now passed for that, and the maps that actually follow won't necessarily be suited for it. But, every single time for me, that is the one brawler that is undermining the majority of their play on the side of Zeta.
We've got a confident Semantic on our hands. Now he's posing. Now he's showing the biceps.
When is he ever not confident, Kenny?
I mean, I just call it how I see it. One thing I do know, though, is Zeta Division, when they win, when they lose, it does not matter. They are going to have the same expression on their face. These boys stay dialed in. If there is any team out there that can do the unthinkable, it would be our previous world champions. But for now, a huge momentum swing for Humble. And I loved how you said the strategy is paying off. Clearly, these guys have done their homework. Their drafts have been on point. I won't say that Zeta Divisions have been off, just a little unorthodox maybe, especially when you look at the numbers too. Somebody like Rosa on that map, at monthly qualifiers across the world, 38% win rate. Now, every map and draft's a little bit different. But if you just go off the numbers, 38% ain't great. And so putting your faith in that sometimes can be really tough, especially when you're playing into an already drafted Cordelius. So I do think there's a little room to work with in terms of these drafts for Zeta Division.
I mean, Zeta Division were described by the coach Inso last year, and I quote, they are robots. So, as you rightly point out, they are locked in the zone and they are focused. They can absolutely turn this around. But I want to comment on that a little bit as well, because we haven't touched on it yet today. And, Inso was the coach for this Zeta squad last year, and it was a big surprise to the entire community to learn that he was going to be stepping away from that position. And I'm not really sure on the actual, organizational side of the decision-making around it, but, it was a question mark that I had coming into this year as to how that may or may not affect things. And, Inso had a fantastic run, and without maybe having that words of encouragement this time round, can Zeta pull this back?
It's definitely a difference, right? I mean, no longer having a coach speaking in your ear the whole time, it definitely makes a difference. Somebody there to remind you of what you've done in the past, what scrims have looked like, what the other team's doing. There's a lot to juggle as a Brawl Stars coach or analyst. So having an extra somebody in the room to kind of chat you through drafts can sometimes help. There's no doubt that their mechanics are great, though. We're going to be seeing some common brawlers, I would say, here for Double Swoosh. Pearl doesn't surprise me despite the nerf. And again, this won't be split. This will be Double Swoosh. On the other end, Otis, Gray, and Sandy. All right, some interesting compositions here.
I like the Sandy pick for sure. So we're going to bring in the Jessie as well, which I quite like. Nita is definitely a brawler which gets often forgotten about, but can have so much pushback potential once that Bruce Bear comes into play. And I do like that for Zeta. But again, this Pearl is really strong. Vision gear, no doubt, can be in play there for Naui. But 4 gems to the pocket of Zeta, 1 on the side of Humble. Now 2 as that mid will be picked up, and a bit of pressure on the right-hand side, deservedly so, and Humble now starts to fight back.
Humble in a tough spot here, though, as Meow and Garo are in hot pursuit. A nice tag there from Luki, though. I think a little bit of surprise there. Gets a nasty walking cane, opens up this left-hand side a little bit. Less walls to work with is tougher. Zeta Division are now more vulnerable, and the visibility that you can add for your team on this map is everything. That's why having that Sandstorm is valuable, while having a teleport in and out is huge. A lot of good things so far for Humble.
I've got to say as well, like just the way that Humble are working together here as well, that breakage on that left-hand side, that's not going to help Algeru at all be able to push his way forward. Semantic is staying firmly on that turret down and will be slowed, taken care of by Semantic with the help of Luki as well. 8 gems to Luki's head, and he's got that portal. He can escape from the mid if he needs to. So going in like this aggressively, it's not going to be the worst of ideas. As long as he's got that escape plan rooted out, he should be okay.
Yeah, Luki can step up for gems if needed. They only need 1 more, and he's got to teleport if he really needs to get out of a sticky situation. Semantic with the mute button here, too. Bruce going to have to eat that one for now. A TP back right-hand side. A connection on the Meow as well, taking advantage of the invisibility here as Bruce and Garo going to try and scout out these enemy brawlers. One added benefit of having Bruce is that he will hunt down those enemy brawlers. So that's just one more extra way to kind of get visibility on the map. But for now, it's going to be a Humble countdown.
This could be a match point inbound here. Meow's got 8. Semantic doing his best on the left-hand side, goes down there. Luki now in his perilous position. He will fall. He didn't have the TP to get away. Boss coming in now as well to try to delay. And it's Semantic that's got to try to connect on Gary the Bruce Bear. Just nick of time. TP down into the mid. But it's Zeta that are running away with the gems. And Hubble had it on lockdown. They dropped the ball, Kenny.
Highway thievery here. Now Ian Garrow going to survive for now. A TP through, and he does get it off in time. Okay, don't want to speak too soon. Zeta are comfortable in their back spawn. They got Garrow and Meow, who can now fully dedicate themselves to just fighting. A mute button available. We'll hit it for now. Nowy, though, going to get the follow-through shots. This time, though, Luki has no extra utility in the back pocket. That was Theft Arc. Zeta Division, I didn't think they were going to win that one, but sometimes it's one proper play that can win you a gym grab game. So instead of match point for Humble, we now have Zeta Division looking to claw their way back in this.
It's moments like this that really do determine what a team is made of. One little mistake, and now Zeta are going to be feeling back that essence of confidence that's been lacking thus far. This could be where the tide start to turn. Do Humble start to knuckle down and make sure that that mistake doesn't happen again and fight back harder? Or is this the potential start of a turnaround for Zeta?
Can't compound their mistakes. Got to shake it off. They've seen themselves get so close to a match point. They just have to go for it once again. Nowy, though, in prime position here. Semantic hanging off in the left end now. Gonna be using these bushes to an advantage. Meow fires 3 down the barrel. Gonna be standing behind Scrappy and does get the lane victory there. But Nowy going to blow up. Overcooked is going to eradicate every single bush on the enemy side except a sliver behind those indestructible walls. That is a huge game changer for Zeta Division.
Let's see now, as Luki, that lovely little walking cane there as well. The help from Boss was there. And if Boss can just get the Sandstorm down, it will help out massively in this period of time where the gems are pretty much evenly split. Semantic juking lovely on that left-hand side. Now he's struggling a lot. The mute to hand as well. Fires Meow just the nick of time. He is the gem carrier. The gems are dropped. If Semantic can get towards that, now he's too tanky for it. But nonetheless, there is a lot of action happening on the left-hand side. The Zeta have got to be much more careful over.
Bold use of the last walking cane there to try and make a connection in the grass. A teleport from Luki, though, taking that dimensional door for a one-way trip to a straight-up takedown. Meow, Nowy, back lines now. Luki collecting a 9th, and Humble 1 game away. And I don't want to jinx it, but from taking a match point here.
I don't want to jinx it, but you basically have, Kenny, let's be honest. It happens every time. Nonetheless, though, just the 1 gem. But Luki has got the dimensional doors this time around, and that's what was lacking in that last attempt to get the gems. Meow there, the hypercharge coming in. Tyro there, Boss has managed to get some gems on that right-hand side, but they are now cancelled out. Luki's got the escape. He uses it there, just gets the 1, and that's enough. Zeta needs this reset, and it's got to be Luki.
And now they get Bruce the Bear in the mix here too. Single shot brawler for Luki. A shield going up. Pearl firing down as well. Luki, low HP does go down. The stun goes through from Scrappy. Garrow on the run once again. It's theft. They've broken into the bank and taken them for all they're worth. Zeta are sitting comfortably. Garrow, not even afraid in the slightest. He's got a bodyguard in Bruce the Bear. Back-to-back games where Humble let him hang on. It's going to be Zeta Division putting 1 on the board.
Daylight robbery, not once, but twice. And Humble pay the price. It's going to continue on now, and that is not the same confidence in Semantic that we saw previously, but nonetheless, focused up. They know they messed that one up, and they've got to ensure that they iron it out. It was credit, though, to Zeta in the way that they handled that position and just kept that pressure on. You know, when you've got those gems and you've got no TP and a Pearl is rushing you, the Nita's got to be with the Bruce Bear as well, with the Foul Fur gadget, you know it's going to go from a bad day to a worse day. But Humble have got that 2-set advantage so far. 1 game more, and they're on match point. That will not be extinguished until we get potentially to that 5th and final set. But for Zeta, that was an incredibly important moment to capitalize.
I'll be honest too, in terms of the draft, that was another one where I was like, I don't know about this Nita. I don't know about that pick. In qualifiers, it didn't show super well. It has a very low play rate on this map. But but it also has a low play rate for a reason. I think it actually ended up working out pretty decently there, all things considered. Nita into Gray in those really bad situations. Sure, it took Garo a while to get going here, but when the pressure was high, when Lukey was in the back of his spawn, as a Gray, as a single shot brawler, it's hard to deal with multiple incoming objects. So when you have something like Scrappy on the ground, when you have something like Bruce the Bear, Gray can only focus one thing at a time, and I think that's what really cost him towards those in-games. So as much as I love to be a draft critic, actually worked out pretty well there, I think.
Yeah, I fully agree. Nita is not by far the best brawler to be having on that map, but ultimately, if you can make steals like that happen, and now you're on 14 takedowns, my word, 333 DPS to his name. I mean, I feel like for Zeta, they're not looking their confident, normal selves for all intents and purposes. I mean, when do we ever see them behind last year? The majority of the matches that they actually lost went to a 3-2 scoreline, and this could be one of them. Let's be honest, there's still plenty of time for them to rekindle something here and leave Humble in the dust. This one is far from over, Kenny. This next set now could determine whether Humble are able to do the unthinkable or whether Zeta can start to claw this back. They already did in Gem Grab, but can they keep this up? I mean, it was Daylight Robbery, as we said. That was the decision maker for them in Gem Grab. They can't depend on moments like that are moments of weakness within Humble this time around. It's got to be back to the drawing board, back to 2023 here for Zeta.
Zeta can afford no mistakes, but Humble in the same boat as well. Zeta Division are a good team. There's no way around it. If you make a mistake against a professional team like this, a renowned team like this, you're going to be punished, and that's what we saw for 2 straight games. One little fumble of the gyms, one takedown that you shouldn't have had, and they're going to take off with an entire game. I think Humble know this. You see the kind of facial expressions change a little bit for Semantic here. He was overjoyed with the 2-0 victory, and now 2-1, he's settled in a little bit. The reality's hitting him a little bit more that if they somehow get this to a set number 5, they've lost momentum, and they're going to be fighting a world champion with 1 set to take it all. That is a situation they have to avoid at all costs. They have to lock in here. They have to take Shooting Star, especially for as big of a mechanical map as this is. It's going to be a tall task.
Certainly so. Well, we saw a great deal of defensiveness from Humble in the first 2 sets, and that was eventually what led to them winning those sets, but it wasn't the same in Gem Grab. That same strategy just didn't quite working as well as it was previously, and whether that's Zeta being a bit more clued onto that or just playing it a little bit better towards the end, for Humble, they're going to be very much considering in Shooting Star how they go about their defensive play, because that pressure can increase and those stars can quickly fall into enemy hands in the blink of an eye. Such an important draft to get right. This could be Humble's semi-final appearance of 2024. And, I've got to bring it back around to last year a little bit for Zeta, because every time they didn't win a monthly final, they exited in the quarterfinals. That is something which is surely got to be lingering somewhat in their minds. They've got to wipe that clean and just focus on the task at hand, because Humble, as we've mentioned time and time again today, clearly mean business.
Interesting stat for sure. All or nothing kind of players. I like it. I like it. Shooting Star, of course, as we mentioned, where we're going here. A lot of different brawler options here in today's meta, though, especially considering that there's 3 bans for each side. A lot of the times you're going to see some of these popular sharpshooters be out of the mix. Harder to get your hands on somebody like Piper or Nani, Larry and Lori, a popular thrower. Not to mention the brawler on your screen, Angelo, newest brawler, besides Melody, of course, who can't be played right now. But Angelo, the newest that we at least have our pro players getting their hands on, absolutely lethal right now. Probably the best sharpshooter in the game, one of the best brawlers in a pro player's hands. He's fast, high DPS, has an escape mechanism. So much to like about Angelo. He is a must ban for me here.
It's one of those brawlers that's kind of escaped a little bit under the radar, to be completely honest, and I don't really know why. I mean, you're able to heal so much off the back of your super, and those poison shots that you're able to obtain off the back of things, you can actually leave the zone a little bit for a fraction of time and still connect with that poison, so you don't have to be within the zone strictly to be able to get considerable amounts of damage. Now, no surprise there, Larry and Lori coming in. Angelo is banned for good reason, but a lot of these heavy hitters are actually open. Mega to come in now for Humble. A lot of the throwing bans are present for Zeta, and that's, I feel, a lot to do with Luke and what he's able to bring to the table. That is another very strong brawler coming in for Zeta there. Charlie going to add to the mix, and Pam to follow up for all the healing. This is looking very, very mighty for me on that left-hand side, Kenny.
Left-hand side with 0 sharpshooters. On the right-hand end, still a little unorthodox, but they do have the Nani in the back pocket. This is an interesting one to see play out, though. It's going to be Boss versus Nowie going head-to-head left-hand side. Boss overwhelmed a little bit, does get a big swing in there, though. A healing station down as well. Neck and neck as the phase shift barely keeps Lukey alive. Semantic going to be the sharpshooter for this roster. And now Larry in prime position to use these indestructible walls and just lob up some shots.
Yeah, worth pointing out as well that, you know, Max did just receive a buff as well. Increased HP from 3,000 to 3,300. That is pretty decent for me, and especially on a map where Max was already very, very strong, able to push forwards with so much force. That wall broken there strategically by Semantic on that right-hand side to keep things as wide open as possible. It's a great start here for Humble, but the star, the only star, the blue star still remaining here with Zeta.
I like where Max is at in the current meta too. It's somebody who's going to do quite well into sharpshooters, I think, as well. Obviously, we don't see that on the other end, but the momentum that Max can build is huge. I think she's very back in the meta. It's going to allow for Boss to just press forward. Heavy machine gun fire going down, and Nani Peep in there as well. It's actually a teleport, though. Semantic looking to get in and out real quick as Garo's forced away. They don't come away with the blue star arc, but they do get 3 extra for their side. It's going to be 4-1 now.
Good speed coming in there from Lukey. Semantic low though, and also the cocoon there from Meow will seal his fate surely when he comes back out with those shots there from Larry and Laurie from Garo. Absolutely on point. It is now tied, but that blue star is the differential, and that gives Zeta, of course, the lead with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. There's still that super from Garo. He's holding on to it because he knows that that is to be better served now. Coming in now, it's going to be a big push. Humble have got to get some stars here, Kenny.
They got 1 shot at this and 15 seconds on the clock to do so. Boss has a super in the back pocket. Nowie releasing a final gadget in there as well. Laurie lobbing up some shots, looking for some assistance here. A hypercharge being popped from Meow because why not? A trade going down though. Neck and neck. Boss needs to survive just a little bit longer, and he does with 145. 7-6 final score, and a sigh of relief here for Semantic. They finally have the match point they've been after.
It's one thing to earn it, it's another thing to seal it, that's for sure. And Humble have got an amazing opportunity to do just that. But Zeta will not give it up easy, that is for sure. The reigning champions of the Brawl Stars Championship. And it could be a tarnish on their record for their first monthly final of 2024 if they don't get things together.
Such a stacked EMEA region too, and only 5 months. You gotta make it count. 35 points on the board, definitely not as much as they're looking for. Definitely want to get through this, and Humble trying to surprise the world a little bit, trying to shock 90+% of Brawl Stars Nation alongside us. But right now, foot on the gas pedal for Zeta Division. Lukey juggling multiple brawlers, making multiple spiders now as Meow makes a final connection. The yo-yo in and out. Zeta Division got what they were looking for. The 1 kill they needed to take a lead, right back to the healing station now.
Yeah, a much better start here for Zeta. They've got the nice little healing station on the left-hand side there, but Semantic finds the angle to get it taken care of. Lukey trying to get that utility, trying to get some speed in to allow Boss to go on the aggressive onto Nowie, and it's continuing to cycle those healing stations. A missed cocoon, though, from Meow could prove a little bit costly here. Speed coming from Lukey, and they're punishing the action. Garo goes down. Nowie taking a lot of shots here, depending on that healing station, but the lead now is switched.
Humble in the driver's seat for now. They're trying to work their way back up the map once again. If you're in the lead, you're playing defense. If not, you're on a full offense, and that's exactly what Zeta Division are doing. They're eyeing the clock. About 30 seconds to go. They can try and do a repeat of what Humble just did, right? Go for one final push and walk away with the lead. I think that's probably what they're going to elect to do here.
Trying to go for an all-or-nothing approach, but it's again this max speed's coming in and just forces them back. Now, Meow pops the hypercharge, starts firing the cocoon, but the Semantic comes out in the nick of time. Peep coming in, TP away. They're getting heals along the way on the side of Zeta, but no takedowns just yet. But they are forcing back Humble into the wall. Semantic's considering going forwards. Lukey is low. Boss as well goes in for a swipe, going to be forced out of mech. Can Zeta do it? No! Humble come out on top. They will proceed to the semi-finals. And the world champions of the world go out at the first hurdle.
1 match into 2024 for the EMEA region, and we've already dethroned a champion. What a start to the year. You can see it in Semantic's face, just overcome with joy. And I don't think he plans to stop here, Ark. I think they want more. They've taken down the Titan of this region, and now they are on their way to a semifinal. Whoever they end up playing, by the way, on Stream B, a little bit of a banger going down right now, so they're going to have their hands full whoever they get. But nonetheless, a huge victory for Humble and an earth-shattering one for this region.
What a difference a year makes. You know, this is not 2023. It is a clean sheet, a chance, an ability to take control over the entire year for anyone. We were surprised last year. I don't think that's unfair to say that when Zeta started to lay down that gauntlet how they did in those early stages, it was a roster we weren't necessarily expecting to do greatness in the way that they went on to do. You know, looking back, you know, in time when they were, you know, Craze Clan or Charisma Gaming EU, there wasn't really a massive expectation above their heads, and they became the world champions. Well, doesn't that sound very similar on the side of what we're seeing from Humble? You know, is that not unfair to say? Semantic, of course, that's got the most experience, but to see Lukey, to see Boss, these players that didn't have the best of years last year, coming full force and just showing everyone what they're capable of doing. I mean, this is what 2024 is all about for me.
Bad day to be Semantic's desk, by the way. Goodness gracious. The man is ecstatic right now. I love it. We need that kind of energy. Love seeing that from the player cams. It's crazy, too. When you look down to it, this is a game mode entirely reflected on kills. 4 on one side, 3 on the other. Zeta Division are going home because of 1 kill being the difference.
Disastrous stuff for Zeta. They're going to have to rethink things through and come back stronger next month. It had to be Semantic, didn't it? It really did. I mean, not simply because he's maybe, you know, the most known of the squad, but I mean, he was fantastic on that Cordelius. You know, he was able to show adaptations along the way in Split, which I really appreciated, because that could have been a set that went the way of Zeta if he didn't handle that Rose interaction. Turned things around pretty well, and just, I mean, well deserved. I mean, you can't fault the guy.
Credit where credit's due. They proved a lot of the world, including the casting desk, completely wrong. I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, this is a tough region, like we said before, but Zeta Division were very fairly, they should have been the favorites. They're the world champion. They won 4 out of 6 months last year. Why would we expect any differently? 2024, a little bit of a different story here. Now Zeta Division with a lot of work ahead of them, but for now, Humble, definitely a deserved and celebrated victory that they're going to have.
What a start to the show. I mean, you know, looking at how things are showing this year, we've got to reflect back to last year as well. Many a team had a rough start to the year. Primarily for me, that team was SK Gaming. Didn't qualify for the first 2 months of monthly finals, but then showed growth throughout the process. And we've been covering their journey. We've got a lovely little piece for you now, a little glimpse into what you can see from a documentary series we've been recording. It's called Grudge Match. Check it out.
Scenes here. SK falling like cards.
Don't be scared to try something. We have nothing to lose.
I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars Esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations.
This team is in complete chaos.
And a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffering no escape, right? Like what they say.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, where there has been serious upsets today. Oh my goodness me, Humble have just knocked out the reigning champions that are Zeta Division. Forwards then in their semi-finals match. Our show up next will cover Reply Totem and SK Gaming. The B stream's been quite spicy though, Trev, I hear from the sidelines. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you very much. And yes, it has been Oceanus managed to do what Zeta Division failed at. They pulled through on the reverse sweep. For Esports took quite a swift 2-0 lead, and then from there we had 3 really, really close sets, back and forward, but in the end Oceanus managed to pull off that reverse sweep, and obviously, as you guys saw on the A stream, Humble did just defeat Zeta Division, which is a huge upset, and Humble just played it absolutely phenomenally.
The gift that keeps on giving today, isn't it, realistically? Let's be honest. That SK Gaming documentary, of course, will be coming soon. Make sure that you are heading over to /Brawl Stars Esports over on YouTube. If you're not subscribed there with notifications on, now is the time to do so, because we're going to see their start to this year coming up next, Kenny. Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. This one's set to be a banger.
It has to be. This is some must-watch Brawl Stars. Obviously, it's a little personal between this matchup, a little more than usually, too. A couple players being traded out, essentially. We have Joker, who was a Totem player for 2 years, brought him great success, an international championship at the Snapdragon Pro Series Masters. They've had a ton of going for him, but they end up calling it. They switch it up a little bit, and instead, Reply Totem brings in iChaos, a well-known SK Gaming player. There's so much familiarity, and this is going to be a heck of a match to watch.
I am so excited for this one. It's the very two teams that have got like the roster change movement that's going to take a while for me to adapt to be completely honest. But let's focus first with Reply Totem, iChaos, Maru, and Maori. Of course, Maru and Maori, the core of this unit dating back for many a year in the BSC World Finals appearances from 2021 onwards. And of course, the Mobile Masters champions in the SPS from last year, joined now by Chaos, who we've said time and time again was the glue for me in SK's roster last year. He kept everything together and did time and time again bring them out of the woods. I feel like this roster trap is one to contend with, let's be honest.
It really is. And I honestly couldn't agree with you more about having to get used to this roster. Yeah. Because you just think of, Joker has always been Reply Totem and Chaos. Well, not always been SK Gaming, but as of late, he really has been that player who pulled SK Gaming through some really tough times. So it's really weird to see. But both these rosters are just so stacked. And, in my eyes, they might be the 2 most mechanically skilled rosters in EU.
Absolutely so. Well, Kenny, what you've got to say for this one is the fact that one player leaves a roster, they know how they're going to focus and play it up against the might of things. And Joker now being on the side of SK, he's going to be bringing some tips and tricks away from Reply Totem, and he knows how his former teammates play best.
For sure. I mean, Joker, not super familiar with playing with Yashi and Lenon, who do have a lot of playing time with each other in past teams, whether that be Tribe Gaming EU at the time, AC Milan Clash way back in the day. These guys have been associated with each other, and they're taking this just as seriously. SK throwing a whole darn event for this show today. They mean business. A new roster to try and bring them some new life. It's been a long time since SK Gaming have won a monthly finals. Kind of hard to believe considering how historic of a roster this is. Believe it or not, it's been since September 2022. We'll have to see if that can change with this brand new roster.
I'm so excited for this one. It was SK Gaming that had the better performance at the World Finals. Of course, Reply Totem had a bit of a touch-and-go group stages. They knocked out Navi in the end, 3-2 on day one, but they too knocked out themselves then by Crazy Raccoon in that 1-3 scoreline. SK Gaming on the other side of things, that reverse sweep. Who can forget it on day one over Foot Esports? That was really the start of their great journey. And day two, knocking out Tribe Gaming in that quarterfinal stage. In the end, it was STMN that had the final say in the semi-finals, but nonetheless, SK Gaming really did have a glorious performance last year towards the end, despite an abysmal start. I'll just say it how it is. They did not get off their feet in the beginning with some roster changes along the way. They were able to then turn things around in their favor. But Trap, synergy is such an important thing that we don't discuss nearly enough, and there is more of that on the roster for Reply Totem at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Maru, you look at Mori, and that is just Reply Totem. That it probably always will be as well, that's the thing. The amount of synergy those two players have between each other is something that's so special. And, we have seen maybe a little bit of touch and go here in previous years between Lenane and Yoshi, but I think they were kind of the interchanging substitutes on the AC Milan Clash roster rather than being on that team together. So, as you say, I think that Reply Totem do have a bit more of that kind of natural synergy, but at the end of the day, I do think this is near enough a 50-50 match.
Well, Kenny, we'll catch you in just a bit. Me and Trav going to follow things through here. And I see a 62% lead there for Reply Totem on event.brawlstars.com, where you can go right this second now and pay attention to all the pop-ups there to earn those all-important rewards along the way. Star drops are the main game there. And, of course, that exclusive BSC spray at the very end if you make it all the way through. But, I mean, so far, the start is not going to be great. Only 8% votes for Humble to win in the last matchup. Now's your time to catch up for lost time. Bo coming in as the draft filling up quickly for Reply Totem alongside the Carl, who did just receive a buff as well. Let's not forget Gene for SK alongside the Charlie, which is just such a strong brawler pick. And Rico in the hands of, well, I was going to say the hands of Chaos, but it's not that anymore, Trav. This is what I'm saying. It's going to be hard to follow things to these roster movements.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's very, very hard to kind of get a grip of, but we are into the game here as well. I'd love to see Carl back in the mix, but obviously there's still so much that can just knock him back, and I think that's a big issue still for him. But as we're seeing things here, Totem seems to be getting a good grip of the control of the map, more over the right-hand side, doing a decent job against Yoshi, and now being backed off as they do fall quite low, but a flying hook forced out as Chaos and Maru are both so low.
Yeah, the map change here, I've really got to say, I do love it. And Chaos is going to open things up in that exact area even more. So it just allows a bit more of an escape. And that's definitely showing to be something that Reply Totem are benefiting from at the moment. That pull, though, is available to Joker. And if he lands it, then Lenar will be there certainly with that super for support. But there is no takedowns just yet as we approach the gas coming in.
Yeah, these are two supers on SK's side that can be really dangerous in the right hands, and I think they probably do have the right hands on them as well, but Chaos with a lovely super over the right hand side and gets the finish off against Yoshi as well, but now the pull comes through, gets the trade, 2 versus 2, but the Totem's going to be tanking some damage, 1v1 now, and Lenane's going to miss a lot of shots, such good juking from Chaos, the damage gear was there too, might have done it, but Lenane comes out on top, and SK take the first round.
A good start, but still very early days. Let's see what Reply Totem can muster up here. Mary can get some mines. Certainly it will go a long way to forcing the hand of SK. Both sides, again, paying very close attention to their distancing there, but IKS was able just to get a little connection. Now has the Rocket Rain. Joker, though, has Magic Hand as well, and if those distances close, you can be absolutely certain that he'll, well, I say that now, I'll probably jinx it, but land it. Let's see. Reply Totem, though, looking a bit slow and sluggish, let's be honest.
Yeah, really. I mean, overall, they seemed pretty good in the last round, but towards the end of it, it did seem to fall apart a little bit. Now, obviously, Lenane having a much easier time of pinching over to one of those sides with bouncing around this wall. Doesn't really have to put himself in harm's way. And obviously, as you mentioned, Joker with this pull here is going to be a really, really scary thing for Reply Totem to run into. So now, see a little bit of a rotation. Vengeful Spirits comes out, which brings Chaos low. Has to pull back a little bit, but he did get a little bit of a trading shot. And a nice Totem there to stop the pull, but now it comes through. But he took some damage along the way. Does manage to get it done, though. Maru going to go for the flying hook forwards, try and get something going. But the gadget from Lenane says no to that. And a cocooned member of Reply Totem is all that remains. And SK clean up game one, I should say.
That Rico gadget, I'm just going to reiterate, it is scary now. It's been buffed many a time over the foreseeable months that have passed, and it's just so good. It's so good. I mean, for me, it was Bounce Castle was always the healing thing, and I still will run it just because I'm so used to having it. But ultimately, the multiple launcher, it's just, you just can't get too near it. And Lenane was able to survive. And SK now with that first game in the pocket. And for me, the more comfortable looking gameplay as well. Let's say that for now, as Reply Totem needs to pick up the pace.
Yeah, well, there was a little bit of an odd flying hook early there from Maru coming in from the right-hand side towards that middle. And did have to pretty much back off straight away. Mori looking to try some heals off, but the Genie really stopping any capability of that happening. A break comes through, so Mori can have a bit more maneuverability. Nice rocket fuel there from Chaos to allow that. Over this right-hand side, it's a bit of a stalemate, but it seems to be SK pushing it much more.
Oh, that connection from Lenar was huge, and Chaos now falls. There's plenty of utility in the hands of SK as well. If Yoshi does want to use Cocoon, I think he'll probably hold off on it and try to whittle down Maru as best he can. But if he's aggressed too much, then it is there for safety. There's the takedowns, and the utility is saved. And that is another fantastic round for SK.
I mean, Totem really not looking too good right now. And I mean, this is brilliant for SK Gaming so far. Got the pull as well, looking to try and use it. But obviously, with that flying hook in hand, he can escape the grasp of that quite quickly. But still, it's a threat that Reply Totem really need to consider, and maybe been over-considering it in the past couple of rounds.
Well, that right-hand side, Maru is doing better, but I want to see more from Maru. It's not the easiest of the brawlers to make work here. Of course, the Gene, not running knockback could be an opportunity there. We saw the spirits coming out from Joker, so that could be a good time to do it, but the pool will be there as well, and it's a really tough thing for Maru to find much value here. Some connections again from Renan from the mid and such a long distance away as well. Yoshi from the hypercharge doesn't quite connect on the super side, but it does force the hand of Maru back into that right-hand side corner. Now's the time for Maru to go in. He finds Joker. Renan is low as well. I guess from behind, but he missed 2 shots. The third connects, and now Reply Totem start to come back.
Spraying into action now. We finally see something from the Carl. You asked for it, and he provided. And that's what I mean. You've got to be cautious of the pull, but at certain times, you can just kind of wing it and hope for the best. But back to this kind of 3v3 now. All lanes just holding. Chaos gets beamed down by the super, but Lenane doesn't really get too much from it. Mine's coming in, and that's going to provide a little bit more wall break on this right-hand side, but the left obviously unbreakable.
Like Chaos, the Rocket Rain now on that right-hand side. And you've got to be very cautious around landing it, because that could be the decision maker for sure. If Maru can get some mines as well, it will already force the hand, and that's going to be a bit short there for me from Chaos. Joker there was too attuned to it, went back full HP now into the mid. And just Totem looked just a bit sheepish, I'll be honest. The aggression is all with SK. They're looking confident so far, despite this game being very supposed to be tied up. But one more round for SK, and it's going to be a set.
Yeah, I mean, just as Totem starts to get going, they might be cut short. Super comes through now, and it's a 3v2 once more. Maru's going to go forward to try and get something done, but that's just not going to happen. Both Totem placed down, but in a 3v1, you're not going anywhere, and SK are going to take set 1.
Looks comfortable, and of course, at the SK headquarters, Coach Pedro always by the side. It does go a long way, of course, on the side of Reply Totem. They do have Brawl, but I think the energy right now is with SK, and when they do this on the monthly final, they bring everyone together. It does produce good results. You can forget those grand final appearances last year, despite no grand final wins. When they were together, it worked out better. And of course, SK do a wonderful job at doing that, bringing everyone together and uniting them. I even saw words on social media about there being a potential possibility of there being a LAN, because all the teams are going to Germany at the moment. But it's great to see, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it really does. Getting getting the teams together, and obviously having the help from the ping, I will say as well, from being in Germany, which is obviously where the server is, goes a long way. And SK have had that year in, year out for the past few years, and that's why there's such a really solid org to join in Brawl Stars.
A lot to unpack there in that last game, but for me, it was SK for the most part. Some moments, some glimmers there from Reply Totem along the way, but it just felt like a more concise unit, and I was expecting maybe the opposite, to be completely honest. I was expecting to see a bit more of that on the side of Reply Totem, just given the fact that they've just got that synergy between Maru and Maori that's been solidified for years, and SK coming together with, a bit of a mismatch kind of comp, let's be honest. I mean, Joker, of course, for me, is no doubt about his level of skill and his aggression, in the game, but there definitely wasn't a roster that I necessarily saw coming, to be completely honest.
No, I don't think many people did either, to be honest. I think both of these kind of rosters were quite unexpected, I will say, when it came down to them being announced. But I think, as far as that goes, both of these rosters are really solid. And, although we didn't see too much from Reply Totem in that set, I'm sure they'll have something, a hidden tactic to bounce back within the ones coming, because, both of these teams are going to know about the opposing team's tactics. They've got such familiarity with that kind of thing, and so far it just seems like SK have a more firm grip on that.
And SK, of course, surrounded by support, both from their fan following and the unit that is the organization behind things. And it's great to see, when it comes to the BSC, this is what it is all about. Having that organization support, which, work harmoniously with the BSC in the backside of things to really ensure that the pins are there, the sprays are there, and everything to keep the orgs afloat. We've got the German casters as well that are currently casting live from the facility in Cologne there as well. We see there Sunny there as well. It's great to see that they've just got that massive amount of support behind things and keeping everything afloat for the Germans there.
Well, it's a good job they came out winning, because, if they do lose in this first round, it'd be a bit painful to see the casters casting behind you and you kind of just sat there watching the stream. So it's a good job SK Gaming have started strong here against Reply Totem, obviously being 1-0 up and giving us a pretty dominant performance. But yeah, I will say that does look quite nice, obviously casting in the SK facility, and it just shows how much they really are doing for the game.
Well, one set in the bag for SK. It's a good start. But I feel like, we haven't seen enough yet from Reply Totem. It just felt like they were just not fully on the gas, so to speak. And I think this is the time now to step things up a little bit and remind us that they've got something to be feared here in this match. Dueling Beetles up next for Hot Zone, and let's see how this draft fares. That was the weaker draft for me in the last set for Reply Totem. The Carl, as we kind of questioned coming in, has it really found its place, its place back in the meta since that additional buff there of the pickaxe, damage? But it just didn't really work out the way that they were obviously hoping for. Bo was a bit safe for me. This could be a map where Bo could work, but I want to see some Lou coming into the equation. Angelo can have a very good matchup here as well. It won't be Bell's Rock, of course. It will be there, the Hot Zone map that we just saw. Larry and Laurie coming in first for Reply Totem bands there. Gray, the Amber, and the Pam. I do like those bands. Stu coming in, another great brawler we haven't seen very much today, as well as the Pam, the Angelo band, good to see, and the Jesse. Charlie coming in for SK already. I mean, it's a great brawler to have. I like how things are shaping up for SK, more so than Reply Totem right now.
Yeah, well, the gone for Gay. I'm surprised Larry and Laurie kind of slipped through the banning process, to be fair to you. I like them on this map, and especially with those unbreakable walls, obviously, as well. But I feel like SK Gaming just have that kind of really, really solidified comp. I'm liking what they're going with at the moment. The Stu, the Charlie, I think that's a really good pairing. And the Cordelia to finish things off. Joker's incredibly strong on that brawler.
Well, the Pearl, as we know, can just inflict so much damage. The gadget is just so dangerous on her with a burn down. Joker as well, just feeling the heat quite literally from that very brawler. But it is SK still staying firm. Like Chaos will then come in to helping hand things from the mid. But it's the objective at the moment that it's just not being touched on. Like, if Reply Totem don't start to go more on the aggressive and start to take control here, now's the time for my Chaos to do so. It's just like they're almost out of the game already.
I mean, you've just seen for 10 seconds there, SK 3v2ing Reply Totem in that position, and that's not something you want to be seeing, at least on the receiving end. I'm sure the SK fans will be pretty pleased about that one, but another super avail from Joker. Done a pretty good job of cycling that one out, and Cocoon on the left. Mara should be following suit, heading straight back to spawn near enough, and I'm going to go through, break down those walls, because obviously it's a lot better for them to not have the Larry and Laurie sitting behind that.
Now there as well, Joker has the realm to hand. Hypercharge, not going to find anything from Yoshi there as the blowback from iChaos doing his best in the mid, but he's so low now as well. Everyone from Reply Totem other than Maori is low, and they're just not in the game. They just don't really look like Reply Totem for me right now, and SK walking all over things. They don't really look like they're being tested necessarily for me. 100% to 18, and they're just continuing forward the same confidence they've been exuding so far. It's looking better and better every game that we see.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if it's looking better and better for SK or worse and worse from Reply Totem, because, we started things off with, okay, they're going to be playing well, they've got more synergy. They kind of failed to prove that in set 1, and in set 2, they're being, 3v2'd in a defensive position, and it's just not something you want to be seeing from this Reply Totem side. We've got such big names, big players on the side. To be performing like this is just kind of unfortunate.
Well, this is looking better as Reply Totem starting to rekindle the situation just a bit more. Joker coming in though, punishes heavily there onto Maru. And now all three members of SK on the zone, and back in the spawn is not where you need to be on a map and a mode like this. Dueling Beetles is very punishing, very hard to reclaim that control of the mid. Oh, but a miss there. Super from Joker, a jump in to not really much to say for, not just to write home about. SK are still standing, 57% to 8. Now that Reply Totem have got control, it's going to help them, but they're just wasting so much time in the early outskirts of these games.
Yeah, well, the breakaway and another little realm missed there by Joker. He's not going to be too pleased about that, but they do have a bit of a buffer zone, around about 30% right now ahead of Reply Totem. So as they start to push back out of the spawn, maybe Yoshi can get a cocoon connecting, and Lenade's going very aggressive. Does manage to pick up Moriel on the way as well. Nice hits from him there. Going to see those pets coming in from Yoshi as well. Nice gadget from him. Hypercharge and maybe even super used there by the Pearl, and didn't get a lot from it. And now SK are the ones back on the zone and keeping control.
Oh, nice takedown there from Chaos. Maru coming in now as well. Oh, Lenan just surviving on, but not for long. And this is the best chance the Reply Totem have got realistically here to start to bring things back into order. Nice takedown there from Maru. Yoshi coming in with the hypercharge yet again, but iChaos should be able to shut this down. No! Oh my word! Just in the nick of time, a super is earned. And there's still a chance here for SK to finish things strong.
Oh, Lenane coming through with some brilliant dashes, and that is going to be a huge, huge help for SK Gaming. They managed to close this one out as well, and where are Reply Totem? 2 sets now to SK Gaming, and it's just so dominant.
It's It's looking better and better. I mean, again, as we mentioned, coming into this set, having support is such a big factor. They've also got a meet and greet happening, by the way, at the SK Gaming HQ, and there are fans there watching live, hopefully cheering, listening to us, but more likely listening to the German cast, let's be honest. But it's undeniable at the moment. The reply totem just do not look like they have much control over this situation, and it's spiraling out of control. This is by far, for me, the most convincing match of the day so far, and I wasn't expecting to say that. Coming off the back of Humble and Zeta Division, which, there was a 92% on event.brawlstars.com in Zeta's favor, and we know how that showed and turned out. I mean, SK are looking so good. The drafts look better. For me, more I want to see, more meta, so to speak, in everything I've come to expect in the current timings of things. Reply Totem just not working well together as a unit at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, heading on to pit stop Heist now as well. If it carries on like this is going to be a swift set and a swift goodbye to Reply Totems. Something needs to be done. 3 sets in a row is what they need to be still in this game now, and you just can't really see that happening with how they're playing currently. And I agree with you, the drafts just aren't great. I don't think we saw much from the Gale at all. And this jump pad, bouncing forwards, it does something. It gets you back up the map, but what's the point of getting up the map if you're just being sent back to spawn instantly?
It's again that aggression as well. I think that for me, Joker and Lanarn bring that so much so, and Chaos was always that kind of like the player last year for SK who was able to go on the aggressive, but also rein things back in and play more supportive and just keep everyone alive and going. But I think that I want to see Reply Totem go back to their roots. Maru and Mari were able to play that aggressive role, but it feels like last year they just kind of left it a bit so much to Joker that they've forgotten how to do it almost. And whether that's the draft or whether that's just their mental coming into this one, something has to change, like you say. And I want to see them start to be able to give more of a fight towards SK, as this one is almost all over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. A straight swap of Chaos and Joker shouldn't be an issue for Reply Totem. They don't really have to adapt Marimori, because Chaos and Joker, at least in my eyes, very, very similar players, very similar play styles, very, very similar, brawlers that they're comfortable on. So it is a little bit worrying for me to see this from Reply Totem, but I don't doubt they're going to have something up the sleeve, whether that be in this next set and the 2 to follow, to be able to pull out a win, or if they're going to come back next month with something much better.
Heads down for Reply Totem, and they've got to bring out the homework now more than ever before. It wouldn't be the best of years starts for them to fall in the quarterfinal stages. They've had good runs, fantastic runs over the years in monthly finals. One last year, let's be honest, and that was a lot compared to the fact that it was Zeta that swept up 4 out of the 6 of them. So you've got to bear that one in mind, that they were one of only 3 teams in this region to actually get a monthly finals win, which is quite a lot to say compared to other regions where they were much more split through. Pit stop coming in next up for Heist, a map that I've got to say I really do enjoy here on Heist, but one that can be over incredibly quickly with aggressive plays, and that's more what we've been seeing on the side of SK Gaming so far. So that worries me a little bit, with all things considered. The draft now coming in bands of Nita, Edgar, and Miko. Love that. We know what Edgar did in the grand finals last year on the world stage, don't we? Cordelius, Edgar, and Primo, then the bands on the side of SK, and Charlie coming yet again. A brawl which they keep getting their hands on time and time again, and it works out in their favor. Rico coming in for Reply Totem, as it'll be Chaos on it, BB then for SK Gaming, and the Twins just keep escaping through. Trev, what's going on?
I mean, they can keep on escaping through, but if it's the same as last game, I'm sure SK will be pretty happy that has happened. With the aggression that they're kind of pulling out. If a BB running in a straight line at a Larry and Laurie, avoid a couple of shots and you're pretty much unsafe, and you can't complain about that. We're going to see a Willow on the other side though as their last pick. I like this buzz from Chaos. It obviously matches his aggression, but here we go. We're going to see the BB just sprinting forwards, and just like that, on the safe.
Well, a close matchup on the B stream at the moment. BC Gaming taking on the Lipstar. It's 1 even at the moment in sets. So make sure that if you are looking to see that match, head over to event.brawlstars.com, see the casters there that might be covering that one, and don't miss out on it. In the meanwhile, Reply Totem and SK Gaming are having quite the battle, but it is SK that are coming out more on top as we speak. This fast pick, I find it quite underrated, to be honest, but they've got to ensure the takedown of Yoshi, which they have. The mind control is where the defense can really be for SK Gaming, and this is the best we've seen Reply Totem coming forwards now. And Larry and Laurie, I mean, it's such a great brawl to have on that safe.
Yeah, very similar approach from both of these teams here. Have that tank pull forward and get some of the damage on the safe, and have the thrower obviously back up behind it. Now through comes this BB bubble and the hypercharge along with it as well, getting some good swings off. And obviously the speed boost going to get the connection there onto it as well. Gets that ball bubble back onto Chaos, but not really getting too much from it. Mori might get traded out here, but got a little bit of a heal there from... And now Chaos pushing forwards. Has the hypercharge too. It's going to be able to swing around and get to the safe quite quickly.
Nice connection there from Chaos, hypercharge as well, cycling there. Oh, the mind control from Yoshi in just the nick of time, taking control back into the hands of SK there. And what a timing that had to be. Thumbs lightning fast, Trav.
Yeah, well, even though all of this control's happening for Reply Totem, they've only got around a 10% lead. Super from Chaos available. Yeah. He gets the stun off, but now more shots following up, and Chaos only narrowly survives, but Larry and Laurie on the safe. Going to be getting some huge damage down. Doesn't throw that towards it, and the Super's going to come through, but a little cocoon is there as well. Should be able to take this one down when he spawns back out, and the name does just that. But now that lead is lengthening for Reply Totem.
And now with some beautiful cycling there, hypercharge as well. The bubbles will be split there, and SK hold that mid-control with 30 seconds on the clock. Time to heal, time to push forwards. It's definitely not without a reach there for them. They can start to clear up the right-hand side lanes. Barry just trying to push from the right-hand side. And Chaos now, popping the hypercharge yet again. He's getting so much value, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, with a throw in hand, Reply Totem should be able to finish this one off here as well, and 10 seconds on the clock is all that's going to be left, and SK Gaming nowhere near the safe. This is going to be Reply Totem's first decent showing in a while, and they're going to be taking this one quite convincingly, I will say. You know, the scoreline did look pretty similar at certain times, but Reply Totem in control for the majority.
Where would you ever see someone else playing Rico when Chaos is on the roster? I mean, it just goes to show their diversity and their ability to be able to try different brawlers and take their opposition by surprise. I think Chaos played an amazing bus in that game, and Maru certainly doing a fantastic job in that Rico pick. Now things are looking more confident, more aggressive. We needed to see that from Reply Totem. This one's far from over yet.
Well, a straight line sprint from Lane once more, and Maru doing the same on the other side, but he's faced with a thrower. And SK Game have already cleared up that on the defense, and now going forwards again, gets some good damage down. 29% is nothing to complain about early game. But Laurie coming forwards has obviously this Laurie along with it as well, so can throw that super out when he wants to get some big burst damage. At the moment, just holding suit, just playing it slow and letting his teammates do some work.
This is where Reply Totem wants to be. And Maori there, having super, waiting for the time to throw onto the safe there and just gain that additional healing from the gadget as well. And there it is, literally as we speak. Mind control though from SK, and now a complete team wipe. Very little in terms of percentages here, just that measly 7%. And now Yoshi over the top of the wall to be able to expand it further. Chaos coming back to the defense and able to Spider-Man his way forwards. I love that new hypercharge for Buzz. It is spicy.
Yeah, it's really nice to see as well. There's still no pickup. Lane going to come forwards now. Does have a hypercharge in hand, but just to hold off. Should be able to get a quick, swift swing here through on Maru. Ooh, almost goes down himself, though. But damage lead is with Reply Totem now, slowly burning down as Yoshi throws some shots at safe. Once with the throw, he's going to be much more comfortable doing that than the BB. But now Gadget Goal, actually, it's a full super coming through from Chaos. Gets the stun off as well. And the name survives. And actually, going to see a couple of gadget misses there from Chaos. And the name's going through now. Should be able to get some damage down, but Laurie gets a shot off, completely misses it. And now 3,200 per swing.
A big mistake there, because Lenar was surviving a lot longer than he had any right to on the safe, getting some very valuable damage, which could well come back around full circle. SK forcing themselves down this right-hand side. It might be a race here. Maru on the left-hand side, trying to connect with the super, doesn't find too much there. Joker with the hypercharge coming in, be able to just take down that Larry and Laurie so quickly, and surviving on damage on the safe. And there is no defense coming forward so far from Reply Totem. This one could be all over, and it is.
Match point then for SK Gaming. They look so much better in that, but it is just those moments when Lenane gets a breakaway. 3,200 damage per swing onto that safe with that damage gear activated. It's dangerous for Reply Totem to be faced against when you can pretty much finish it in 2 pushes. That's pretty much all they need to do. You know, if they get those chances, they're going to capitalize on them.
Well, not the position at all the Reply Totem expected to find themselves in, but one game away are SK Gaming from knocking them out of their first monthly final of the year, and it's Lana on the safe, swiping it down to 89%, still there, popping Gadget for healing as well, and Chaos knows that that is the perfect time to strike a nice clean takedown there but Reply Totem on the defensive side and a chance to go on the aggressive.
Well, Maru against Lenin is not something that SK are going to want, so we do see Yoshi pinch over nicely, but Mori's going to shut that idea down straight away. And they now in a bit of a 2v1 situation. Hits the wall, but gets the stun still. Joker going to be walking across all of those little shots coming in from the Larry now, and the super come through from Chaos, going to get the kill. Holding control, no damage yet, so SK aren't going to complain that much, but they need to be out of this position.
Oh, Lenan on the left-hand side, absolutely clearing up house. He had no right to. That should have been a takedown. He is just so slimy and bringing in more damage for SK Gaming. These push-back potentials have got to be better from Reply Totem. They can't lose control. They can't hand things over on a platter. And now the hypercharge from Chaos, choosing a bit undecisively what side to go on. And look at that, all for nothing as he's cocooned out there by Joker.
I mean, still getting some damage down now. They do just take the lead with that Larry shot coming through. But we do know what SK Gaming are capable of. These one pushes where they just dive for the damage instead of just holding control like Reply Totem are doing have been the deciding factor in all of these games so far. Lenane just playing this slow, gets the hypercharge, once that speed boost but comes through, Maru's going to get the kill. Oh, there goes the bubbles though, they're flying through, she'll be bouncing back soon as well, and Lenane gets the kill. Chooses not to follow up onto Mori though, going to wait for his teammates' help as they are 1% ahead.
Yeah, it's been very little in it for this set for sure. And Reply Totem are starting to look a lot better. Let's be honest about it. There's no denying it, but is it too little, too late? That's the question. What a connection there from Maru. Lenan still survives, so every single time, that man is always on his feet. And he shouldn't be. They should be taking care of him because he is a huge threat. And now on the safe, super there as well. The damage is going to continue raining in for SK, but it is still close. 10 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be the pitch perfect push for Reply Totem.
I think they just went too early before, and now Chaos going to miss a super hypercharge wasted because of that as well. And Reply Totem fall to SK Gaming 3-0 in swift fashion. Brilliance from SK, but a little worrying from Reply Totem looking forward throughout the rest of the year.
A great first showing for SK. They looked like the better squad from the beginning, and they finished it off as the better squad. Reply Totem have certainly seen better days. It's always a tough thing at the start of the year to find your feet. New roster changes are all part of the roster chaos that we have here in the BSC, and we wouldn't have it any other way. It's a great chance to see who has got that synergy straight off the bat, who is going to be those slow burners in the year. For SK, they looked just better. That's all I have to say about it. The drafts were better, and the gameplay was more aggressive, and that gave them the win.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts were definitely better, but when it comes to the gameplay, I couldn't tell you what was wrong with Reply Totem, to be honest with you, because I genuinely just don't know. Yes, the aggression coming through from SK, specifically in that high set, Reply Totem just seems to be holding control, just waiting for the moment to be able to deal massive chunks of damage, where SK Gaming were just running forward, you know, a couple of BB swings on the safe, then they're not going to complain about that, and it just builds up.
Yeah, I've got to say, for me, Lenan did a fantastic job in that set. Just every single time, being that aggressor, being the person to just force back the flow of motions and surviving on time and time again. And despite, you know, Reply Totem not gaining the win here, Chaos did a fantastic display on that buzz. I love this moment here where he just made his way forward so quickly. And, you know, it's moments like that which just show why Hypercharge is such a great thing. It's such a great addition in to the BSC this year. For Reply Totem, though, they're going to have to look back on things, reflect a bit, and come back stronger for sure. It wasn't the start that we expected to see from them, but no doubt about it, a very tough match for them in this side of the bracket to start things off, and it just wasn't going their way today.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the matchup that you want to start your season, you know, because now their seeding is going to be so tough through qualifiers, through monthly finals. You want to kind of not have to face possibly the best team in the region in your first round, and that's going to be really difficult for Reply Totem to bounce back from now. 19 kills from Lenane, though. That is absolutely huge from him. I think that just goes to show how far that aggression goes.
Yeah, so slimy, so slimy from him, and I mean an amazing stat. But when you look on the side of Reply Totem, you know, 13 for Chaos, 15 for Maru. I can kind of look past the 5 from Maru because, you know, ultimately there's so much going on there, but it just didn't reflect the objective, and that is where SK put the final nail in the coffin with a 3-0 scoreline. And yeah, I mean, it kind of had to be off the back of that heist game alone. But Lenan, always the aggressor, and had a fantastic day so far, as voted by you on events.brawlstars.com.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, huge stuff then from SK Gaming, and I think I'm 0-2 so far in terms of predictions. And by the looks of the B stream, I might be 0-3 pretty soon. So maybe Kenny hyped me up as the 2024 predictions master when, you know, we just settled for 2023. Might not have been the best idea, but I think for the majority of the community at the moment as well on event.brawlstars.com, it might not be going so well for them either.
We might have to rebrand you, Trav, for 2024. Maybe the reign of the predictions master is over.
We're in March, and it's not my year.
What a start you're having to the year. But I think you're not alone, to be completely honest. I think others might be struggling over at events.brawlstars.com. Head over there right now, get your predictions in for our next matches still to come, because there's plenty of time if you are behind getting those star drops, getting towards that BSC exclusive spray on the ladder, you know, to be able to get your money's worth. And we've actually got Eclipse Esports on a 2-1 over BC Gaming, so that match still continuing forwards at the moment so far, and looks like we might be even heading into it right now to catch up on some lost time in Brawl right now. And that's a great takedown already. Tom's going to burn down, but might but no, he scores it regardless.
Yeah, great goal coming in from him there, and obviously Eclipse are being 2-1 up. They've got a bit of wiggle room here, but definitely a really nice goal coming in from Tomsy there, and now the flank coming from Mewtwo should be able to get, almost got the triple stun there, but it's Salty falling up, phase shift round him, gets through with the speed, trick shot off the wall, and BC Gaming bounce back.
Some lovely little bits of flair there towards the end. And clearly a very close matchup. We covered it slightly in amongst the SK Reply Totem match. It was a 1-1 scoreline then, and it was the hardest for me, I'll be honest, to predict on event.brawlstars.com. One that we were having question marks in the casting desk prior to the show coming into things, because it's a very closely matched affair between these two teams so far. But, you know, one that I've got a few reservations on. I mean, it's been a very long time since we've seen Gugu playing within the BSC, and that was kind of like, for me, just a little bit of a question mark. But he does go back a long way with OPE, and there's a synergy there and a camaraderie which exists. Now pushing towards the goal, heals from Gugu. Can they make this goal happen? Salty is able to clear it off the line, and now an offensive push here for BC Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like it had to be there. A little super coming through from Gugu. Just wants this 1v1 matchup against Mewtwo to go his way. Some shots coming through from his teammates, helping him out. Does not make it go that way at all. Now speed and out along with the Sandy. Stun's going to be there too. Double through. But the shot from Salty resets the heal. They follow up anyway with a nice jump in. And that's going to be the first goal.
Tanstorm coming in now, and OP not going to find anything off the back of that Colette Super there. Pops the gadget as well for the heals along the way. Been burned down from memory, but he is incredibly low regardless now as well. This could be a great opportunity. Mewtwo to pop the gadget there as well. The stun, the sweet dreams as well. And that is going to be tying things up. BC Gaming looking so strong in that set.
I mean, that's just brilliant. And I'm not sure how I feel about the Eclipse comp, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if that's kind of the issue that they were having, because didn't really seem to have too much burst damage at all. You know, if you were the Poco against a Max, they're just going to walk over you.
A very strong display there for me, and it just looked like things were a bit amiss on the side of Eclipse. You know, it just looked like they weren't quite feeling that synergy. Hard to say considering we didn't see what happened prior to this, but popping in just in the middle of things, BC Gaming just looked very good for me. Like, they looked like they had a very good draft, and they need it. They are behind now, tying things up, going to the fifth and final set for Gem Grab up next, and all for the taking. We said this was the closest one to predict, and the scoreline is proving us none the wiser in that regard. We'll have to see who is able to claim things when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, having a bit of a catch-up here about how the rest of the game's gone. It started off with the BC Gaming win, actually, there in Hot Zone, where an Eclipse bounced back with 2 on the trot, got the bounty and heist, and then obviously, as we've just seen, the Brawl Ball there did go the way of Berlin City to make it 2-2. So it's absolutely huge for them, and we'll see if they're able to continue this and take the last set, or if once more, after they've managed to get a win, Eclipse will bounce back.
Certainly, in terms of the rosters, there is great talent on both sides. Of course, who can forget OP's performance last year in SK Gaming? You know, he was the aggressor which they needed, the person that came in and solved the roster issues they were having, and, you know, made them, enabled them in the LCQ and in the World Finals to do what they did, in my opinion. It wasn't the best of the World Finals for him. I'll be honest, the stats didn't really reflect what we saw in the season leading up to things, but certainly it was no easy feat to reverse sweep put Esports in that day one group stage at the world stage. But now with Gugu, I mean, they went back to their sort of humble beginnings, really, as far as I was concerned, with, you know, back in competing with OPE, some Bentley, you know, and Gugu in OGS was the squad way back in the day. Prior squads being Humble and OGS there. Emmerich, of course, formerly from Mr. Dosar as well. You know, it was an interesting announcement as far. I say the word interesting because I wasn't expecting realistically OP to come out so early on after the World Finals and say, hey, I'm leaving SK, I'm joining forces with these guys. That says something, doesn't it, really, about the confidence in the squad, the synergy which they've had in the past. But it definitely was not what I was expecting. I thought that OP might have been able to find, you know, a roster elsewhere, actually, if I'm being completely honest.
I do agree with you as well, because, you know, coming from a team like SK Gaming, who are contending world finals, they're contending to be able to get to those grand finals of world finals, to go and back to a previous teammate who you didn't have the same success as you had with SK. As you say, it takes a lot of confidence to take that kind of leap of faith and still be able to contend in the Brawl Stars Championship, because, you know, a lot of people would have assumed this would have been quite difficult, but obviously putting on quite the fight in the first monthly final here, looking to try and get to this top 4.
And it's, you know, much the same story on the side of BC Gaming. You know, I mean, Mewtwo, let's be honest, has no BSC experience. You know, this is his first year making his mark, and he's got big aspirations in 2024. It exudes confidence on social media, let's be honest. Yeah, absolutely so. Tomsy, of course, the former Team Humble squad was his realm back in 2023. Made the LCQ, but couldn't quite make it forwards into Worlds. And Salty, you know, is going up against his former teammate. Both him and Emmerich were on Mr. Dosar. So let's see his draft coming in for the final draft of this series. Bell is such a great brawler to have first pick. Honestly, I've been loving playing that brawler recently with the Meg there and the Amber on the side of BC Gaming. 8-bit coming in then for Eclipsar as the bands Byron, Piper and Charlie. Great bands, actually. Riku coming in now as well. And I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing so far. It's obviously gem grab, and so having that Bell and that 8-bit on the same side is going to work out pretty well for them, actually.
Yeah, we'll see how this does play out then, heading into this now. And obviously it is quite a long-range map, so Rico down this side might have a few struggles, but obviously being able to bounce around this wall is going to be a huge thing for him. And some pinching coming in from Salty as well. Can drop that toolbox down, tank a few shots, but obviously it's not going to last too long. Not going to give him much ammo back either.
Rushing into the mid now, Salty almost out of mech here. It's going to be a little bit cautious, but Tom's doing some great work on that left-hand side, just keeping things at bay, allowing him to retain that mech, build up that HP back to full now, and there's some great side lane aggression there, which has kept him relevant. 6 gems now in the pocket to 0 on the side of Eclipsar Esports.
Yeah, a little bit worrying now for Eclipsar, coming off the back of a set loss as well. Obviously, confidence might have dropped considerably. Gugu now switching over to this right-hand side, obviously having this long-range matchup versus Mewtwo is going to be a bit more influential for the side of Eclipsar, whereas Tomsy, I don't know if he meant to do that, but he's pretty much just signed his death certificate there and just jumping straight into the middle of 2 players and giving control back to Eclipsar.
Yeet! I mean, you know, it's working out relatively well, okay so far for BC Gaming, but Eclipsar are starting to bring back some momentum here. I mean, interesting to see the Gus. We saw it a little bit earlier today in the APAC region, one that I'm still on the fence a little bit for, to be completely honest. Has some good results if you're able to really combine the shielding. Salty low here. OP should be forcing him out of mech, and he's still in mech. Salty should be going down OP there. That's a prime time to do it, and it's the complete and the exact opposite. Gems dropped on the side of Eclipsar. Salty pushing forward now, forced to retreat. Hypercharge from Gugu. There's takedowns happening on both sides, but that should have been better for me from Eclipsar.
I mean, wasted turret there as well. He's done. Tomsy actually intending to jump in this time and getting some decent work done. Gets the burn down and now some follow-up shots, allowing Mewtwo to get this gem. But now it does go down and he's got his mech back. Should get rid of that mark as well, which is going to be a big help for him going forwards. Having the mech and no mark. And Tomsy once more taking the aggressive route.
It's working, and that gem is now in the hands of BC Gaming. 10 to 8, the countdown. Oh, but OP's in a great spot. Does now find the connections that he was lacking previously. Mewtwo as well now will pick up the scraps. They're all back with BC Gaming, and it's all down to Eclipsar to reset this, and they've got to do a big reset of that.
Yeah, you're going to pretty much have to take down everybody on BC Gaming to be able to get towards these gem carriers, but a huge soup from OPE, not wanting to give up just yet. Tomsy's marked up as well, are all in the corner, but the corner is the safe space for them. Match point for BC now.
Oh my word, honestly, OP was not far away from cycling that super. I'm sure if he just managed to get a couple of shots off on the Meg, he would have been able to absolutely demolish that left-hand side and just clear up house. But it wasn't to be. BC Gaming stood strong, and now looking down the barrel of a match point. A great opportunity for them, you know, considering that last year wasn't really the year for the majority of their roster.
Well, now should be able to pick up these 2 gems off the opposing side as well, which is going to be a huge help for BC there. Tomsy pushing aggressively as well, now getting some good control. Obviously, should be getting super backup standing in this oil as well, so can't complain at that. And there you go, he does get it now. See, if he's using this mythic gear, it's going to be slowing down opponents as well. So even just leaving it in spots like this and spots like the mid really doesn't go amiss.
Well, let's see. So far, so good for BC Gaming. Mewtwo on the right-hand side, now marked up as well. And forced back. Skugu starting to tap. Tomsy jumping in yet again, but are they expecting it? But the synergy is lovely there. Mewtwo with the shield, allowing Tomsy to go even more on the aggressive. He'll go down, sure, but I mean, I love the way that they are cycling that synergy between those 2 brawlers.
Yeah, well, 8 gems to 1, and a lot of breathing room now for BC Gaming. They can let Eclipsar get some gems out of the mid, but it doesn't seem like that's what they want to do. They're coming straight back into the mix and grabbing yet another.
The hypercharge would only find the turret there. The Salty laid down in front of it. Good reaction timing there from him. Tomsy still being a real pest here. Finds Emmerich. OPE is low as well, and he's juking the bell shots to perfection. It's BC Gaming running away with all the gems. 10 seconds remain. It's OPE or nothing for Eclipse Esports. He finds one, but there's no time for the follow-up. Surely he'll get burned down by Tomsy, and BC Gaming do it.
And I mean, look at the smile on his face as well. So pleased about that. Coming from a position where they were 2-1 down to where we joined the game to dominate Brawl Ball and absolutely dominate Gem Grab all the way through. Brilliant plays from BC Gaming. And from what we've seen, and I can only go from 2 sets, a deserved win.
It felt like to me there was a pure method behind the madness, wasn't it? We saw Tomsy flying himself in and wondered at first whether it was for real, and then it just made perfect sense to combine that Gus shielding with it, and he was doing a fantastic job. Honestly, for me, from what I saw there, the star player just juking around everything that was having been thrown at them, and OP had some great opportunities and almost got those resets sometimes, but it just wasn't quite enough at the end. But clearly a very, very close matchup, but BC Gaming just slaving their way through.
Yeah, just about getting through. And, you know, the org backing them as well. They care so much about the game. So it's really brilliant to see them, succeeding in a region as difficult as this. So, I'm really thrilled for BC Gaming. And obviously, Mewtwo, he runs his mouth on Twitter and, he's starting to prove it.
He did say that this is going to be his year. Big aspirations for that man, and he's found himself in the semi-finals. Well, we are going to be heading shortly. Our quarterfinals now all done and dusted. We're going to be right back after a short word from some of our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Soda. Nice soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today has been very spicy indeed. Welcome back, of course, as well to Kenny. Back on our home turf, always a great thing to see. What was it like for you watching from the sidelines on those matches?
To be honest, the B stream was kind of a banger. We had a great match that y'all did a great job finishing up. Honestly, a lot of upsets today. A lot of wrong predictions from me, from you guys, from the community at home. We're all over the place in EMEA for 2024.
Wow, just don't hold back, Kenny. Just to say it how it is, mate.
I see it.
Well,
yeah.
At least we know now what the B stands for in Stream B. Banger, Stream Banger. There you go. We got it. Our next matchup, of course, will be Oceanus Gaming versus Humble. But we got to still reflect a little bit, Trav. You know, how's the day been faring as far as you're concerned as we reflect back on the bracket? Is this what you expected? You know, predictions aside, just for a second.
No, it's not what I expected, especially after FUT Esports came out swinging, getting that 2-0. You kind of expected them to be able to finish that off in one of the last 3 sets instead of being reverse swept. Obviously, nobody, well, 8% I think it was of the population of Brawl Stars watchers expected Humble to win, and they managed to pull out, so that's yet another upset. BC Gaming, I feel like that was a very 50-50 matchup. As you said, it might have been the hardest one to predict, but SK Gaming versus Replyto, yet again, I think that was 50-50, but it came out SK 3-0. So obviously the semi-finals now, Oceanus versus Humble and BC Gaming versus SK Gaming. Some more bangers lined up.
Yeah, for context on those numbers as well, I mean, on Twitch at the moment, it's like a total of like 100,000 people watching. So if all of them are doing their predictions on event.brawlstars.com, that's just like 8,000 people that have actually just sided with Humble on that scenario. But here are our predictions, and whack whack. Quarterfinals 2 definitely did pack a sting. And Trav, I mean, you know, we're all bad. There's no way of looking at this. There's no way of coming out one better than the other. We've all taken a hit here, Trav. You know, but for you being the predictions master, it must be hurting you the most. But we are still relatively on side when it comes down to the semi-finals. Kenny, talk us through your thought process for Oceanus, because obviously Humble had a great show against the world champs, and you're siding with the underdog of the underdog in that one, it seems.
I don't know if it's the. I don't know how to feel. I mean, they beat Zeta, right?
And I too much because we could be wrong and then you'd just be the smartest guy ever.
True. I mean, I casted that match. I saw Humble, amazing work. I believe in Angel Boy, though. One of my favorite players to watch last year. Brand new team coming back together. I don't know. I'm just feeling good about this roster. Reverse sweep as well on Stream B. Trav told us it was good. I'm believing the prediction master Trav and his word that Oceanus played really well. So maybe that's the lead cause. I'm going to blame Trav if I lose.
Oh, I mean, certainly so. I mean, Oceanus are super, super strong. No doubt about it. I'm just basing it purely on what we've seen so far today. Start with that same squad, though. Angel Boy, Nob, and Cube, I mean, had an amazing qualifier. They knocked out FUT Esports into the lower bracket in round 5. They beat SK Gaming to qualify in round 8 and didn't drop a single set in doing so. I mean, I may have talked them down a bit too much leading into things, to be completely honest, with those things in mind. Of course, for Navi, you know, they didn't make it into day 2 of the World Finals. Angel Boy and Cube there as well, you know, fell to Replyto from that 3-2 scoreline on day 1. But nonetheless, they were looking so good in LCQ, and joined by Nob then from the VN Esporting roster. I feel like this is a very, very strong contender in the 2024 journey, Trav.
Listen, if you're looking as calm and composed as this guy, dressing down on, toothpick in mouth, there must be something going right in your life, right? So I mean, by the looks of things, he's pretty confident. But I will say, I think Oceanus are a very strong contender, not just for this match, but just the Brawl Stars Championship in Europe in general this year. They've got such a strong roster. They've had a couple of years of issues. It's pretty clear to say at World Finals they haven't done the best over the past couple of years. But I do think that 2024 is going to be these guys' year, if any. But Humble coming out on top against the world champions, it's hard not to back them.
And is that a photograph of themselves in the background? I'm not too sure, because Angel Boy is so much taller. They're all the same height, so I'm not sure whether it's them or not, but if it is them, I rate that massively. Just have pictures of yourselves all around the house, boys, and just mosey on downstairs in your, in your dressing gown to play some Brawl. Love it. That's the beauty of things when you're working from an online perspective. But this is a dangerous squad, Kenny. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Not to be underestimated at all in this year's competition.
I just feel like a lot of people are going to come out here and they're going to pick Humble, and fair enough, right? They did just beat, I guess they're like the world champion or something. Fair enough. I mean, that's great logic. I just feel like somebody has to step up for this team, because I think it is a team that's going to go slept on. A little bit of a name change, obviously, going to a new team. Nob, somebody newer to the roster. If you watched the SPS last year, you're a little more familiar with Nob. It didn't work out then, but they've had much more time to get used to each other, a little more familiar. And Angel Boy on the Nani. I mean, you can just see it there. They take a set off that as well. I think this is a team that's going to be fierce, but of course, Humble have proven themselves more than worthy of being here too, so I don't think this one's going to shock me either way.
I like the point you raised about actually Nob there as well from the SPS, because they didn't qualify into the challenge stages, so that's taking its toll. But we've seen this team today really make some big moves. Semantic, Boss, and Lukey. Last year, definitely across the board here, wasn't the year for these three individuals. Boss was probably the worst off when not making LCQ. Lukey made LCQ but didn't make it to Worlds. Semantic made it to Worlds but left on day one. So that really crucial reverse sweep to SK Gaming in the group stages. So bringing them all together, and they've all got amazing technique, amazing gameplay. Lukey, I say it again, for me, the biggest of rising stars over the years. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that boy sees a World Finals. And they knocked out the reigning champions in the first match of 2024. I mean, that is one way to make a statement, Trav.
I mean, this is the thing as well. It seems like such a throw-together team, like when the year finished, you won't be like, oh, you know what? I probably think Boss, Lukey, and Semantic are going to team up. A few of the other teams you probably could have predicted their rosters, but I think this team is very much just kind of like, oh, you're left, you're left, you're left. We'll just go together, and it's just working. Through drafts, I've seen so many people say Humble. Through scrims, they've been saying Humble are such a big team to be scared of, and they've come in, they've proven the point against the world champions, and now they're against Oceanus, who, there's no argument, they're probably, if you just look at it, a weaker opponent than Zeta Division, who Humble have just faced and defeated pretty easily.
Strong words from the predictions master. Strong words there indeed. I mean, I think this is quite close regardless. I mean, we don't know necessarily yet kind of like where Zeta sit now in this year's kind of like tier list, so to speak. And I kind of wonder whether it might be Oceanus. I don't know, I'm kind of eating my own words here. I have, for clarity, put Humble down as my prediction on event.brawlstars.com, where you should absolutely go and make sure that you place your own to ensure that you get those all-important star drops in your game by connecting your Supercell ID. I mean, Oceanus could well be that underdog that just go forwards, under the radar. They've got representation now, but that took a while. I mean, prior to that, for those who didn't understand what the translation was, their team name was effectively Little Pickle, which I kind of really like, to be honest. This is certainly a roster made of, players that go back a very long way and strong rivalries there to be played out. But guys, I'm going to be leaving this one to you. You're going to take the lead on this one. Trav, Kenny, take it away.
Well, 54% in favor of Humble here, and I do agree. I think it is this close. I would have probably said about 55 to 45 in favor of Humble. And, the community actually agreeing for once, because Humble, I think after their 8% of people got it correct against Zeta Division, more people are going to be siding with them now. Draft coming in, though, we're starting things off strong with an Amber.
think most people in this situation, you know, I think a good chunk of people would have picked Oceanus. I feel like that would have been kind of the 50-50 from the people at home with Foot Esports playing against him. And obviously it was neck and neck the whole way. But I don't think anybody expected to be here, so the community just kind of like, I don't know what to do, and they click a button. And that's how we get a 55-45-ish kind of answer. And I think that's very fair considering Humble did just defeat some world champions. We'll see if they can hold on here against Cube, Knob, and Angel Boy. Jesse coming in and Bo going to be the respective mids for each squad. But this map is nothing but chaotic, Trav.
Yeah, well, very aggressive off the start there as the Miko goes forward, and it's Semantic on that brawler. So obviously he's got pretty aggressive tendencies, so we'll see if he can, you know, actually manage to make this work here against OCG. But Nob starting things off with strong with 3 gems in hand, and Semantic maybe over-aggressing a bit there.
Yeah, tough situation to be in right now. Knob on this right-hand din, going to be looking inside. Boss down in the Shadow Realm, likely going to pop out here any moment now, and a minecart going to be meeting him right there. He does dodge the traffic as well. Nicely done as Semantic, looking to play aggressive, hop in, maybe even steal a few gems here. Scrappy on the ground as well, though, and Angel Boy will survive. Mines to cover this up, though. This is a tough spot to be in. Knob scoops up 3, Angel Boy with a couple more, so all is good, but more importantly, Humble have retrieved some great positioning.
Yeah, it's a nice bounce back here from the side of Humble. They managed to almost even out these gems now, and a little couple of jumps coming from Semantic, just keeping them low. You know, he's just cycling these shots, jumping on them over and over again, trying to cause a bit of an issue, get that super built up, and then go in for the killing blow on the gem carrier. So far, Cube really dominating this left-hand side against Boss, and now Semantic going in again. Hypercharge available, gonna just go for a couple more jumps on Angel Boy, burn through some of his shots, but he does go down once more. But super out of spawn can be a big issue.
It's going to be a tough situation to deal with, and now a 9,900 HP Scrappy on the ground as well. Angel Boy connecting the shots, grabbing the kill as well. Semantic the next victim. Bowmine's on the ground. They're going to have to spend time triggering these and make sure they're tiptoeing their way around a minecart. Some mines, so much going down here, not to mention an incoming Miko from out of frame as well. Knob backing up, goes down. Semantic grabbing these gems, and all of a sudden it's a red team countdown, trying to get out of dodge here. Angel Boy with a jump of his own, though, does grab the kill. Lukey safely there to grab these gems.
Semantic just landed and jumped over everything. The Cocoon was coming down, the Cordelius Realm was coming down, and he just evades absolutely all of it and gets all the gems for his teammates back to Lukey's hands. 11 gems in hand. Angel Boy trying to make something happen, and although Oceanus have had all the control all the way through, all it takes is that one Miko super.
Fantastic retake there from Humble. Excellent work, to say the least. And that Miko role can be a really tricky one to kind of balance, right? You want to be aggressive, but at the same time, you can't just be feeding supers. You can't be doing anything poorly there. It's a brawler that you have to play to perfection. And I think they drove that line pretty well, all things considered. You don't want to necessarily be the gym carrier. It can be a little tricky, but it's a great one to pop a super at the end game and just dash for free all the way back to your side. It's hard to overcome a minecart in that situation as well, too. I do think Oceanus were very much in that first game, but they got to hold on to those gems.
Yeah, I mean, they were very much in it. As you say, it's just that kind of make or break towards the end there. Nice jumps from Semantic here as well. Might be able to take down Angel Boy. Does just 184 HP left on his head. And this is actually a much better start for Humble, considering last game didn't really go their way off the start.
Angel Boy missing a pivotal super there too. Semantic able to take to the skies now. Cube left hand in, holding on. A minecart his biggest assistance right now, but he knows he has to back off in order to keep his teammates up. Successful defense, but it cost them a lot here. Angel Boy, a major pickup. Cube putting one in the cocoon as well. This is going to be an isolation play as well. Boss doing their best, but a great gadget pull there. Boss going to go down. It's actually Charlie who survives.
Yeah, it's nice from Luke to just be able to evade this minecart whilst being in the realm there. If anything, it kind of helped him. Gadget comes down, but Nob didn't fall for him, didn't get stunned by those mines of Lukey in that mid. A lot of Ambroil just kind of lurking on this now, and actually it does get burned down. Mythic Gear not going to be able to take advantage of that anymore, but Angel Boy going to come forward, going to use that hypercharge as well, and down he goes. Semantic looking to try and retrieve these gems. Angel Boy did get over it though. Hypercharge there too, and just the perfect play from Semantic. Doesn't pick up the gems, but takes them down in his spawn.
And now that the minecart is passed by, they can safely drop Scrappy on this left-hand end right here. It's not going to get run over for a minecart for a hot second here, but Bo able to step up, not able to hold on to positioning with the pressure that Semantic is applying right now. Knob forced away. Cube getting hit by an incoming minecart. Semantic underground, so won't take any damage from that. Knob low HP though. Semantic with just enough to hold on. Angel Boy has to be careful here. Some beautiful dodges would have been the job done there, but Lukey able to hold on. More importantly, they still got 9 gems on the other end. OCG have to reclaim reclaim entire map right now, or else this is all but dusted.
Yeah, Angel Boy's so low, and that's going to give Semantic an opportunity to go aggressive here. Going to use that gadget, go forwards, get the kill as well. 9-9, and a hypercharge available from Nob. That's going to help him out quite significantly through this mid here. If he just wants to throw it down and pick up this 11th gem, he should be able to do just that. Chooses to go for the Amber, and actually misses a slow on that as well. And now whilst trying to burn through, gets a double burn there with the super. Nico raining down, jumps straight back. Oh, it actually goes for the minecart. Takes it out in time. No ammo for Semantic, but still control in Humble's hands.
I thought that was going to be a runaway from Humble, but the pesky minecart strikes again. A sad face from Semantic, and a nice Shadow Realm there too, going to drag him down, but with 2 seconds to go, they need to rush forward. They don't grab him in time. All is well and good from Humble, and now Semantic can laugh. It's all good now that they haven't lost the game.
Yeah, I'm sure if they'd have lost it, it would have been quite a big issue and the reaction might have been a bit different. But I'm glad that they can laugh it off. Obviously, you know, I'm not sure if it was kind of an ammo issue or he just completely forgot to jump out on the minecart that dealt with him. But in the end, it did manage to work out anyway. His aggression, even though he did drop a few gems in their spawn, it did help them get control of the greater map.
I think big for the mental game here that they're able to laugh that one off, Trav. I mean, that could have been lethal if they end up losing that game due to 3 incoming minecart taps. That's crazy stuff. I mean, along with Bo, along with the minecart, there's just so much to juggle there. It's something we talked about on the APAC broadcast earlier too, but Bo can make you really think about that map way too much. 3 pro players, 3 mines in the ground, a Miko in the air there too. So much to juggle. So Oceanus had a lot in their hands.
Yeah, as well, not bringing that totem, obviously, which is going to charge the super faster. He brought in, you know, exploding the mines, and that's just an extra thing to think about. You can't kind of like try and bait them out when the bow's got vision of you. Otherwise, you're going to be getting hit by that stunned mine and getting a lot of damage coming through onto you as well. So there is so much to think about when that bow's on the map, but Semantic just playing it beautifully. You see, that was the first game. He managed to get the gems back to his teammates. He goes down along the way, but it's completely fine because getting the gems back to Luki is really what matters. And obviously, it was more of the same in the second one. Slight mistake here and there, but it still worked out in the end.
Yeah, I think pretty phenomenal gameplay there. We've seen a lot of good stuff from a Semantic day, especially on that Cordelius earlier. This time, outside of the minecart blunder, of course, he's been really good on this Miko. So some excellent start here for Humble. This is, again, a matchup that's 50-50. Humble did take down the resounding world champions, though. So for now, they're going to get a little bit of an edge in the predictions at home. But I do think it's fair to say that this is a little bit of unknown for us. It's a brand new team from Humble. Nob joining the fray for Oceanus Gaming. A lot going down here in EMEA month number 1, and I'm excited to see how it kind of unfolds.
Yeah, well, it seemed like definitely the battle between Angel Boy and Semantic there. Yes, they're going to be feeding a lot of kills to each other, but in the end, it wasn't really the kills that mattered, because it does seem like Oceanus Gaming have a considerable amount more kills than Humble, but it was just those kind of gem drops towards the end, which we saw, you know, throughout that Zeta game earlier as well. We saw a lot of gem drops towards the end, but that was kind of against Humble rather than for them. So I'm sure they'll be pleased about bringing this one back.
Angel Boy putting up 12 of his own there too. It's a player that I'm constantly going to be looking out for. I just think the mechanics that he brings to the table are so good. He's further down the line in his career as well, and I know he is very hungry to catch some wins. Got a taste of a monthly finals victory last year, got to go to the world stage, popped off at LCQ. He's accomplished a lot, but he's still setting out for more. He wants to rule Europe, get that world championship trophy hoisted up. I know he's going to do anything in his power to get there, but he's got a tough opponent on the other end. This unlikely crew of brawlers for Team Humble. Some special, Trav. I don't know. They found the mojo, though.
Yeah, it really is something special. It's really nice to see these kind of, as I said at the start, they're kind of a bit of a throw-together team, just being able to work together and provide this kind of gameplay in the first monthly final, because it's these early monthly finals that make or break your year. You know, we saw SK Gaming having to fight back so hard at the end and only really getting through thanks to the performances, you know, in SPS and those closing few monthly finals. But having a start and having good seeding for the qualifiers and for the monthly finals, it means so much for these players.
A huge confidence boost along with that too, to take down the world champion in your very opening debut of the broadcast. Pretty crazy stuff. It's definitely going to ride along with you. And now they've taken the first set off Oceanus as well. I think this is a really strong start for Humble. And again, momentum's a big thing. We've seen that make or break some teams here already this weekend, and I think it'll certainly be impactful for Europe. Again, it's a new year. Everybody's got a clean slate. Nothing about last year matters. It's all the future and the here and now. And for here and now, Humble 1-0 lead. We hop into Bell's Rock here. And it was kind of an interesting showing here in our broadcast earlier today, to be honest with you. Bonnie's somebody that showed up a lot. I don't see it as much as I have in scrims for Europe as I have APAC. Wouldn't surprise me nonetheless. Larry is somebody that I'm definitely keeping my eyes out for, though.
Yeah, and I mean, the changes to this map as well, obviously they've been implemented in the game for quite some time now, but seeing it reflecting competitive and how well the competitive players kind of reacted to that change and really enjoy it, obviously without the kind of water and the wall at the back, it makes it a lot easier to have this be a competitive map, and I think it's really, the competitive map is just excelling because of that. So it's really nice to see. Draft coming in, Angelo, Buster, Gene going to be banned out from the blue side, Oceanus Gaming, and the Miko, Sprout, and Meg bands coming in from the side of Humble. Lara and Laurie as the Oceanus first pick, and Charlie is the first from Humble.
And Bell to follow up as well. Bell was actually the most picked brawler, I believe, in the APAC region earlier today. So I believe she's somebody that's going to usually slip that ban stage, kind of show up as a great brawler later down the line. Nani's somebody I'd love to have my hands up on that matchup, though. I think a pretty well-rounded comp here for Humble. Going to be really pesky to deal with that tick as well. They do grab an assassin on the other end with Leon, though, to kind of handle that situation. So a little bit of back and forth here in terms of matchups. Again, though, I just love the state that Nani is in. I think Nani can do really well into other sharpshooters. Return to Cinder is an option for sure as well, just to have a heavy hitting shot back and punish the team for having good aim. I kind of love that mechanic, so I feel like Semantic can really bring it here if he's the pop-off player.
Yeah, Nani really shouldn't lose against any sharpshooter on this map if you're capable with it, and clearly Semantic is. Peep going to be coming out now, swinging back round, actually just going to run it straight into a wall because he sees Angel Boy trying to aggress him and doesn't really want to leave himself in a tough position, but at the end of the day, Tick with this range advantage should be dominating Cube all day long.
Yeah, maybe rushing that Nani Peep just a little bit there. Probably would have been a little wiser not to stand so close to the enemy side when they can tap some shots, especially as good of aim as they have on that side. Reverse polarity. There's the return to Cinder, a confirmation of that gadget. A tick head on the right-hand side. Angel Boy, a damage amplifier connecting now, has to face off against Nani. Cube trying to take on the world and can't quite do so. They clean up on the other end, and it's going to be a red roster round to kick us off in set number 2.
Well, this makes me a little bit scared for Oceanus now. In the first game, they definitely had some pushback, but in this set, it doesn't seem like they really have too much going on. Little lane swap now, but they're going to swap straight back, which gives Oceanus a bit of map control, but a return to Sender and a follow-up shot from Semantic almost brings Angel Boy down. The shield he got from hitting a couple of those shots definitely helping him out along the way. But another head available from Lukey, and that's going to go quite a long way when getting this control back.
Cube does have an exit option as well. Keep in mind, the middle of that map, like you pointed out earlier, no longer cut off. There's a wide opening in that grassy area, so it's going to force OCG to back off for now. Another Nani Peep coming in as well. No teleports. They want a direct connection. They connect to Angel Boy, and that's going to eliminate one, make it 2 brawlers here. Super on the map as well. Going to gain them plenty of positioning for a lone Nob, and Nob with nowhere to go. Taken down instantly. Humble continue to run away with this match.
But that's the thing, you know, Larry managed to get Laurie, didn't deploy it, didn't really get any use out of it all, so it kind of feels like the tick's just all over him all game, because he's cycling a couple of heads out by that point, you know, and if you got like maybe 3-4 heads on the map before Laurie even gets deployed, then that just shows how dominant that matchup is towards Tick, and it's really giving control of the greater map, just allowing both of the other sides to take their one-on-ones, and they're both one-on-ones that they should be winning.
Yeah, I think Cube, honestly, is the Larry, a better brawler on paper, right? I think Larry and Laurie have an argument to be one of the best, if not the best in the game still, despite all the nerfs they've gotten. I feel like Lukey's just played his role so well, though it's really annoying to kind of dodge those shots, a little bit easier to charge up from a long distance. All you need is 1 to 2 mines to connect, just for you to keep moving the needle a little bit. And just like you see here, Cube moved back instantly, just lobbing up shots, trying to get any tags that he can, but it's Humble with all the positioning and all the tags right now.
Yeah, little lane swap. They got a lot of the control, so they're able to do that. Gonna have to use a gadget there, but bounces back towards him and going to bring him down. Head comes in now, though, and a good pinch coming through. Lukey's going to be using that last hurrah, trying to survive out a little bit longer, but now with Larry on top of him, he should go down. Semantic follows suit, falls as well, and Oceanus take their first round.
Oceanus need to keep picking up rounds like this. They're already down 1 set. They're down 1 game in set number 2. They want to keep up here and not face a 2-0 deficit and force a reverse sweep again. They've done it once today, so I don't want to ever rule this team out. But I will say it's a lot harder than coming out with a lead up front. And once again, backed all the way up. Humble this time, though, need to hold on to this positioning, hit some shots, and make sure they aren't overcome by Oceanus Gaming.
Yeah, and with 3 supers on their side, it's definitely going to be difficult for them to kind of hold this control. Now Nob gets hit hard, though, has to back up, and a super actually used there by Semantic. Only seeing Nob, but actually swerves around that, and now he might be faced with a bit of aggression, gets the connection onto both Nob and Cube there, I believe, but Angel Boy playing this left-hand side really well, and obviously these aren't the matchups that Humble want now, and that's why they're struggling.
Now Humble going to be backed away as well. Nob with a little better positioning. More HP in himself as well. Cube trying to deal with this super. It's actually inbound. They don't have enough shots in the tank. No teammates there to save him. And it's going to cost him a life. Now 2. Angel Boy all by himself as a Bell. Has no realistic chance at this. 1 round away, and Humble will take a 2-0 victory.
And we just saw the Bell use super as well. Managed to get in the hypercharge along the way, but with no super along with it, becomes not pointless, but less useful. Return center there from Semantic as well, feeding a couple of shots towards Angel Boy, but now the super comes through, and Angel Boy coming forwards. Hypercharge can be activated to try and get it back. No bounce back, though, as the return to sender didn't get any use, as Angel Boy didn't follow up, as he kind of probably predicted that. But a cocoon available from Boss, which is going to be quite useful in those closing seconds if he can get in range.
That extra speed from the hypercharge may have made the difference, Trav. Angel Boy barely able to escape some tick mines there. They're gonna have to back away once again, though. The area control that Luki's providing for this team is excellent. Clearly, Boss on Nob is a matchup that they want to. I think they want to use these spiders. A beautiful cocoon tap as well. The yo-yo going back and forth. Somehow they take that down. Nob surviving with such low HPs. Now gonna have to dodge mines, make it a zone as well. 244. Somehow he is tiptoeing his way through all of it. Cube trying to back up his teammate here too. Angel Boy pressing the issue here as well. Hypercharge for Boss. Cube low HP finally goes down. Another one though. All of these spiders going to consume Angel Boy. Nob falls 2 and Humble 2-0 lead.
I mean, it promised to be a brilliant comeback there from Oceanus when we saw the Leon just evading all those shots and managing to heal up a little bit. But then as soon as that hypercharge was pressed by the Charlie, that's when issues started to arise. The spawners were spawning in right next to the Bell, which kind of leaves her hung out and dry, because that is not a good position to be in, and the rest of them kind of just fell one after another after another. Humble 2-0 up now, and this is a brilliant position for them to be in. 3 in a row needed from Oceanus, and let's not pretend like they didn't do it in the first game. I'm not saying they can't do it, but Humble they're really performing well right now.
They're looking fierce, and you can see it in Semantic's eyes. He is tickled to death to be here. They got a victory that I'm sure they were expecting, but a lot of the world was not expecting. Now they're up 2-0 against a very strong competitor who just reverse sweeped a different opponent. This match is going to have to really turn upside down. Oceanus haven't really felt like they've ever taken control here. We felt like there were some moments maybe in Minecart Madness where they had some opportunities, but it didn't feel like in this set that they really ever had the lead. It was always Humble. Maybe they got a round in there, but other than that, it felt like Humble were just in full control this whole time. I just haven't had any real moment of doubt in this Humble roster yet. And I think in order for Oceanus Gaming to kind of turn this around, they're going to have to put up some big numbers.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I think for the most part, we haven't really seen any individual performances from Humble either. They're just playing so well as a team, and I think their drafts just seem absolutely impeccable as well. So good. And the team play overall as well has been really smart. But look at that. Only 3 kills across the board from Oceanus, whereas we see 3 alone from Semantic, and not just that, but 7 from Boss and 2 from Luki as well.
Man, that is a huge mismatch there. I mean, this is a game mode where it's all kills, so no way around it. They got dominated. Humble have 12 kills, 4 times as many in that set as Angel Boy and Cube put up together. That's pretty wild. I mean, I think it was all in that 1 round maybe too, right? I think Oceanus Gaming put 1 on the board, and other than that, it was just Humble after Humble taking every single one of those rounds. The DPS reflecting that. Nob only able to piece together 33 DPS and 0 kills. I mean, that is a tough look for this side. Gonna have a huge turnaround here if they want a chance at this one.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, 3 in a row is tough for anybody, but when you know, Oceanus, who haven't started well in this game, against a team like Humble, who have been performing incredibly well all day long, then it's a big ask. 3 sets in a row to be faced off against this, you know, absolutely miraculous team that Humble have just come together and just dominated, you know, the region so far.
Oceanus Gaming, not to mention too, already had to do this once, and they have done it. Fair enough, but that is a very draining thing. You got to convert a lot of energy, a lot of mental power, a lot of gameplay just into getting yourself to the next match. Now they're just looking for 1 set at a time. That's a tough thing to overcome for any team here. I'm curious if they can dig deep, maybe take a set, maybe 2, who knows. But for now, they need to focus on the one in front of them. Down 2-0, I mean, Trav, I'm not going to speak into existence too soon, but I can't say it enough. I mean, Humble have been so impressive. This is a team that came out of nowhere. This is not a team that was a front runner for EMEA. I would say this wasn't even a projected maybe top 3 team before this match started. I think this is just awesome to see. It's great to see 3 players pick themselves together, kind of come from way different rosters, not really ever playing together either. It's just 3 really solid players putting on a show.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you know, you said it. I don't think coming in today, this team was really viewed as that much of a threat. But when you defeat the world champions and then come on to, you know, be 2-0 up against a team like this, who is such strong talents like Angel Boy, Nob, Cube, all incredible players, and to be dominating teams like this, it makes you a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, heading on to Excel and Bounty now, it's a, you know, a new map to the pool this year, and I do really like it. Obviously, see a bit of a long-range gap in the middle, but also some throwers can still be viable as well, thanks to all the walls when you kind of cross that point.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Rico here as well through our monthly qualifiers process. All these walls, unless you have a wall break, Rico is going to be able to get some easy angles here as well. Throwers are going to shine, and as a result, there's going to be the ultimate game of countering the throwers, so you might get some aggressive brawlers here. Off stream as well, when I was watching Stream B, I saw Jackie on this map. I saw Shelly on this map from our quarterfinal 3. A lot of interesting stuff can go down, but Gray is a power player here. I think that's going to be a great way to try and deal with throwers and also have that long-range kind of capability. I mean, it won't match up into something like Piper, don't get me wrong, but at least you got that long range, you got a walking cane to open up the map or grab some enemy brawlers, and you've got the dimensional doors which can get you across the map.
Yeah, I really do love a Gray, I will say. And Body, obviously, with this gear now, supercharged gear, you get the super in 3 shots, which means you can go aggressive on, you know, whoever you want, whether that be Piper, whether it be probably Piper or Leon at this point, because you don't really want to be going towards Cordelius when they have that super. Obviously, Miko coming in as well, going to be going very, very aggressive. So that's obviously the approach that Humble are going with throughout, you know, this entire competition.
They're already going to grab the lead as well. The blue star being the difference right now. Lukey, the main man, does have a teleport ready. And once again, Semantic back on the Miko. Exciting stuff. A beautiful dive away, though, from Angel Boy to get out of arm's reach. Only 500 HP, but will survive. They're going to rely on the lollipop drop for now to give them coverage. That means it's easy pickings for that walking cane, and now the map going to be opened up even more.
Yeah, well, Semantic moving forward once again with all of them kind of backed off into spawn. Oh, perfectly timed jump from Semantic, and now continuing his aggression. We're going to be punished for it. Surely should be punished for it. But staying in the spawn, using another shot from Angel Boy, resetting that, but actually did provide the lead to Oceanus now. But I think with this competition, you've kind of got to keep up with this aggressive stance, and just lands on the walking cane as he almost goes down there. But 4 stars on Angel Boy's head, and that's going to be the prime target.
I think the aggression's fine too, but they have to get the follow-throughs as well, and Lukey and Boss just really weren't set up or in a position where they could dive in without giving themselves up as well. So Semantic just going to keep feeding for now. 3 supers available for Humble, though, and again, this is a team that can make one final push and be an absolute threat. Boss holding on to a super here too, out of frame, and now looking to get in frame. Angel Boy diving away, looking for some perfect timing. I think the Shadow Realm actually pulled Semantic out of that. I think that's going to be a bad thing for this side as well. The invisibility not panning out there either. 4 stars being the difference. Semantic landing, trying to jump away, but to no avail. 5 stars remaining, and Oceanus Gaming could put a game on the board.
Yeah, it's a fine trade for Semantic, who gets 4 for the price of 3. Can't complain too much about that, especially with 15 seconds still on the clock, and not staying quite aggressive, but a hypercharged cube coming forwards. Now that's going to be a big issue, but maybe over-aggressing too much, taking some pressure off, though. TP available. Boss can't be too far off a jump either, and Semantic going in now. Realm there as well, but Lukey going to TP forwards. Angel Boy jumps, but it's not just too soon. Blue Star decides it. 17-17, and Oceanus still in the running.
After all this hard work, they finally grab a game, Trav, but that was the most stressful one we've maybe had today. I think that would have been maybe a little less close of a call. Leon going in maybe a little early there. I mean, that's getting nitpicky, but he still had about 8 seconds on the board by the time he went down. It's okay that he goes down, but he has to buy enough time for his teammates to get away, and that was just not something that happened there. But nonetheless, a win's a win, and Oceanus Gaming can finally get one on the board. They need to put up one more game, though, to extend us to a set 4.
Yeah, I think, the aggression, it has to be there, but they're just going to be a bit more cautious about it. Lukey now attempting not to get baited out by that lollipop drop, and actually doesn't hit anything in the end, as it does get brought down quite quick before that. Just bunching up now. If Semantic goes in, they could be able to burn him down quite quickly, unless he jumps over all their ammo pretty much. But now starting to fan out, get a bit of control back, and having to tank for Bonnie now is not what you want to be doing.
Blue Star residing with Humble here, looking to pick up a game here. and a match point along with it. Angel Boy with a connection, though, going to hold any idea of that for now. Blue Star still with Humble, but more importantly, the kill lead going with Oceanus. Lukey holding on to the Super 2. I'm curious to see if he tries to get a big pop-off play, dive in, baited out of Angel Boy, but a missed walking cane there is not going to be good for them. A pushback actually from Angel Boy. I love this choice, and for now as Cube gets the follow-through shots, invisibility as well to keep himself alive. Angel Boy tapping here too. It's going to be 6-1, and now Oceanus extending the lead a little bit.
Yeah, 6-1 is not something that's going to be easy to come back from Humble. They're going to need kind of a last desperate push and hope that it works out well, or is Oceanus going to be bringing this set back? Lollipop drop place down, and now they'll pull through it from Lukey, but Boss obviously just using his supers, not going to be in the best spot to get another one. Picks up one of those mushrooms as well along the way, which isn't going to be too helpful. Miko with the super. I don't even know if we really saw this out the last one. With Cube running away from it, Kill still an eye on him from Semantic, gets the landing onto him, but nothing else follows, and it's just one by one dying.
Signs of life coming in from Oceanus Gaming, kills piling up alongside it. And all they have to do is survive 15 seconds on the clock here. Up 9 stars. They just have to keep all of their members up and not lose Cube. If Cube is the one that stays alive, they should be good. He's going to hypercharge on out of there. Invisibility is going to pay off. Humble has no idea where he is at this point, and he's going to be safely in the enemy spawn. A little extra taunt, maybe insult on the wound to win that game. Nicely done there. Leon knew he had to stay alive, and that's all they had to do to survive at game number 2. So once again, Humble back to the drawing board. Not quite at a spot where they can take this match home, but they're still in prime position.
Well, we know what happened before when they were 2-0 down and brought it back to 2-1. They managed to get the following 2 sets as well against FUT Esports, so it's not really the most incredible position for them, but still. You know, bringing it back little by little. Even if it's just this one set, at least it's closer than that 3-0 would have been. And Humble, obviously, looking a little bit like they've got, you know, a few holes here. They can be beaten, as Oceanus are just showing us now with that 1 set in Bounty. Still, Safe Zone and Dueling Beals will be the next 2, so still need another 2 on top of it. But Humble, definitely not unbeatable.
Giving themselves some hope here too. You saw the first smile come out of Cubic. He's been very serious. I mean, I feel like he's been pretty locked in, toothpick in mouth, just ready and rearing to go. And finally, we see a brother smile. Just a little hope for himself, knowing that no matter what, they are still in this. They got to keep in mind, they did get a reverse sweep over a very good team in this region earlier today. They can compete with the best of them. And even though they've added knobs, still verdict out on if this roster has what it takes to be one of the best in the region. They're in top 4 for a reason. I think Humble, somebody that still has yet to prove themselves as well. Sure, they took down Zeta Division, but again, 2024 is a clean slate. The nation's still figuring out how to predict these matches, what's going to happen. I mean, it was 55-45. We expected this to be a close match as a community. I'm glad Oceanus Gaming have started delivering that.
Yeah, well, 2-2-2 from Humble, even across the board, but that's just not going to be enough when 5-2-5 is what Oceanus bring to the table. Obviously, big performances from Angel Boy and Cube there. We're the ones with the majority of the stars. But just, you know, the aggression was there from Humble, and that's what they needed, but it was just not controlled aggression. I think that's the kind of issue they had going in 1 by 1. And, you know, you can especially say Semantic was doing that quite a lot, which I understand you have to do it with Miko. You can't just sit around and not try and get your super and not try and get the kills that you should be getting. But when all 3 of them are there, it's a difficult position to just go in on your own.
It's a hard role to play. I think a fair point. You know, Miko is somebody that you can't really be passive with him, right? He's an assassin-esque brawler. It's a really hard one, though, to balance the slow reload, to make sure you're getting the proper taps. You have to jump away at the right time. You have to know when to attack. Miko is not the easiest brawler in the world to thrive with, and we've seen him do that today. That set, though, gave him a little bit tougher of a matchup, a little bit more trouble. I think Oceanus were more prepared in how to play it after their first experience going against the Semantic Miko. Impressive stuff from Oceanus, but I think Humble didn't necessarily have a super poor set there. If that's the worst we get from them, I think they're still going to be okay.
Yeah, no, I think the same way. I think, you know, if that's scraping the barrel from Humble, if that's the bottom of the, if that's the bottom from them, then I think they've got a pretty good chance of going quite far this year, because they still looked good when losing. You know, there was a few little moments where team play could have taken over and they could have done a bit better through that, but I think Oceanus overall just played that range game well. They picked off a few kills, and obviously Angel Boy was the main man on that with that Piper, just getting the shots that he needed to deflate the pushes and force them to come in 1 by 1 was definitely a big selling point for Oceanus there.
This is another year 2 of experience for this roster as well. I mean, Cubic is no stranger to the scene, but Nob, a little newer, I would say, to the big time, making the big monthly finals, being on the main stage, the world's eyes on him. Angel Boy, another year of experience, another world finals experience, LCQ having to pop off for his team. He's no stranger to the limelight. I'm really excited to see this player continue to progress. Angel Boy was one of my favorite brawlers to watch last year. He can do well on sharpshooters, on tank brawlers, any X-Factor kind of brawler you need. Angel Boy is going to fill that role quite well. His team's going to need him here for this one as well. Safe Zone, a very interesting map right now. Considering what the ban stage has looked like recently, a lot of Nanis and Pipers, we've said it a ton. Tanks were the way of the road in 2023, but 2024 started off with a lot of sharpshooters due to our map pool, due to the balance changes, so it shakes things up a little bit. We're all over the place. 8-bit banned, Eve banned, Colette. Excellent for this map. Don't blame Oceanus at all for taking that first. On the other end, though, they are going to get their hands on some of the sharpshooters that were left untouched in the ban stage.
Yeah, well, obviously, I kind of expect that Angelo to be banned out, but the Bonnie coming in now, obviously, as we mentioned, 3 shots and a super is what it takes now if you use that supercharged gear. So, not the worst of picks, and especially on a map like this where you can just jump towards that safe. But Chuck coming in now, make or break then for Humble and their last pick. Surely you've got to reach for something like, I was going to say Cordelia's, something like that, to just be able to shut it down. But it's going to be Amber. And I mean, yes, it's going to be able to slow people down with the mythic gear in certain situations, but is it going to be able to defend against a Chuck? I don't know.
I thought the Cordelius was going to be preventing them from going Chuck on the other end, because it's a great counter into that. With the Shadow Realm, you just make one connection. Angel Boy, or excuse me, whoever would have played Chuck, of course, on the other end, would have just been dragged to the Shadow Realm. I mean, they would have just been able to eliminate that immediately. But Nob's going to have a tricky situation here, playing into some long-range brawlers, having to play a very good defense for his team, not really going to be used for offense. That's going to be Angel Boy's role, so I'm excited to see what he can do with Chuck on this map.
Yeah, well, 111 now, and just breaking up some of these walls so we can maneuver a little bit more. Can't really blame him for it, but Angel Boy going in once more, burned down there, and the Amber does deal with him quite nicely, along with some help from Piper. And now going forwards, Nob's going to be defending against Boss when he did jump in. Obviously, they got a bit of a damage lead now, 3,400 damage going towards that safe, but Cordelia's just making a run for it, and Boss really can't do too much about it. Choke towards the safe now as well, and that's adding some more damage, but also some damage on the Oceana safe too.
Angel Boy with a damage gear is lethal. Not to mention Cube running into, that's about 10% every time that Colette takes a super. That doesn't include hypercharge supers or damage gear supers either, which is exactly what Cube gets here. And just like that, the match ends in the blink of an eye. Chuck and Colette piece that safe up. And Oceanus, 1 game away from the magical set number 5.
Well, I mean, you've got to be scared now if you're Humble, haven't you? Regardless of how well you played through the first game, the first couple of sets of this one as well, you've got to be worried because Oceanus just walked over them in that game. Clearly the power of the toothpick coming through now, but no. Just choosing to wait down on this round side, and obviously they did take that brawl to prevent it being used against the Chuck. Need to be quick before he sets up here. Doesn't get the post down, which is a really good sign for Humble early on.
That's huge for Humble. The fact that he wasted basically a life there with getting no super on the ground, now he's going to have to charge up another post, climb his way up the map without a post already in place. I actually think that's a very big deal. Angel Boy no longer can start by placing the one down in the high safe. He's just got to settle for the middle of the map right now. A Shadow Realm trying to pierce through, but not successful here. Semantic fighting in the underworld right now against Nob. Nob just trying to do his best as a short-range brawler in this long-range brawler matchup, and Humble succeeding right now and even opening up the map, which I think only plays in their favor.
Yeah, well, he did get that top post, but now he's taken away the second post. So therefore, he's going to kind of set that up again, which isn't going to be too hard off the spawn. And with Humble really not punishing this control that they've had by getting damage on the safe, it's not the end of the world, as it's kind of just like starting the game, but a bit later on.
Well, they reestablished that right-hand end. I think, again, that start really lethal for the side of Oceanus Gaming. They're struggling to kind of come back from that. Finally, they can get across the board and provide some damage output. But Humble in the driver's seat right now. 3 brawlers in the middle of the map firing down the lane. Nob gets a kill on the boss, which is very important. Semantic trying to multitask here. Does grab one, looking for a second. Nob gets the follow-up as well. And now Cube with a hypercharge available dives in. 5,000s galore. And they bring that save just to about 53%.
Yeah, and it's a lot of damage, but is it worth the death? Boss going to try and get forward here. Gets his super as well. Now Luki and Semantic powering forwards. But Angel Boy's going to bounce straight back to that post. Can they get a finish off now? Piper's going to go for the jump in. Little auto aim on save. Couple of shots. Not sure if that was really worth jumping forwards for, but Bonnie's got the jump now. Angel Boy needs to go, but he's actually maybe going to get out cut short by Boss. Hypercharge there from the Cordelia's coming in, just going to go straight towards that safe, but Semantic and Luki defend well.
I think they knew they needed to go in, and that's why Humble got so aggressive there. It's going to be Cube diving and Angel Boy following up as well, and they get to the safe first. Oceanus Gaming with another opportunity for a reverse sweep today.
I mean, rushed there, I feel coming in. I mean, yes, you know that he's going to be powering forwards, but they did take that death a little bit too fast. You know, the Amber went for that damage onto the safe with the super, but really no control, no damage from all the control that Humble had early on, and I think that's kind of what they punished, what Oceania punished them with, because you know, when you have that control and you, as you said, it means so much to have that post not being established early on up top and therefore having to work for it once again. They didn't really get anything from that. They had the control, but I think in the end it was maybe like 20% damage, and that's just not enough to compete with the Chuck.
We see Cubic cracking a smile. Same toothpick in mouth too. He's comfortable. He's settling in. They're really feeling themselves right now. I just think the combination of Colette and Chuck, how do you defend that? I don't care what brawlers are on the other end. That is a very hard thing to deal with. There's so much DPS output and so many easy maneuvers that you can get to that high safe, right? You got Chuck, who basically gets there for free. We saw Angel Boy mess up a little bit there in game number 2's beginning. Didn't get that post down, but he made up for it. And even despite the mess up, they were still able to get there with plenty of time on the clock. It got a little closer in game number 2. But with all the DPS and the ease of access to getting that high save, I think that's what made that comp so good and really allowed for them to shine. Nob just full defensive mode. Cube able to use supers to get in and out real quickly. Love that combination of Colette and Chuck coming in from the left-hand side.
Yeah, well, now Humble need to lock in, need to get this last set on the board, otherwise there's going to be another reverse sweep for Oceanus Gaming and a lot of confidence for them going into the final. I mean, kill-wise, Humble have done a pretty good job, 739, Lucky with a lot of them there, but Oceania 673, not as many, obviously, but still, they didn't need the kills because they were just bouncing onto safe.
One reverse sweep is impressive, Trav. Can't remember the last time this same team in the same monthly finals pulled off back-to-back reverse sweeps. Would be kind of crazy if it happened. It hasn't happened yet, but Oceania's Gaming have been here before. They're certainly getting comfortable. Look at him. That's my champion that I picked in my predictions. I saw that toothpick in that man's mouth, and I knew I was in good hands.
I mean, he cracks a smile every now and again, but for the most of the time, he's completely locked into the game. Obviously, he should be probably drafting around about now, so obviously just having these kind of discussions with his teammates about what to pick, because in the past couple, they have outdrafted their opponents. First 2 sets really didn't go their way thanks to those drafts, but once they kind of locked in, and I feel like they got these drafts right, and still, they've played well all the way through. But when the draft started to click for them, they started to get those wins back.
Definitely some mechanically good players, so if they got a draft on their side, I'm not betting against them. But Humble, same to be said for them, man. I think against Zeta Division, they were pretty flawless in the draft stage. It really showed in the results as well. And again, it's all about coming down to how you play it, right? But the draft at a professional level is everything. It makes or breaks setting yourself up for success. If you have a good draft, way more likely to win. If you have a bad draft, you have to overcome so much. And I feel like both of these teams have really found that. Obviously, the last couple haven't gone Humble's way, but throughout the day, I would say I'm pretty impressed with what Humble have brought to the table. It's all going to come down to the wire here in a set number 5. And what the community viewed as a 50-50 kind of matchup, I couldn't ask for much better in month number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, you know, Humble, they have really been locked in with their draft. If you can outdraft Zeta, then, you know, you've got something going right in your your strategy and stuff, because it's rare that they can be outdrafted at all, never mind outplayed as well, which Humble did. And as I said, outdrafted the first couple of sets here, but from there, it kind of just feels like maybe they're putting a bit too much faith in this Bonnie, a bit too much faith in this kind of aggressive kind of stance on it. Whereas, you know, maybe they do just want to play a bit more slow, a bit more composed, you know, find their footing again. And obviously it's a bit late to find their footing when it's the deciding set, but I think that's something that they might just have to consider.
And a tough final map for this too. A lot of pressure as we go into Dueling Beetles. 1 set to determine who will go to the first grand finals for the 2024 calendar year in EMEA. Some tough opponents on the other end too. So winning here isn't the only job they need to get done, but for now, a big amount of points on the line here. Getting to that grand final in month number 1 is huge, and EMEA especially too, considering how deep this region is. I think we had, what, 1,000 teams something sign up for this qualifier stage 2, so there's a lot of competitors out here. Being consistent is huge, and establishing that in month number 1, a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not only are you getting cash points for getting to these finals, but I mentioned it a few times, it is about those you know, that seeding too, how much it means in the qualifiers to, you know, be top 4, which obviously both of these teams are going to be now. Be top 4, be top 2. It gets you against those not lesser opponents, but it just makes you run through a little bit simpler, a little bit more smooth sailing. That's why these early months are so influential for the rest of the year. And obviously with only 5 monthly finals this year, it becomes even more influential.
More difficult, and like you said too, you bring up a great point. Monthly qualifiers points are a lot. Even those upper bracket points go a long way, especially in a region with so many extra rounds just due to the size of it, right? Europe is a huge region. We got MENA on top of it as well. There's a lot of teams that encompass this giant region, and so getting those extra points, 2 points versus 1 in the lower bracket versus upper bracket, I mean, to think about it too, Zeta Division being in a upper bracket team getting knocked down in that first round, that's a big deal. There's going to be 1 to 2 points that separate a couple teams because of these early exits. It's going to be pretty wild going to month number 2, and because of that, there's going to be some wild seedings happening in next month monthly qualifiers. So the further along you can make it in month number 1, the better you set yourself up for the long run here. And again, I don't envy either of these teams. Dueling Beetles is a brutal and high pressure situation to put a set 5 on.
Yeah, well, Larry and Laurie going to be coming through then as the first pick from Humble. Bouncing over to the Oceana's side, we're going to go for the Jessie. I do like a Jessie. I think it's a pretty solid pick. If you can establish your turret behind those opponents' walls and get the slows and get the value off it, then it really does go a long way. Stu up next as well. We saw the name playing that Brawler on this map earlier, and it was absolutely incredible to see. Bell going to be taking down one of these sides. It's a bit of a ranged option, and then Sam choosing not to go for that kind of defensive route, but a bit more aggression once more.
Ooh, and Cordelius to round out the comp too. They have a direct answer into Sam now. Do really like this. I'm with you too. Jessie in a great spot. This is arguably one of her best maps as well. If you can get good positioning on the map and set up Scrappy, it's going to be tough. And now with a hypercharge as well and 9,900 HP on a turret, it's going to be really difficult to take that down. Great job so far for Humble though. Boss taking care of business. He doesn't need to stay up. He just needs to make some good trades. As a result, it's going to be Lukey and Semantic. Be able to place 3 nest eggs down. Lukey in prime position. This could be a tough one for Oceanus to overcome.
Yeah, brilliant from Boss, and obviously Cordelius just doing a little bit of a jump there across the mid, trying not to get hit on his way through. But some shots coming through now from the Bell, bouncing back and forwards off Cube. Double pull back in from Boss. Brilliance from Humble. Triple kill, and what we thought was going to be a really tough matchup for that Sam against the Cordelius. It doesn't matter because he's just running away from it.
The ultimate reverse sweep now needed, Trav. They are getting dusted in this game right now. Nob finally able to get a Shadow Realm connection there onto Boss. Lukey and Semantic, though, still hovering in the mid here, able to claim very valuable percentage points, and the damage may already be dealt. Angel Boy going to do his best here to handle Semantic. Going to be able to somehow dodge that nest egg. Probably doesn't even know it's there. Finally connects, barely survives, but only 5% needed, and I think Boss alone might have enough HP to get there.
Yeah, I was going to say, just Sam running on over and over again, and Cube does actually kind of use his hypercharge there. I don't know if it's to get up the map or maybe it seemed like a bit of a waste. Boss just going to run now, take that percentage up a little bit further, but Cordelius going to drag him back into that realm, which opens up a bit of a gap there for Lukey. And now Semantic going to be able to finish this one off. Match point coming up next for Humble, but I think it can turn really fast if they just get that Sam under wraps.
If they focus the Sam and address it early, I think that's their best bet here. They kind of just let Humble take over really early on. Positioning is huge, of course. It's hot zone. You have to own the middle area. You have to be touching down on the hot zone. But especially for a composition that has somebody like a Jessie that relies on positioning, that has to be able to get Scrappy into those good positions to hold that lead, that was something we just never saw happen. For all intents and purposes, they did get 40%, but I would say that was a pretty big blowout coming in from Humble here, and this is not the start you're looking for. Boss getting a one. Angel Boy forced to pop off here, and he narrowly survives, but it's still Semantic and Boss plenty healthy in the mid and able to establish even more nest eggs.
Yeah, Boss missed through his super there as well. Does manage to pick it up and get some heals off it once more, and nice taps from Semantic coming through. Angel Boy forced to super out, and that should be a quick couple of snipes, but Neste really didn't do too many favors there. Boss coming back through, getting the healing off his knuckle busters now, and comes through a double kill, triple kill. Everybody on Humble playing phenomenally, and this is match point 2. Oceanus needs something, and they need something quick.
They're gonna have to find it in themselves. Again, the ultimate reverse sweep now necessary. Angel Boy doing everything in his power to tap the enemy side, but Sam with so much HP just sitting idly by, doesn't need to do too much. Larry going to survive as well. Nob trying to heal himself up. A turret going down in the final hour. Angel Boy has to find a way up here. Nob gonna have to play impeccable defense, but the offense coming in from Humble. This one looking very bleak for the side of Oceanus.
Yeah, well, Boss coming back in now can just cycle out these lives and get some percentage, but obviously with Oceanus kind of catching up as fast as they are, should be able to go down now. Luki gets the kill. Realm, though, and Boss wins that too. 3v1, 25% all that is left. Cube needs an absolute miracle right now, and I don't think a miracle's going to happen.
The magic running out here for Oceanus. They made one reverse sweep happen, but asking for 2 in a row might be an awful lot, especially considering it's against a team who took down the 2023 world champions. Semantica's back and better than ever. And now he's even got an interesting mask on. All right, interesting smile, weird way to celebrate, but nonetheless, I'm not going to take it away from him. Humble going to the grand finals.
Yeah, a bit of an odd spike mask, isn't it, really? It's quite a bit of a cursed picture, that, really, seeing Semantic in this. But at the end of the day, you know, celebrate how you won. You've just won. You've just got to the grand finals. I mean, I'm not going to complain if you want to put a mask on to celebrate.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, it is an interesting... Yeah, I would say it's an old style spike one. It got kind of the purple going. I don't know. Not what I expected. I think it's a happy face, right? I think Spike's going for the happy face there. Should be happy. He won. He's in the grand finals. He should be happy. That's a happy face.
I mean, he definitely should be happy. I'm not sure if that was happy or kind of just neutral Spike face, to be honest with you. But I'm sure Semantic underneath is going to be cracking a smile because he has obviously just made it to the grand finals, topped off on more on more of those points, and obviously more of the cash along the way as well. But still can get that first place, so he's not going to want to stop just there.
I mean, this is huge for seeding. This is huge ramifications for the region and how we start off the 2024 year. This changes up how we see teams just in this region alone. They've beaten Zeta Division. They've taken down a really good roster. I mean, Nob kind of joining the fray here a little later last year. But nonetheless, this is several members of this team made the world final situation. That's as far as Semantic went last year as well. Has 2 teammates now that are brand new to him. They're all just kind of thrown together, figuring this out as they go. All of them kind of aspiring for more than what they did last year. And somehow, some way, this magical trio pulling some strings, making it happen. I was really surprised, though. We saw Oceanus Gaming with 2 straight sets of pure brilliance. And then set number 5 happens, and you can see it in the damage numbers. 10 kills for Semantic, 9 for Boss. Luki with some high DPS, too. It didn't feel like Oceanus really ever got in a spot to have a chance in set number 5.
Yeah, locked in spawn from start to finish for the most of it, at least. Came out towards a bit of the end of both of those games once I imagine those gadgets and those, the supers were kind of used up a bit. They started to push out, but then instantly, Boss back again. Sam just running onto the zone, Luki running onto the zone, Semantic as well. Everybody just kind of focusing down on that focal point when there's only 10% needed left. I mean, there's no reason not to do that.
Semantic with 430 DPS. That's some high DPS. This might be maybe the highest I've seen in a long time. It seems the people at home took notice of that too. It's gonna be Semantic for MVP. The very vocal man, not afraid to be happy. Love to see the emotion, man. At the end of the day, this guy is always having fun. Even when he's down, you could see it earlier. He wasn't frowning. He wasn't raging. He stayed locked in. He did his thing, and now he's, I'm sure, celebrating alongside teammates in the VC, happy as can be, and now with an opportunity to be 2024's first grand finals winner for a monthly final in EMEA. That's a wild thought to me.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's fair to say for both of these teams as well. You know, even when Cube was down, when he was down 2-0, his face didn't really change. He was still locked in, still as, you know, not happy, you know, not as happy as he could be because he was down 2-0, but he was locked in, he was focused on the game, and that's when they started to claw things back. Just feel like it wavered a little bit at the end once more.
Yeah, set number 5 just wasn't for them. And I think that's still a strong showing for them, though. I think they have some stuff to build off of. I think they've proven to themselves that they are good enough to compete with just about anybody. You almost pulled off 2 reverse sweep, a successful first reverse sweep in quarterfinals. This is a team you can never really count out. I think that's a big deal for the confidence moving forward. And in future months as well, I expect we'll be seeing more from those fellas.
Yeah, well, that's semi-final number 1 out of the way. We'll be back with semi-final number 2 after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And here are the news. SK Gaming's Brawl Stars head coach Pedro Guijaro went hiding for several days. Rumors say that he is on the lookout for a new team.
You've got a feel for SK. Out in 3rd to 4th at this World Finals.
More news. LEC team reappeared after 1 week. There are reports about dragons and singing mushrooms. Moving moving on to the weather forecast for tomorrow.
New season. Are you ready?
Yeah, it's about time.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm on my way, I'm coming. Don't lose faith in me.
Gather the team. You got this.
¿Cómo vas?
Aquí ves, cocinando.
Ya veo. Anda, sube al coche. To your left.
Finally, you pick me up.
Oh, I didn't know you were here.
Do we already have a plan?
Yeah, I have El plan. But better.
Okay, let's get the trophy.
Hope. What's my definition of success? Listening to what your heart says. Standing up for what you know is right what everybody else is. Tucking into between the legs. What's my definition of success? Creating something no one else can. Being brave enough to dream big. Dragging when you're told to just quit. Giving more when you got nothing left. It's a person that'll take a chance on something they were told could never happen. It's a person that can see the bright side through the dark times when there ain't one. It's when someone who ain't never had nothing ain't afraid to walk away from more profit because they'd rather do something that they really love and take the pay cut. It's a person that can take the failures in their life and turn them into motivation. It's believing in yourself when no one else does. It's amazing.
Nah, that's too nearly.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars, the championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, where it has been quite the day in the EMEA region. Twists and turns and unexpected results all along the way. Our predictions are in the mud, boys. I'm pleased to tell us all, but nonetheless, we're here for it all. Humble, the first team to make it to today's grand final after knocking out the reigning champions of Zeta Division at the first hurdle, and then following through with that absolutely close finale there against Oceanus Gaming. Great stuff to see. It was BC Gaming that came out on top against Eclipse Esports and SK Gaming with the most convincing scoreline of the day forwards into our next semi-finals. It will be BC Gaming versus SK Gaming. A banger lineup, Trav.
It really is. Both of these teams are absolutely incredible. I mean, BC Gaming, they've still got a lot to prove, right? Eclipse are... I don't think there's much argument. They were probably one of the weaker teams in this monthly final. They came out on top of those in a 3-2. So it was a very, very close game as well. And they were trailing for the majority of it too. So I think they've still got a lot to prove. I think beating SK Gaming would be the point to prove, but I just don't really see it happening.
It's going to be a tough ask. Absolutely so. I mean, as have our predictions on event.brawlstars.com. Let's be honest, hopefully at home, you're doing a little bit better than ourselves here on the casting disc. But it has been that kind of day in EMEA. I mean, that just goes to show what the level of competition is this year. Unexpected is definitely so far the name of it. And make sure that you are connecting your Supercell ID over there on event.brawlstars.com and make sure that you get those star drops coming in. I've got a couple here myself already as well. So not too shabby for me. But let's draw in Kenny Tools, BC Gaming and SK Gaming. BC Gaming, the lesser of these two rosters in terms of what we know about them and what we've seen from the start, but nonetheless, they're looking really good today.
BC Gaming certainly making their presence felt. Tomzy, Mewtwo, Salty, all really good players. I think in fairness to what Trav was kind of getting at earlier, though, still have a lot to prove. Awesome to see Berlin City Club kind of get involved here. We see BC Gaming picking up these phenomenal 3 players, and they're going to give it a go here in the EMEA region this year after a strong showing at the World Finals. I think they chose an excellent set of underdogs here to kind of put their cards on. I'm interested to see how they do, and I think SK Gaming would be a great way to prove that they deserve to be here and deserve to be taken very seriously.
Well, for Salty, for sure. I mean, this is his best performance to date. You know, FA Mr. Dosar last year never escaped the quarterfinals, but they, qualified for February, March, and August, but each time lost in that first stage. Twice the reply totem, once to now or never. And Mewtwo as well. Again, this is his first PSC performance to date, so already making waves. Tomzy, of course, the most known in this roster. Made LCQ last year when he was on the team roster for Humble. Didn't quite make it to that final stretch into the World Finals, but nonetheless looking to do good this year. And I feel like his performance so far today has been really, really solid for me. I love the way that they approached that difficult matchup against the Clipsar Esports, which was a very grueling one, to say the least. And of course, SK Gaming. I mean, Trav, there's a lot to say about SK Gaming, isn't there? Let's be honest, we've covered them many, many times over the years, but today, certainly, all eyes are on them.
Yeah, I mean, we've covered them, year after year after year, but this team, it's just so different to what they kind of usually go for. I feel the aggression that this team brings to the table is definitely not something SK Gaming have been doing for the past few years. They usually kind of adapt that really defensive play style, and how they played against Reply Totem, completely destroying them, quite frankly, in a 3-0. It was some of the most attractive gameplay I've seen in a long, long time, and I really enjoyed watching it.
They made the grand finals last year in April and August, but didn't actually get towards earning a monthly finals win. Will they get their first in 2024 to start things off with a bang? Of course, a flying performance in the World Finals last year, making it to the semi-finals. They were knocked out by STMN, but the reverse sweep against Foot Esports in that group stage, beating Tribe Gaming on day 2 in the quarterfinals to a 3-1 scoreline. They really did turn their year around. They didn't qualify for the first 2 months last year, so already they are starting things off in a really nice fashion. And I'll be honest, they looked pretty scary for me, Kenny, against Reply Totem earlier today.
They sweeped Reply Totem. I mean, that's a crazy feat, especially considering that is a powerhouse of a roster on the other end as well. SK Gaming, a little newness to this, right? We bring in Joker, Lunan, and Yashi have played together before, but it's been a hot second, and this team's kind of just new. We've got Pedro, who's been a staple in SK, a huge character and face of this franchise. I'm really curious to see what they can bring to the table. For what it's worth, this team was probably in top 3 consideration for the community, I would say. I think the winner of Totem and SK is kind of seen as the likely candidate from this lower side of the bracket to make it to the grand final, but we all also thought that Zeta Division was probably going to win it all, so you can kind of throw that out the window. Take it for what it's worth.
Well, it's my favourite time of the day. I get to get rid of Trav. So see you later, mate. We'll catch up with you in a bit. Me and Kenny going to be taking this one. We'll see you, mate, in the grand finals. As the draft is already flying through here today. Picks already of Cordelius. It's going to be up there as one of the most picked brawlers here today, surely. Gray for SK alongside the Rico as well. Jackie coming in as a very underrated one there for BC Gaming. Now with the hypercharge, a real force to be reckoned with. And let's see, there's no wall break aside from the Walking Canes on the side of SK. Let's see how BC Gaming work around that threat.
Yeah, just a quiet Jackie at the end of that draft, but she'll be making a lot of noise here in this set. Gonna be taken down for now. Positioning for SK Gaming, a super down for Joker as well. Not too many connections, but Mewtwo certainly has a lot to handle right now. Gonna be multitasking with multiple brawlers as Yashi gets a nasty pull there. An easy hook through. Just Tomzy left. Not the best goalkeeper for Brawl Stars right now. Mewtwo can't even use a Shadow Realm here. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a free walk-in. Not enough DPS to answer. It's gonna be Joker with a goal here. SK Gaming strike first.
Yeah, nice clean start there for SK. I want to see the Larry and Laurie really work towards whistling down Lenan. Is definitely the one brawler which is going to harm him the most at this present moment in time. Ball push forwards. Mewtwo, of course, in the realm. Now getting some good value and a nice cheeky jump over the wall to remain relevant. Tomzy not going to find anything though off the back of that super. Couldn't find the connections. And it's looking like a pretty decent clear up so far as SK holding firm. Tomzy not saying much there. All gets taken down now. Clear walk in for Yoshi. Will they find this goal?
Salty bringing in reinforcements, trying to do their best with the Larry and Laurie on the map, but Laurie taken down instantly, buys a few shots, a little extra time for Tomzy and Mewtwo to get back in action, but otherwise, that's all it can really muster. There's a TP in the middle of the map as well. They got to keep an eye on that. Some surprise plays from Lenan could be absolutely deadly. It's going to be a hypercharge here, a pull, but a teleport away, and Tomzy just outside of striking distance does manage to move up the map to grab one, but a couple supers available here. Joker could make a move, a pass forward. Yashi looking for a buzzer beater and does get it. Finds it on the right side of the net, and SK Gaming take a commanding lead in this first set.
Really, really clean. Very methodical there from SK. Didn't look like they was breaking a sweat, let's be honest. But it's still early days. They've got to keep this up, and BC Gaming yet to really show us too much in that same respect so far. But time will tell as we go in yet again. They're then going to take an aggressive run on the left-hand side. Tomzy, oh, it's a trade-off. 2 versus 2 now. As BC Gaming pushing the ball forwards. A jump over the wall from Mewtwo, trying to down Joker. It might be a goal here. Off the wall, off the line by Lenan. And the ball pushed to the left-hand side.
I respect Mewtwo for going for it, but I just don't think it was quite there. Shadow Realm opportunity, though. This is a much more favorable matchup for Mewtwo. Going to do really well into tanks. Tomzy just trying to disrupt things up top. Joker dribble on the left hand in. Now a breakaway here for SK Gaming. Yashi leading the fray here. It's going to be Buster in the back lines now moving forward. Tomzy, Salty, respawning down low. Tomzy already having his HP eradicated here immediately. Mewtwo just trying to defend. They stop SK Gaming from getting a goal for now. They have this ball placed in the top right, but Yashi with the TP available can make big plays happen.
Massive gadget there from Joker. Yoshi going in on the aggressive. He might not come out of this one alive as Salty will clear it up. Tomzy's got the hypercharge as well, but again, that's actually not going to be a connection from Joker onto the Jackie, but on the bottom right-hand side, it will get cleared up. Mewtwo pushing himself forwards here, taking a few shots from Lenan. It's going to be quite a close affair here. Both sides equally as low, but it's going to be Mewtwo that's going to come out of the realm in a terrible position here, and he should get whistled down. Yeah, it's a 30 HP, no less.
The precision coming in from Rico on that one individual box was pretty wild, to be honest with you. Tomzy deliberating what to do now, but it's going to be Yashi who gets a big kill on this left hand in. Lenan taking on Tomzy alongside Joker. Easy pickings here for them. Again, it's never really felt like BC Gaming have had a takeover opportunity outside of that very first drive that they got. Mewtwo trying to deal with the enemy side underneath. It's going to be Joker battling back and forth, and now Lenan there to help out. A jump away, not going to save him this time. He's running away to the back spawn, but right into enemy territory. Tomzy, Salty trying to make a move now. They have an extra brawler on the map. Salty looking for the heal, doesn't get it. Lenan going to be able to have a successful defensive here, and it's still going to be 0-0 with 30 on the clock.
Yeah, some great supers, honestly, there from Joker, just to really help out that defense. With 20 seconds, plenty of time to stay a strong foothold in this mid, and with supers available when the boxes go down, there could be a shot on goal. Lenan trying to make a little snatch for the ball, finds Tomzy instead, sort of pushes the ball forwards as well. It's again that same story, 2 versus 2, but yet again, Joker holding his own. Will this go in? Great taps from Joker, goes down eventually to solve it again off the line by Lenan, pushing forwards. The TP is there, super to hand. Will he find the angle? Will Yoshi come in to help this? He finds the ball!
Oh, just off the line there. I was holding my breath after that teleport. Nearly made magic happen. Lenan has a super available, though. And while he's underground up top, Lenan with an easy bucket here. SK Gaming throwing down some fireworks in set number 1.
It's textbook all over from SK. They just look so solid under pressure. They know the time is on their side. It's just about the positioning and the utility. Getting those two things right in perfect harmony is what leads to moments like that. What a play from them. What a result so far. They're looking very, very good. Stable stuff. And BC Gaming got a lot of work on their hands up next.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough team to tackle. I think game number 2 was much better for BC Gaming, all things considered. Obviously, dragging it to overtime, extended all that jazz. But they had more opportunities, I would say, at offense, but just an impenetrable defense coming in from SK Gaming. So many close calls, great moments. They finally just bought enough time, put themselves in a good enough position, and stayed consistent throughout that game. I feel like they were just constantly getting kills, putting themselves in good situations where they're in 1v2 kind of circumstances, and eventually it just worked out for them. SK Gaming able to find all the goals in that set, really working out for him. I'm really impressed with this SK Gaming roster.
Certainly a couple of times there where sort of BC Gaming overcommitted, maybe with the Cordelis pick up top and then going into the realm and then leaving things a bit wide open for attack. And you've got to try and just buy some time, realistically, in this position here. I mean, it's a great time just to keep your opposition on the ropes until they eventually whistle down. It's going to be an inevitable goal, but every time SK had an answer on that defense. These supers from Joker really were fantastic, and Lena always the last man standing. They're just working so well as a unit. That's the thing. Teamwork really does make the dream work. What a save off the line, and look where it led.
Oh, this goal was so close too. That would have been just filthy. And I called it out a little bit earlier, but Joker's precision with those supers was pretty wild. I imagine, yep, the DPS number was crazy. The kill number was crazy. Yeah, Joker put him in a meat grinder. No way around it. The stats show it. The set showed it. On to the next. You got to erase that one from your memory for BC Gaming.
Yeah, that is brutal. That really is. Joker got the entirety of the kills combined of BC Gaming in that match alone. Yoshi following up with 11 on top of that, 6 for Lena. I mean, everyone from SK at the moment is looking so dangerous. And this could be a quick one. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We do need to see BC Gaming have some resolve in this next set, or it could very easily go from bad to worse for them. They've got to fight back with something and ideally get that draft really nailed down. Try to find a weakness there and then start to have that showing, that matching of mechanics that SK have just harnessed over the years and perfected. It's really looking convincing so far for SK, and a night and day difference when you look at where they were this time last year.
SK Gaming haven't dropped a set today. They were 3-0 against Totem. They're 1-up against BC Gaming. We're going into Rustic Arcade as well. A very different map than the one that we were just on. There are some brawlers that I would expect to say somewhat similar, but for the most part, I think it's going to play out differently. Obviously, an entirely different game mode. Maybe a good sign for BC Gaming, all things considered, to be honest with you, Ark. But also could be the same old for SK Gaming. This looks like a different roster. This is a roster that's, or at least an organization, right, that's been through a lot in the past year or so. I'll say it again. They have not won a monthly finals. Hard to believe as good of an organization as they are. Since September of 2022, didn't pick up a single one in 2023. A miracle run there in the World Finals. They're looking to capitalize on it as well. They picked up a new crew. I'm excited. They're showing a lot of potential here.
Yeah, Tomsy looked there just a little bit nervous, to be honest. And, this is the question I have with BC Gaming at this present moment in time is, are they that team that can really come together when they know they are up against a gigantic threat like SK Gaming and fill the conversation with some team morale, team support, picking up the pace and, just bringing that belief back into the mix that they need to have to be able to conquer them in this matchup. And that's the thing, it's very easy to get down in the dumps when, you're losing convincingly so. They didn't really make enough opportunities in that last set for themselves to really have that going into this next set. So there does need to be, during this draft, certainly a bit of a pick-me-up moment here and looking to find as many weaknesses as they possibly can. Rustic Arcade, certainly a map that's, definitely on the newer side of things. So there's going to be some options here available. Certainly Bell, Leon at the moment is such a great place in the meta. That brawler for me can definitely cause such a stir. The hypercharge is just phenomenal with that long range brawlers, Piper, Nani, certainly Charlie as well. She's one that's just been time and time a day picked by SK themselves. So I want to see BC Gaming really start to shut that idea down.
Gonna have to rely on some serious mechanics here too. You mentioned several sharp shooters, and on this map, that's certainly something that could happen here. Obviously depends on our ban stage a little bit, but somebody like Bell, certainly in the cards to show up here, was the most picked brawler, I believe, in APAC today. Byron gonna get banned. Angelo is somebody that has a strong presence in the competitive scene right now, and SK Gaming starting off with a strong Meg pick. I actually don't mind this. I think it's gonna do well into those long-range brawlers on the other end in particular, has a high amount of HP, and if it's a gym carrier as well, you get 2 lives with Meg, so you get a second shot at trying to survive with all your gym count.
I love that start, by the way, for the bans on the side of BC Gaming. They've really read through this and seen what SK are likely to bring in here. Leon, Meg, they're dangerous, though. Let's be honest. You can't ban them all, can you? So there had to be a couple that was scraped through, but 8-bit for BC Gaming. It's normally we see kind of in the mid, and like they kind of got that long-range affair going. So I just hope for their sake that they're prepared for when Lennart was able to get super, and Tomsy could be at a perilous spot. He has to have that cheat cartridge to hand to be able to work with that damage booster to get away from those kinds of a threat. But meanwhile, SK have got a much better firming role now in the mid. Gadget down for Lennart, but all going to find the pinch there between Tomsy and Salty, making it a 3 versus 2 as Pete coming in fast.
It's going to be rearing its ugly head, looking for a connection. The sandbags do the work for them, though. Yashi with a wonderful dodge there. That's a big deal. They're not giving up too much positioning as a result, and now Joker, the heavy machine gun fire coming out of the blasters here in the mid, working the crowd control now as Mewtwo's forced away. Tomsy really hasn't been able to pop off here as an 8-bit either. It's just been all SK Gaming steamrolling their way through this game.
Has indeed. They found Lennart, though, and he might not find the value off the back of that super, and Tomsy will pick it up. Another peep coming in, probably towards Joker this time, who's also got the turret to be able to deflect it. Both the Ruffs and the Meg now going to be very much easier to work around to the side of SK than that Nanny looked like it would do at the beginning. Now the countdown is in. Joker is in Mech. Peep going to find itself, and we're all going to work around it. Joker's juking himself, but his teammate's spawning soon. He's going to be out of Mech now. Perilous position. TP's in. Gems are dropped. It's a reset for now, but it's going to be very hard to get them out of that spawn.
I don't know. Salty's expected to stay alive there. It does buy a little bit of time, but Joker ultimately just going to pick these up again. And like I said, Meg's got 2 opportunities at life. She goes down once. She's got a second time of being forced to be killed in order to drop those gems. And with 5 seconds to go, Salty, Mewtwo, nowhere in sight. Need to land some perfect, precise shots here, and they just can't quite grab it. SK Gaming waver a little bit at the end there, but I would say all things considered, they were sitting pretty comfortably in the lead throughout that entire game.
A nice little deflection there from Lennart towards the end with invisibility just to tank that Peep. I really like that from him. Subtle but effective. I want to see this Nanny do more against this Meg, to be completely honest. Not necessarily with the Peeps, but it should be shredding through the Meg. I mean, the Peep surely is going to be a troublesome thing for me to really get much value from unless he uses the TP and goes on the aggressive. So having Tomsy as a gem carrier now, swapping lanes makes a bit more sense to me.
Manon taking a huge hit on the left-hand end. Mewtwo with a nice pickup there as well. They need some momentum to start swinging their way. They want to pile up any kind of game wins. Going down 2-0 to the team like SK Gaming right now seems like an impossible feat to overcome. So tying this up would be major for their team and roster. As Manon, once again, getting kind of aggressive, does go down, but Joker still holding on to all 4 gems. Finally, though, a little extension coming in from BC Gaming.
Yeah, a bit more of a glimmer now. They got Joker out of Mech at a much earlier position in the match, so some signs of life for sure. As Tomsy's getting some couple of kills here and there now. Peep gonna come in, can't find Lennart, but should be able to find Joker on the way back. No miss. Can he find it on the way around? Sandbags will surely keep SK safe and sound still. And the objective in the middle, 6 gems. Tomsy now looking low, so be cautious as to how he plays this. Lennart is gonna be able to scrutinize this big time. He might go down if he's not careful.
Manon now charging back up as well. Tries to get sneaky. Wow. Not successful. Tomsy playing a really good game right now. It's not adding up into gems, but the fact that he survived as long as he did, finally goes down, of course, but the fact that he stayed alive as long as he did is pretty impressive.
I fully agree, but the countdown nonetheless is there, and we haven't really seen more than we saw from BC Gaming in the last game. Plenty of time for Joker to work his way around towards the back corner if he chooses with 7 seconds. Peep going to TP, though, remember, here from Mewtwo. But how much time is there realistically to do much is actually tanked regardless. There wasn't the gadget there to be found, and SK Gaming take another set.
These fellas are looking unstoppable. It's been domination so far in this match, and I will say it was pretty darn convincing against a very strong Reply Totem team in our quarterfinals as well. I don't know, Ark. I feel like these guys are looking like pretty good favorites to come out of this match alive and maybe even be a Grand Finals champion right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same vibes, Kenny. I'm not going to lie. They are looking so polished today. Clearly, a ton of work going on in the background to ensure that coming in as a brand new unit and roster that they are just working together in the best possible light. And that's what these boot camps are designed to do. You know, bringing everyone together. It's not even just about the scrims and the practice and the talking things through and the motions of things. It's actually just about getting together, being used to each other, having fun as well. You've got to remember all those things come combined into the game. If your mental is in a good place outside of the game, it's in the best of places when you come to work together inside of the game. And that's what SK are doing so well for me at the moment. And I think that this one, I don't want to speak too soon, but it could be looking short. You know, we do need to see BC Gaming really pick up the pace, pick up the tempo, because SK are just running away faster at the moment. Their drafting is better, their aggression is better, and they're just looking very confident at this moment in time. You're looking ahead, you know, if SK make these grand finals, they've got a big task on their hands, as Humble do await them. They've already knocked out the world champions today, but nonetheless, let's take one thing at a time, you know, and so far, you can't really fault SK in this matchup.
It's been perfect so far. Perfect today. They have yet to drop a set. In a monthly finals, that is a crazy feat to accomplish, especially in such a deep region like EMEA and MENA. I mean, there's so many good teams out there. Heck, Reply Totem was renowned as one of the best teams coming into this year with a new pickup in iChaos. I was certainly looking forward to them. Heck, I predicted them to win. They still beat that team 3-0. And while the stats may not show it as much here, at least in the kill category, they played the objective so well. And I think for anybody watching that last set, without a doubt, SK Gaming were driving the whole way. I really feel like we just haven't seen BC Gaming put it together yet to overcome. I just feel like SK Gaming have been the better team so far, and it's kind of that simple for me.
Yeah, I agree. The stats are very much, you know, reminiscent of a 50-50 kind of scenario. Mewtwo obviously, of course, with more DPS there, but, you know, it's about the objective. And that's where SK were all over things. We didn't really see that back and forth that we'd like to expect to see from a very close matchup in the gems. As far as they were concerned, it was just all SK dominating that mid and BC Gaming trying to catch up for lost time here. And that is time which is running out rapidly. You know, this could be the final set. It's been a good showing from them so far today to make it out of those quarterfinal stages, but it's starting to look a little bit like this could be too much to chew in the semifinals.
Yeah, they can't play catch up anymore. It has to be taking every game that they can. They can't be playing from behind anymore. They have to start strong and finish strong, and we just haven't really seen them put it together for an entire game yet, let alone a set. So they're going to have to hop in here. They're going to have to take on SK Gaming and really just completely turn things on its head. SK Gaming have just been playing well. The mechanics look great. The drafts look great. And I think that adds on a little bit to the organization playing a part in that, right? You mentioned the boot camp. That's a bigger deal than people probably make it out to be. Having everybody in the same room, having an org that's backing you, that is a big deal and only helps your roster. They're only putting themselves in just a little bit of a better spot. And at a professional level, every edge you can give yourself is a big deal. So the fact that they put these guys all in one room with head coach, with a great setup, with wired connections to all their devices, it all adds up and it's coming together to give them a really successful day.
Absolutely so. Draft there, you can see on the tablets just starting to take its form, and this is going to be a draft, a winning draft at that for BC Gaming. I'm liking a lot of what they're bringing to the table so far in terms of that, but, you know, SK are just far more the aggressors in this matchup, and that is the issue. And the composure, you know, you've got to speak to that. SK don't look when they're under threat as if they are, and you know, you've got to be able to break through that. You've got to be able to start to whittle down that mental in the way the games are playing out. And as far as I can see, SK are storming it. You know, there's no stopping them at this point unless it happens in hideout. Bounty, the next mode up. And just a reminder of that poll on event.brawlstars.com, 92% were in favor of SK coming in, which does make a lot of sense. You know, when you think about it over the years, that is the org that people are going to know more so than BC Gaming. But I think, say 90 is quite a tough. I'd like to see maybe somewhere in the 80s or 70s, perhaps. I think it's a bit unfair to what, you know, BC Gaming have shown so far. But you know, you just can't deny it. The technique is there and the composure is there for SK.
SK Gaming definitely were challenged in the monthly qualifiers, right? They have had to fight some adversity. Today, though, they've been battle tested and proven themselves. They have yet to drop a set today. And this is going to be an interesting call here. I'm going to be bringing up Janet on this map. Janet's somebody we saw once earlier today in APAC, but this is definitely not a brawler that I think most people would have at the top of their tier lists.
Larry and Laurie, yet again, people keep letting them in. We're going to keep singing. Okay,
Hold up.
Yeah, we need to talk about the milkman right here coming in. Oh, what is that about?
What's going on?
Kit as well. I don't mind the kit. I mean, Hank, surely, yeah, I understand the method behind the madness, so to speak. It can get those sort of pocket corners locked down, but I really don't know whether it might be the play here for me from BC Gaming. I mean, that might have just been the nail in the coffin, no?
So Kit coming in here, it may seem crazy. He's not the best brawler right now, but he can charge a super relatively easily and then basically just become a thrower on the backs of another person and allow Cordelius or Janet to get aggressive. Additionally, too, when Kit is riding Janet, that's 2 brawlers you've now removed from the map. It's just Kit raining down shots and yarn and all that. It's Janet with a clear way to kind of use some crazy brawlers here. I think this is a crazy strategy. I think SK might have the better draft despite a Charlie and a Larry Laurie on the other side.
Oh, a trade is there. Joker forced then salty into the realm. He can't use super, remember. Both sides just agree to let it settle and he'll back up accordingly, but it is still SK in the lead. And, you know, I feel like for me, the kit, you know, definitely might be a bit out there, but it does feel like the better option to me over that Hank. The HP is going to go a long way for BC Gaming, but I think that when Kit immobilizes someone, SK are that team to come together to have the communication that's needed to ensure those takedowns.
In fairness, there's no real wall break for the other end, so I can see where the Hank idea is coming from. It's still crazy, don't get me wrong, but I get it. I mean, I kind of see it, but I think this Kit is playing phenomenally right now. It's a great combination. They finally get a cocoon down, but Joker still continuing to pop off. The kills piling up for SK right now, all the way at 12 stars, and even with a big play there from Mewtwo, it's not enough to grab a kill, and it's right back on the backs of a teammate here for SK Gaming. We're just going to dwindle this clock down.
10 seconds, one final push here for BC Gaming. SK are clustered together, but they're not going in fast enough for me on the side of BC Gaming. There needs to be much quicker to the draw, and it's 12 stars to 2 to end things up. Match point now for SK Gaming.
Give them any brawler, and they're just going to get it done. This is a pretty crazy draft, I would say, from both teams. I can see the vision. I'm starting to come to terms with the Hank and the Kit. I actually think this is a sneaky call for Coach, and I will say, considering how confident they've been, considering how well they've played, now might not be the worst time in the world to try something a little out there, and I think SK Gaming have the mechanics to get it done.
Well, I'm glad you're coming around to the Hank pick, Kenny, because I'm not.
It's fair enough. I'm just trying to give him any reason that makes sense in my brain.
There's one place that I expect to see a Hank, and that's on a Spen LC stream. Nowhere else. I mean, it's just going to work for me and show something more than it has so far. It hasn't seemed to really deter SK much. I think Lanan's playing a much better kit than we're seeing on the side of the Hank pick for me. And at the moment, though, BC Gaming pushing back, showing some signs of aggression. And Mewtwo now in a good spot, but forced into the realm as quickly as that by Joker. Stars are going back and forth, though. Tomsy finds Lanan, which will give BC Gaming the lead for now. And as quickly as that's taken back.
Credit to BC Gaming, though. I think that's the key, though, right? They have to get them in a really tough position. They have to get Hank in an area where he can just hit some easy shots, be behind a wall, and not get any tags hit from the other side. So they're going to be trying to corral them in this top right-hand side corner. I think that's really the strategy they have. Keep in mind, though, Janet can fly away, and if Kit hops on their back, they're disappearing right alongside her. Joker has the Shadow Realm. If he's in a sticky situation, he can just fire the Shadow Realm from long distance and kind of just get himself out of a bad situation. So I think this is going to take perfection for BC Gaming to make a win happen.
It's looking better. They are keeping SK a little bit more flustered. Now Joker forcing Mewtwo into the realm, and as quickly as that, a swift takedown. Then Lanan coming in, just keeping everyone immobilized, and now Janet's the skies for the final kill. 10 stars to 2 as SK Gaming is starting to make this look easy, and time is running out. Big time for BC Gaming. It's now or never for this month for them.
And it's looking like closer to never here. 10 seconds ago, when BC Gaming have to make magic happen. Joker, Lenon paired up together. A Shadow Realm separating them, but a Blue Star lead and plenty of stars alongside it separate SK Gaming from BC Gaming. Flawless performance so far today from SK. And for the first time in a long time, they're going to have an opportunity and may even be favorites to take home a monthly finals trophy.
Well, BC Gaming had to dig deep and find something big in terms of that draft. They found a hack, which is pretty big, but that was not the pick for me. You know, that brawler, as far as we can see in the stats, has never been banned or picked on that map. So I'm sure there was something that BC Gaming thought they might be cooking, but SK were the chefs in that one. A great performance, flawless from me, and well deserving of a grand finals appearance. It will be Humble then that take on SK Gaming up next. Oh, that is going to be so spicy.
It's spicy, and I guarantee you there are not a lot of folks at home that before this tournament started, they were saying to themselves, you know who's going to make the grand finals today? It's going to be Humble and SK. The obvious choices, right? This is insane, and I love it. Let's just start 2024 with a bang. A little chaos, and out of all regions on the planet, this is the most likely candidate to me after an off-season of just roster swaps and changes across the board. New organizations coming into the mix as well. It's perfect. It's setting up for a heck of a year and one heck of a grand finals here in a little bit.
Exactly that. You know, this is what I love so much. Every year at the start of the season, we all have these ideas on our minds of who are going to be the favorites. It's just always going to be that way. And every single year, it seems, there's always a story to tell which contradicts and contrasts our expectations. I love that. It keeps the door wide open for anyone to come in and prove their worth. Ones all round for BC Gaming in that set. It was SK that had 2 5s to the name and 1 2. And I gotta say, you know, stats aside, whatever we want to make of them, on the playing field in the match, SK just had nerves of steel. They just looked so calm, collected, methodical, and aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go overly aggressive. They didn't underestimate their opposition. They just got the job done.
SK Gaming came into every set with the same mentality, and that's a win. They had great drafts, great execution. It's hard to pick out anything that they could have done wrong. And I definitely want to give BC Gaming credit for getting this far. Love seeing organization coming over to Europe. I think these guys have a bright future ahead of them. Obviously, this is not the result they were looking for in this matchup. But that might just be because SK Gaming could be becoming top dogs in this region, and the top dog of that match, based on the people at home, was going to be Joker. I think a very worthy candidate of an MVP.
Lovely stuff there, Joker. The MVP has voted for you on event.brawlstars.com. I just did so myself. 50% of you said that he deserved it, and I think rightfully so. I mean, SK Gaming, Kenny, you said it time and time again. 0 sets dropped today. Before we head on to a quick break, what are your thoughts on this next matchup so we can get some predictions going on the event site?
I think I may need a short break to think what I'm going to pick here. I think this is hard. My gut's saying SK Gaming. It's really hard to pick against them after watching several matches of them playing as perfect as you can get. However, Humble did take down some very strong opponents in some very good matches. So I think we got 2 strong suitors here in our grand finals.
It would be fitting. SK has been on the word on the street today, and we've got a fantastic documentary that we've been working on in the background called Grudge Match. We're about to show it to you now. It just goes through the whole entire year's process of their 2023 journey. We've got a little teaser for you coming out now.
Unbelievable scenes here. SK falling like cards.
Don't be scared to try something. We have nothing to lose.
I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars Esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations.
This team is in complete chaos.
And a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffer noise, right? Like what they say.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're about to gear up for our grand finals of the day. Make sure that you head over to Brawl Stars Esports on YouTube and make sure that you're subscribed there for the rest of that documentary still to come, coming soon. And welcome back, Trav. I hate to say it, but you've graced us with your presence again. How's it going?
You know that comment's getting really boring, Ark. It actually it's starting to grate me. It's bringing my feelings down a little bit, but I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be back. It was an absolutely incredible game that we didn't just watch. SK did dominate BC Gaming, to put it simply, and it was quite one-sided, 3-0 going their way. But we got that humble SK Gaming grand final up next, and that is going to be an absolute beauty.
Don't worry, Trevor. I'll find something new to throw at you, mate. Every year I've got to give you a tough time some way or another. But yeah, suddenly looking at that bracket, SK are looking fierce, and it seems like our predictions, as far as they're concerned, are all united for once. I mean, it's very rare that we're always united, but look at the last time we were with Zeta. I mean, and no reply totem. I mean, I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. But let's start with Kenny then. Give us your thoughts. SK is your prediction for those that are voting on event.brawlstars.com for their predictions. What makes you so convinced that they're going to get this done?
I would say I'm pretty convinced at this point. Expect the unexpected. Throwing everything I know out the window today. I was counting on my prediction master on my left, Trav, to get us through this, and it just isn't happening right now. 2024 is obviously a brand new year for all of us, but it's safe to say that SK Gaming have popped out the most today. Again, flawless is the word that comes to mind. They have not dropped a single set today. And I keep saying it, but it's that impressive to me, especially considering that this roster recently joined forces. Some of these guys have played with each other before, but they bring in Joker. They keep Pedro as in the core of this roster as well. It's a four-man show for sure. And the fact that on SK Documentary Day, the fact that they have an in-person event going on right now, it's kind of poetic, to be honest with you. I'm not going to bet against that.
I agree, but Trav, Humble have proved they are capable of greatness here today. They knocked out the world champions in the quarterfinal stages. We've all voted unanimously for SK Gaming, but let's turn the focus to Humble. What gives them a fighting chance here today, Trav?
Listen, I'm not going to say no to the opportunity to sit on the fence a little bit here. I do think Humble are an absolutely incredible roster. They've really proven themselves today. Obviously, beat the world champions in Zeta Division. They went and beat the next team as well. And to be honest, it was a little bit less of a task for them, but it was still very, very close. The fact that was closer against Oceanus than it was against Zeta Division is, it makes me feel like they're a little bit hit or miss, regardless of the two wins that they've got. Hence why I kind of went for SK Gaming. But the results that they've brought back today have been absolutely incredible. To beat Oceanus and Zeta Division is just incredible. But SK Gaming obviously did beat Reply Totem, but then their second game I feel was just that slight bit easier than Humble's was.
Yeah, I think that's fair. For me, Humble have had some great moments, and I've been semantic on that, Miko. Don't let them have it, SK. Joker, Yoshi, and Lana. I mean, all of these three players separately are powerhouses. Combined, they are a real threat to consider here for Humble. They've made the grand final on both sides of the field. For SK, though, what a difference it would mean to them to come out swinging in their first monthly final of 2024 with a grand finals win. When you look back to 2023, it was all doom and gloom at this time of the year. They didn't qualify for the first two monthly finals, had to claw their way through the LCQ, didn't drop a set there, and then reverse swept foot at the World Finals on day one, and then made it through to day two, knocking out then Tribe Gaming, and then falling in the end in the semi-finals to STMN. They've been through so much in the past 6 months, but to start off 2024 with a win, Kenny, that's gold.
They've been through so much in the past 6 months, and they decided to just roll the dice entirely with 2024. They're just mixing up the entire roster. There's been so much I can't imagine being an SK Gaming fan this past year plus now. So many emotions, a roller coaster ride of events. But yet here they are, standing tall, and an opportunity to do something SK Gaming haven't done in a very long time. They have not hoisted a monthly finals trophy since September of 2022. That is a wild thought considering how prevalent of an organization this is. This would be huge for them.
Everything on the line, Trav. The start to the season, of course, as we know, can be so influential into what follows. and to lay down that gauntlet. I mean, I would say that for me, Humble were the least of teams I expected to see in this grand finals, but having watched their journey, I'm convinced that they've earned this position. But it is going to be a close back and forth affair, no doubt about it. I think having watched the way that things have unfolded here today, that these are the two teams that deserve to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Humble have gained a bit of traction on the way through. You know, they started off with what was an 8% prediction against Zeta Division, and then it crept up going in against Oceanus. So I'm intrigued to see how many people think they're going to be able to go in and defeat SK Gaming here, because to be honest, I do think they are capable of doing it. I think this is a very much 50-50 matchup with how Humble have been playing today in comparison to how SK have been playing today. I feel like it's been extremely similar. Like, I don't think there's that much between these two teams. So I'm quite intrigued to see how the predictions go in terms of the community, because I do feel like it is very 50-50, but you know, we've all predicted SK and we've got to stick by that.
Well, Kenny, we will touch down with you after the match.
Oh, maybe not.
I wasn't going to spoil it, Trevor. I already saw on my side monitor the poll, and yeah, it's not looking great. But let's be honest. I mean, that's more of a percentage for Humble than there was in their quarterfinals match against Satan, and they were able to prove us wrong then. Can they do it again when it all comes down to the nitty-gritty? The grand finals is where they've got to turn around the community's perspective on themselves. 87% for SK is definitely a strong stat there, as voted for you on event.brawlstars.com. And I think I can understand why it's so high, having seen how just consistent they've been performing today, how clean their games have been. But Humble have been that thorn in the sides of many today, and that could be the time to vamp things up.
Yeah, I mean, 13% isn't really what I expected to see the public kind of predict for Humble, considering how well they played today and the teams that they've beaten. But I can understand why SK Gaming did just come off the back of a hugely dominant 3-0, and Humble did have a bit of an issue against Oceanus. But we're going to start things off with that Charlie pick from SK Gaming. Flip straight over to the Kit, bringing it back. Obviously, it was SK playing it in the last one, but now Humble have managed to grasp a hold of that Brawl.
Yeah, interesting first pick of Kit there. I mean, certainly there's other options that are still open. I think Leon's still there as well. Cordelia's coming in now for SK Gaming, as ultimately it's a good thing to be able to eradicate Larry and Laurie as well. Again, escaping through those bans, and already SK have got a nice draft sprout then for Humble to finish things off. I mean, I'm siding with the SK draft straight away, but then again, Humble have proved me wrong today, time and time again, with some really outlandish ideas that just work. Ironically enough, I was playing Power League against Semantic when he was playing Miko. I know what he's able to do with brawlers that may not look like much on the surface, but when it comes down to it, he can make this work.
That's the thing, right? Like, at a certain point, it's going to be double thrower, like now, and that's going to be a big issue for the SK side. They don't have any wall break or anything like that, so they really do need to be quite careful. But a little realm now, as Lukey gets dragged into it, but it is just Joker kind of retreating, starting from square one again, and just playing it back through.
Well, still plenty of time here. Boss is overcooking now, and that damage will be fierce when it comes down, especially when combined then with a gadget. You know, that could be an immediate takedown. Yoshi's got super as well, and additional healing off the back of that will be very much beneficial when this gas starts to close in. As Joker is lurking, he wants his hands on Boss, and Boss is actually separating himself from the pack here. That could be costly as the gas is now coming in. Joker over the wall, forces Semantic into the realm, but he won't come out. Now, just taking down Lanan into the claws that he's got there. It's now 2 versus 1. Lukey's all alone, and it's surely going to go the way of SK now.
I mean, beautifully played by Lanane to just cocoon himself there and just buy himself a bit more time whilst his teammate kind of dealt with that one-on-one and came to help him. So I really do like that play from Lanane there. Really good use of the gadget, and especially in a position where Humble did seem to be on top. It's a good way to flip it around. Little invis came through there from Semantic, but just chooses to hop on the back of his teammate and use that as a thrower instead.
It was very close for a first round, but SK are 1 round away from taking the game. Pushing things back nicely there with the help of Semantic and Boss. Oh, Yoshi's incredibly low here. The gadget just timed to perfection. The last shot there from Luke, he taps him up though. 1 more away and he'll be going down here. Will he find it? The jukes are there and SK still survive on.
I mean, I have no clue how Yoshi is not going down there. I think that might be a little bit of an issue from Lukey rather than the fact that Yoshi was just dodging so well, because he was definitely in range. Semantic now flipping around this corner, trying to get something done, but it's just not going to happen. And a 3v1 against Lukey as the sole thrower is not a position that he wants to be in.
Yeah, there's no way of this turning things around. As much as I'd love to see a hero play there. I think Sprout, of all the brawlers in a 3 versus 1 scenario, is not going to come out on top. I'll still wait very much for the day that it does. Don't you worry. But SK again clearing up house, and Humble are looking more flustered. Had they got that first round in the bag, maybe things could have gone a different way there. But I mean, towards the end of that one, it's starting to look more convincing as we go. Let's do the reset with a Humble can reset that mental and reset their strategy coming into things, because I don't mind the comp necessarily, but I certainly prefer SK's.
Yeah, I felt like there was just a few moments where the kill should have gone through, and now Semantic going quite aggressive there, jumping onto his teammates back once more. A bit of a burn down on Lane there. He's actually going to cocoon himself and survive that out, but surely it's just delaying his demise. Gets a little bit of a heal off the back of it as well. The Semantic does fall off the back of Boss as he goes down. Luki now going to just try and throw a few shots out, but obviously with Joker and the super, they've kind of got to keep their range, or that could be a big issue.
Yeah, just buying some time now, and that would be quite crucial for both sides realistically here. I feel like once Joker's able to come into full force with the Realm, that's when we'll see a shift in the tides, and the communication now has got to be really on point for SK. Joker's got to get the right person into the Realm to help out Yoshi, his teammate, to be able to carry home the goods for that Larry and Laurie pick. Semantic flashing Super a little bit just to remind SK, but now the gas coming in. Realm available to Joker, forcing then Semantic into it with following taps up as well. Luki coming out better on front of this transaction between Yoshi, but Humble in the gas. They've got to come out. They can't do anything about this. SK is continuing the assault.
Just wasted his wall. For what? I'm quite confused why he's just used his wall at the end of the round there and obviously didn't gadget it back, especially when he's got hypercharge. It can be quite useful to block off some of these avenues and put himself in a good position. Semantic obviously has the super now as well, so he can use that probably defensively and hopping on the back of one of his teammates rather than going kind of trying to bring one of the opponents to actually tries to do it, but really just fails completely, gets cocooned, but his teammates are going to try and help him out the back of this, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Invisibility used, but Laurie comes down, and that's going to take quite a lot to burn through, especially when he drags it back towards him, and Boss in a bit of a tough position now, and this is going to be SK Gaming already taking the first set. I mean, Humble didn't get a look in.
Not the best of starts for Humble, and that might be an understatement. SK with all smiles, as you'd expect following that performance. So clean, so confident. Humble making mistakes, and that's unlike them from what we've seen from them today, and that is not a good start. That's like the opposite of what you need to have. You need to have more back and forth, and you know, it's the grand finals. You know, this is where you've got to get it right, and that just wasn't it.
No, it really wasn't. There was definitely a few mistakes in there from Humble as well, and I just don't really think the draft was too great. I think they first picked Kit right, which definitely doesn't sit right with me. Maybe it can be a bit of a surprise at the end, but even at that, I don't really fancy it too much on this map anyway, to be honest. I feel like SK just more calm, more composed throughout the duration of that, and I just feel like maybe Humble have maybe got a bit too far out of the depth.
Yeah, it's great to experiment with the draft, and absolutely so today. Humble have brought out some real goods as far as that's concerned, but it felt like the SK just had the answer that maybe they weren't expecting to be the case. And Luki as well is one of the best throwers in this region, by the way. And I mean on Brawlers, okay? Just to clarify that. Don't come at me in the chat. I mean, he really is. And, you know, it's unusual to see him looking like he did on that Sprout pick. Considering what he can do with Dynamite and others, it just didn't feel like he felt as at home with it as he would otherwise normally. And, you know, it's, you know, to be fair to Luki, I believe I'm correct in saying it's his first grand final appearance, so there's going to be some nerves that come along with that anyway. But certainly, as far as the scorelines are concerned, not the day there for Humble. Just 1 kill for Semantic, 2 for Luki, to the 6-3-3 of SK Gaming. And, you know, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. We haven't really seen SK Gaming seemingly breaking much of a sweat today so far. And that's going to be a concern for Humble, right?
Yeah, 6-3-3 is absolutely huge in comparison to the combined 3 kills of Humble. Really not the best look for them there. 0 kills from Boss. And I mean, you know, you can't really expect a Pearl to get too many kills when, you know, either being dragged into a realm or you're just against throwers, or, you know, you're going to have a tough time in that matchup. But, I mean, that's down to Humble themselves. That's their draft. And their draft clearly just wasn't something that was capable of beating what SK brought to the table. So definitely need to kind of rethink their approach to this one. Humble have been a very, very aggressive team today. So I'm intrigued to see if they kind of pivot and go for something a bit more like that rather than, you know, sitting with the kit, sitting with the throwers, that kind of thing.
I think think you're, absolutely on it. Kit for me, first pick. There was definitely an idea there, and certainly Semantic knows the drop inside out. He's responsible really for carrying me to my masters. So, I mean, I know having spoken to him about draft in those VCs that he really does have a clear understanding of it. There was a plan for sure. I feel like just SK maybe read through that plan and then left Humble with little place else to go, but. That was one draft onto another one. Bridge too far up next then for Heist. And it's going to be that long-range affair. The sharpshooters going to be all out for this one. Certainly, the Pipers, the Nannies, the Charlies, as well as SK love to pick up that particular brawler. Colette, Colt. There's just so many options on this map. Chuck Band there. So Meg Band, I believe, on the left-hand side as well. And there as well, Bonnie, which has had that recent buff. Can't rule her out. Eve Band as well there for SK because of the amount of water on this map. And for Angelo, that's very same reason. Bell for SK as well. I'm really liking these SK drafts today, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Charlie today, and I do like it as well. Colt going to be coming through as well for the side, and now adding an Amber to it as well. I don't hate it. I like what Humble are kind of bringing to the table here, but SK Gaming just seems so diverse today, and I feel like their drafts have been really, really solid. So we'll see if this does pull through once more. I like the range that they've brought. They brought a Piper and a Bell, which should, if they're on the correct lane, should clean up. I mean, he's not even on the correct lane, but he still cleans up, so I'm not going to complain.
If it gets the job done. Let's see, as Humble moving forwards, popping the nest egg there from Semantic will make him vulnerable to attack from Yoshi, but nonetheless, some good early damage. And Joker will go down to Luke on the left-hand side because the Nanny is just going to work out wondrously well into that Piper pick. And this might be Humble starting to pick up the gas, get things going a little bit here. People going to come in, boss incredibly low here. Joker jumping in. The people going to come around and just clear things up whilst keeping that wall intact. Lovely play so far from Humble.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I like this kind of gameplay down the right-hand side here from Linane. Should be able to beat Semantic through it. Actually avoids that burn as well nicely. Now Joker coming through this mid. Nanny going to have to make a rotation, but not without a couple of shots in the safe now. And Bell going to throw a few bounces off as well. Lukey going to bounce that straight back onto the safe, which adds another 1,000. It's a couple of percent. You can't complain too much. Yoshi in that matchup not doing too well on the left-hand side, but Piper is trying to avoid Nanny at all costs, but doing well against the Colt.
A strong homemade recipe there from Joker. Got the pickup, but then is returned in kind by Lukey in the mid, who's really tapping on this Nanny pick. Keep coming in now as well. We'll find nothing but the spiders, but nonetheless, the lane control is far better from Humble, looking much more confident so far, and they are still behind in this. Kind of strange to say that when you look at what we're seeing, but now SK with a big meaty push coming in. Lenan there with the hypercharge, and now the shots will rain down. More damage on the Humble, safe down to 57% now.
Yeah, brilliance from SK here, and Linane kind of heading the charge, and Boss does have his hypercharge now, going to use it, try and get forwards, but actually misses the entire thing. Does get the kill regardless, but now going to be cocooned, and Joker's going to be spawning pretty much directly on top of the Colt, so just walking forward and trying to buy a bit more time for his team. Yoshi uses the hypercharge just for a bit more speed. Actually gets a couple of kills in there as well. Can't complain about that. And a massive percentage lead now for SK.
Beautiful plays. I mean, to be able to secure those moments when you're on the brink of death, I mean, it really does help out things massively so and keep control along the way. Just 20 seconds remain now, and it's all down to Humble to get some push going, and it's just not happening at all. Left-hand side cleared up yet again with 2 takedowns, just Semantic alive, and he, as quickly as that will fall, it is going to be SK Gaming taking yet another game, and it just feels like their confidence is growing with every time they just land shots onto their opposition, Trav.
I actually don't know what to say. I don't know if Humble's just massively crumbling, which is what it kind of seems like. But SK Gaming, regardless of their opposition today, have just been excelling and excelling and excelling. And I think that might be, I don't know if Humble, genuinely Humble could be playing absolutely dreadful and I could just be missing it. But I feel like SK are just playing ridiculously well.
I mean, if Humble are playing bad, then what does it say about Zeta? That's all I'm going to say to that one. We might have a big turnaround in this region for 2024 if this is the way it starts off. But for Humble, it's these early moments that I'm really impressed with. In the last game, they were able to keep that early control, some consistent kills, but it just seems to be the objective every single set of the way, which is where they're struggling to make their mark.
Which is quite a big issue in Heist, to put it simply. But now coming down the left-hand side, obviously, we're going to see this Charlie kind of pulling through and having to make the rotation. Obviously, that's quite good for the side of Humble when the Piper's through the mid against the Nanny, but Linane just constantly just peppering this safe down. Even if it's a little bit of damage, even if it doesn't get any bounces, 2,000 is nothing they're going to complain about each time he gets a free shot.
Yeah, they've got to do Linnell on that right-hand side, but Boss and Samantha choosing to double down on the left, and another super wasted there by Boss. Good pinch now, but time, valuable time, in fact, wasted there. Linnell is still there. Now there's damage breaking down as Boss there, popping some gadgets and getting the connections he needs, forcing back then Linnell on the right-hand side to come back to keep themselves afloat in this.
Yeah, at a certain point, you've kind of got to make the decision whether you just want to kind of stay and deal that little damage or defend the Colt, which is absolutely raining down your safe. But Cocoon going to be missed once more from Yoshi. Now another super being used, and it's actually going to hit, I think, the safe as well as all of his pets and him. But Humble coming down, and this is what they need to do. This is what deals the damage. The main falls over the right-hand side as well, and Lukey just evading that shot. This should be finished now with all the damage coming down from Humble. 3,000 is all that remains, and with a few piercing shots, they get it done.
Humble have entered the game, Trav. They are back. They've reconnected their controllers. That was what we needed to see. Definitely still some mistakes that have got to be ironed out, because SK are not making many as far as that's concerned. They're having much the cleaner path of things, but that is the break that Humble needed in this series. But can they turn it into a set? Can they level out the playing field? Joker says no. It's that idea on the right-hand side with a swift takedown there of Boss. Samantha now low as well, and that's a better start for SK than it has been in the previous games.
Well, I think he shot 5 shots and hit 4 of them so far, Joker, and does eventually go down. Lukey gets the brilliant return to sender there, almost goes down to Lane, but actually managed to pick him up in the end anyway, and the mid as well. But can't really leave Boss on this right-hand side, has to wait until this pipe comes back, and should be able to deal with him quite swiftly. So a little bit of a homemade recipe missed there as well, but triple right-hand side. They're having the same idea as the last game.
Yeah, but it's great. SK that are by far in the lead, and I'm not sure how that's going to fare well for them. They're all clustered together on the top side of the map, and I think Lukey is the last one standing as Boss is going to fall there. So Samantha respawning in now, and they're back on the defense. SK have had already a great start, a fantastic way into this matchup. 44% already dealt in terms of damage. Now people coming in. Joker not going to jump, going to choose to save it here. That might be a mistake. Humble are all over the safe.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey's playing this brilliantly. I haven't actually seen him go down this game, really. Gets another kill as well, and he's going to add that to his tally. Brilliant plays from him here, and adding quite a bit of damage to the safe too, but Lane doing a nice job pinching Samantha down there. That's going to be a lot of the damage that Humble would be able to put out gone, and now they are in a bit of a deficit as well. 35%, they're doubling the percentage gone down. But with Humble on this safe, it's going to absolutely burn through it.
Yeah, Boss is the key to get taken care of, and now he is. Lukey there with a shield, just keeping himself alive. In the meanwhile, Lenan is on the safe. Now Joker coming forwards as well. But 17% left on the Humble safe. Lenan's going to be able to bank shots back and forth as well. No S for Semantic to go, and Joker through the mid. This one is done and dusted. Humble may have got the game, but it is SK that claim yet another set. 2 sets up now in the grand finals, Trap.
I mean, that was incredible from SK in total, but Joker hitting so many shots there as well. Off the start, instantly getting the control, instantly letting Lane have those shots on safe, and generally all players on SK just performing so well there. First looking we really saw from Humble in this game. They got a game back, and it was a brilliant game at that. They dominated SK in that single one. They tried the same idea again, and SK, Lane didn't stay over the free side. He rotated round the back, pinched in, and all 3 members of Humble just fell, and kind of all fell apart from there.
And I'll bring it back around, about the draft, because it was a good draft. Is Nanny into Piper fantastic? Colt on the safe, Boss can shred through it. There's nothing wrong with these drafts as far as I'm concerned. Maybe the kit was the only reservation that I might have as far as that's concerned in knockout. But, these are really, really solid drafts on both sides, which means that it's just coming down to mechanics and experience as well with that. Certainly so when it comes to Boss and Lukey, this is certainly a place which they're not necessarily as accustomed to being in. And for SK, it is just looking like a matter of time before they're crowned our first, monthly final champions of 2024. I mean, we've got to see more, a lot more, in fact, from Humble. That game was great, but it didn't follow through into the set, and SK are really starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do it in the next set, and then they've got to do it again, and then they've got to do it again, and they're not even getting a singular set so far. I mean, they got a game, but the game was good, but the rest of it just really wasn't. In terms of stats, looking at 4, 7, 13. As I mentioned during the game, Lukey played it absolutely incredibly. Don't get me wrong. He was hitting shots, he was getting kills, he was getting supers, and he was doing well with them. 13 kills to his name, but Joker on the other side matched that, and with a bit more DPS. But we didn't really see Humble on the objective other than that one game that they won.
Yeah, similar stats to before, you know, like there's certainly an edge to SK in those stats, no doubt about it, but very similar for the most part. It's about that objective play that SK just have a far better handle on, and, you know, remaining calmer, I think, as well. And I keep saying it, but it really is true in the way that they look under pressure. In that moment when Humble brought back the game, SK had actually the best start going into that fresh series of that game than before in the previous two. You know, that says volumes to me. They're able to shake off those moments, and realistically in that third and final game of that set, Humble should have had that edge realistically, you know, coming fresh off their first win, you know, a first game in the pocket for them, and it just didn't look like reflective of that for me. SK now have a great opportunity ahead, because one more set away and they will have ended the day on a sweep, and that is a story that will resonate throughout this region in the months to come.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as Kenny said, they haven't won a monthly final since late 2022. It's a long time for an organization as big as SK Gaming and as good as the teams they've had to not have won a monthly final in that long. So obviously being able to come in and show what they're worth today, beat one of the favorites in the first round in a convincing sweep, then sweep the second round, and then come into the finals and sweep, it'd be a big thing and a big showing for them to really strike some fear into the hearts of the people that they're going to be playing against, whether that's in qualifiers or whether that's in monthly finals just like this one. 3 sweeps in a row would definitely prove a point.
Certainly so, and, you know, for Yoshi and for Lanan, who've, yeah, like you say, like not had that monthly finals win for such a long time, it'll be the best start to the year for Joker, of course, and the Reply Totem roster last year got the win in July for that side of things, but this is all now to play for. Center stage and Brawl could be where things finalize for the day. Of course, that is where we are going. The map still to be updated in the center of the screen. Sandy, first pick for SK. Interesting stuff responded by the Jesse then of Humble. Bans there of Nita, Ems, and Rico on that right-hand side. Buster now for Humble. And the bans on the left were Rosa, Rico, and Charlie. Ash did get a recent little tweak here and there, a little buff for Ash. May not be the worst of things, but I was not expecting to see it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I do love a Sandy on this map. It gives some good vision once you get that super, and shouldn't be too difficult to get it against all of these tanks that they're playing against as well. We're going to need to see some big power-ups from the Surge, as this could be a bit of an issue for the Ash to deal with all these tanks alone.
Wow. It was a bit of a rage increase then for Ash, but not very much, to be honest, in terms of the balance changes. There were stronger ones at that. Humble do a good job of clearing things up on the defensive side, and Samantha going the aggressive onto Joker. Actually, Joker gets the final laugh there. Low HP, but nonetheless now with another super. They're feeding a lot of that utility, and the faster he's able to go, the more range he's got to his disposal. They're just feeding into it so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, Yoshi already with a super as well, and should be able to cycle it pretty well from this position. Just in the bush, waiting for them all to come out of spawn, just peek in, peek out, do what he needs to do, and also still got some stuns in the bank as well. Nice kills coming through. The Rat's there as well. Get some resets on the Semantic and Luki. Jump over. Joker cleans up. Lenane follows through, and that's going to be goal number 1. SK Gaming continuing their dominance into center stage.
My word, you know, SK are just going from strength to strength, and they already started strong. A lovely super there, just keeping everyone from Humble alive, but low HP is definitely the concern, as now that was a perfectly timed sandstorm, because it's going to keep everyone low. Joker again following up with shots. I mean, Humble are crumbling before our very eyes. This is a set that's almost going to be SK's at this rate. Certainly the game in a matter of minutes if Humble can't get out of this spawn.
I mean, I don't think they're going to either. In comes the Sandy, in comes the Storm. Say goodbye to Semantic, and SK Gaming match point up next.
I mean, blink and you miss it, you know? This is just like one of the most convincing grand final performances in this region that I've seen for such a long time, and they've been consistently like this across the brackets, you know? I mean, when you look at that journey last year, it's a night and day difference to this year. And Humble have got to put on the brakes, they've got to pull out something, or it's just going to be all over in a blink of an eye.
I mean, there you go. That's what we needed to see. They just provided exactly what we wanted. They come out quick, they get a goal, and now they can play this defensive game. I mean, not that they really want to, considering they've got 2 tanks. They might want to clean it up quite quick. But some nice bounces back there from Semantic. Yoshi's going to be pulled back in straight away. And more of the same from Humble.
Yeah, you shall receive, it seems, so far. As Humble are looking much better. I'll take full responsibility, don't you worry for it. But it is still, just Lukey left alone on that top right-hand side now. As Lenan will pop the gadget, the chill pill there as well to keep himself back in terms of HP. And now the meaty push coming in. Lenan finds Semantic, but there is the shielding there. It's going to keep them all afloat. It's the value though that Yoshi is gaining. He's going to be close to a sandstorm now.
Yeah, well, Joker onto level 3 now as well when he does use this jump. Uses it quite quickly so he can cover this entire lane and Lenan pick up the ball. Sandstorm there, going to reset the hero and kill one of them as well. Pull back in. Lenan might be able to survive this as well. Shield goes up, but he doesn't get around the side of it, surprisingly there. But Joker comes around, gets 2, and now the walk should be there. But Boss comes back in, has the hypercharge, which is going to pull him in as well if he wanted to use it. And they're just playing it slow. You can't blame SK for that, as I'm sure Boss would have got the defense.
Yeah, timing would be so hard for Lenan to be able to shoot that ball and work around the super that would have pulled him in, inevitably so, and that would have been a defense regardless. So a tough position there for SK. They tried to play it slow and patient, but they are still behind. Humble 1 goal to 0, 1 minute on the clock. They can just try to defend this one out if they can.
Joker's going to waste his level 4 there as well. 50 seconds on the clock. I'm sure they'd probably quite like to keep that. But then getting pressured as well by Boss does go down. Sandstorm comes through now, though. Should give SK a bit of a push out, but with only 2 of them there, I'm not sure if it was really the best time to use it.
Boss will find a pickup there and stay alive for it. 3 versus 2 now as the respawn will be in. And they've gone on the aggressive nicely so here. Joker, though, still surviving on. Boss will pick it up, and the scraps will be gone now. This is Humble starting to fight back. There's one little bit of a chance still with 25 seconds remaining, but it's better.
Yeah, well, Lukey coming in. Yoshi kind of just accepting defeat at that point, I think, and now hypercharge back, slowed down. Surely going to be a kill. It's Joker to catch himself on the wall. Buffers a bit more as well. Oh, 3! I mean, at this point, it was pointless. But give us a bit of a show then, Humble, as they're back in the game.
Back in the game, but we have seen how quickly it can be returned in kind. SK now coming in, they just get that solid start. 1 single goal, and we've seen how quickly that can be scored in the present moment in time. Just a couple of seconds here, 15-20, and you're already in with a mighty lead. Let's see with the reset whether SK can make good on this match point. If they get the game, they take home the monthly final.
Yeah, Humble coming out with more of the same, but SK need to be a bit more cautious this time. Slow down, and that might be the slot in. He gets it through. Brilliance from Lukey. Gorgeous slow there, and couldn't quite get in front of the goal.
And another 20-second goal to start things off from Humble, and they were able to defend things well last game. They've got to do it all again. Not an easy ask there. Boss though finds Joker. Just Lenan and Yoshi left there. The rat's going to come out there, which should be a problem, but taken care of nicely so by Humble. Semantic, the last man standing. Lenan low, Yoshi low, but nonetheless, Humble are getting some momentum. It can't be denied.
Yeah, well, SK, another super down. He's in a good position as well, keeping Lukey quite low, and Joker's going to quickly deal with that turret, get it out of the way. And this is the kind of position that SK should excel in. Sandy here, stun available, might be able to get a sneaky goal. And Joker, if he can get level 3, will be in a good spot.
Well, SK just putting their foot on the brakes a little bit, getting themselves acquainted with the ball in its current position. I like this from them. This is certainly Coach Pedro coming into full force. Hold position, get the kills, and then go on the aggressive ball there, just centered behind that wall. And Boss now, as Yoshi coming in, going to be in a very, very tough place to handle here. Lenan now, full HP, pushing this left-hand side, and Joker between himself and Lenan will get the kill. It's a team wipe, and a walk-in goal, surely for SK. This Boss got anything to say about it. Super there, but not enough. Lenan will be the man to score it.
And still, Super's in hand as well. Sandstorm's going to come down, and that is going to be huge in this position. Joker going forward. Hypercharge available from Boss. Didn't use it on the defense there, but provides level 3 straight away. And now SK want to finish this game. They want to punish them, but a dragon from Semantic. Nice there with the gadget. Then the jump over from Joker. Level 3. A pass down the left-hand side. No stuns left, though. Boss raining down on them. Gets 2. But still, Yoshi survives. Gets the kill. And another Sandstorm in hand.
An incredible defense there from Boss, but with overtime looming in, unless they can score in these early moments before it happens, it's going to be very tough for Boss to get any value, realistically speaking, in overtime. They know that on the side of Humble, and now's the time to push. Joker's still there as well as Yoshi. Boss trying to go in, but he's too low now. He's forced out by the Sandstorm, and this is a banging chance here for SK.
I mean, this is where you want to keep this level 3 now for Joker. Turret's still up, but it's going to go down. Surely has a slow left, though. Uses it before overtime kicks in. Now Humble in a good position. Level 3 Joker are going to be a big help, and they need a Sandstorm if they want to do anything. But it's 2 tanks. If SK can get re-established, they're going to be in a good spot. Veil from Bosso now pushing forwards. Rats there from Lenan as well. Maybe going to use a shot from Semantics to keep them back. And a push out from SK.
Looking good for SK so far. Sandstorm just the nick of time, but Humble are still pushing in. There's the freeze frame there from Semantic. Box the line pass through, but Semantic goes down. Oh my god, everyone goes down! And it's SK that are storming down the track. It's Joker 1-2 shot into the corner, and SK Gaming are your March monthly final champions in the EMEA region.
Brilliance from SK today. 3-0, 3-0, and yet another 3-0, asserting dominance over the entire region. And SK Gaming win their first monthly final in over a year.
In a full sweep, a full sweep. A game here and there, but that is the strongest of scorelines, and a cheeky little dance there from Milan to celebrate. But boy, oh boy, if they earned it. You know, you just cannot deny that. It has felt right. As Kenny mentioned earlier, the energy has all been flowing towards this as a result of everything that's been going on with this organization through the years, through to today. It had to be the case, and SK have just now made one of the biggest statements of this region.
I mean, it can't be more different than 2023 for SK Gaming. Didn't even qualify for the first couple of monthly finals in that one, and now they win the first monthly final of 2024. And I mentioned earlier, let's not forget, 5 monthly finals this year to earn points towards World Finals. Starting things off in month number 1 with a win is massive. Less time for teams to catch up this year, and just SK Gaming are going to be so pleased about that.
Exactly that. You know, I think that's a really valid point that many may have forgotten. You know, it's little time for catch up. It's not the same year as it was last year for SK. They know that they had to secure things today in the way that they did and give themselves the best possible start to the season. You know, teams like VN Esporting, which we talked a little bit about today, they didn't qualify. And, you know, for STMN in North America, there are teams which didn't make it through to this month's monthly finals and that now cannot skip a beat. Everything has got to be perfect for them to stand chances of being in LCQs and of course the World Finals. But for SK, this was the best way to start things off, and you can just see it. Look at the energy in the SKHQ. Nothing but celebrations, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, a huge win for them, but you got to say a massive commiserations there to Humble. They played their hearts out. They had a few games where they kind of, you know, dominated. The game in Heist just destroyed SK. The game in Brawl, they just destroyed SK, but they couldn't bring it to the rest of the games, and I think that's their biggest downfall. But Boss, you've got to give it to him. 16 kills in that set, and that is just a massive thing for his team of Humble. They've shown what they're worth this month. They've beaten the world champions. They then went on and beat another incredible team of Oceanus Esports, and that is just massive for them to have. The second seed now in Europe and EMEA is it's a big thing to hold.
Yeah, huge stat. He played fantastically well, and you know, I think that it was a tough defeat for Humble considering how their day started. Let's be honest. I mean, what a banger it was in that quarterfinals versus Zeta. But nonetheless, I think that SK were that deserving team in the end. They were the most consistent, the most dominating throughout, and certainly did cut the mustard here today. And it was SK Gaming as well in the qualifying stages that did knock out VN Esporting. It wasn't the cleanest of qualifiers for SK. You know, they lost in round 8 to Oceanus Gaming, and they were not able themselves to escape those semi-finals today. But you know, coming out of the sort of qualifying stage, they probably had them down at maybe 6th best in the region, and now today was just a night and day difference to that. Joker being the MVP, and I mean, I'm not going to complain with that. I feel like he has always been consistent and always so aggressive and always in the spotlight for very good reason.
Yeah, I mean, top stats in the decisive set. I think he had like 419 DPS in that last set there, which is a massive thing. And you know, his Piper in Heist also incredible. And the first set, I don't even remember what he played, but I'm sure he played it very well as well. So yeah, you know, I mean, no complaints about Joker being MVP here, and I think he's deserving of it.
What a day. What a day to be an SK Gaming fan, right, Kenny? How did you see it from the sidelines? What an amazing way to start the year for them.
It's just wild. A complete reversal of everything we think and know about Brawl Stars in this day and age. The world champions lost round number 1. SK cleanly sweeping their way through an entire bracket. I look back in 2022 and 2023 for EMEA, not a single time did that happen. Not a single time did that team go 3-0 3 straight times. And the last time that there was a 3-0 sweep in the grand finals, you know who lost? SK Gaming, April 2023. You just can't make it up. It's really just remarkable.
Yeah, it really was the best way to start the year for them. And Deservedly so. This is what is the result of just nothing but sheer hard work. And, you know, it is an interesting thing, Trav, you know, when we discuss, you know, how teams are going to fare when it comes to new rosters. This is one of the best examples of a big mega roster coming together that I think I've ever seen for a long time. As we reflect back on our predictions for the day, and you know, it was definitely a tough way to start things off. I think it's fair to say. I think for many of us, I think those predictions in the early stages of the tournament were quite difficult to get down. But towards the end, boys, we sort of came back. Aside from you, Kenny, I'm just trying to count up. Kenny with 3, Trav there with 4, I believe. Is that 4? Yeah. And then we were 4. So Kenny, I mean, you know,
I'm the visitor. I'm the visitor.
Exactly.
It's my first round of the year. First month. This is first month. It's fine. We have plenty of time to recover. I will get more star drops in future months. It's okay. I'm not.
And to be fair, you know, Kenny, you don't put the title of predictions master on your head, so I can go easy on that for sure. But Trav, also expecting a little bit more from you, mate. Not gonna lie.
Listen, I found redemption in BC gaming. Sadly, didn't start off well. I got failed by FUT Esports, so we're now sitting down in 8th place. And obviously, you know, BC bouncing back, and I'm quite pleased to see them in 4th place after saving my predictions a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, Kenny, if you look at that leaderboard, in what world did you imagine coming in today that FUT Esports, Reply Totem, and Zay's Division will be on that right-hand side?
And this is just going to add up to be a crazier monthly qualifiers next month. The 1 seed is SK Gaming. The 8 seed is FUT Esports. They're going to be on the same side of the bracket in the upper bracket, assuming that there's no upsets, which there most certainly will be because this is the EMEA qualifiers we're talking about. But there's already rivalries lining up. There's tough seeds. I feel bad for the team in BC Gaming that now has to be rewarded with a semifinals victory being on the same side of the bracket as Zeta Division. That's tough pickings out here. No freebies here in the EMEA region.
Absolutely wild, and the perfect way, let's be honest, to start the 2024 season in this region. Upsets, unexpected results, and deserving results as well alongside those. But I think for me, Humble, despite not going all the way in the grand finals, were a bit of a shining star for me here today, Trav. I mean, it definitely started to crumble as some nerves, no doubt, started to take their toll on a squad that, let's be honest, were a big underdog coming into this competition. But in what's to come in the following months, I think they stand a really good chance of growth in this competition.
Yeah, I think so too. Humble genuinely really surprised me today, coming out as well as they did against the world champs in Zeta Division. And you know, I couldn't be more pleased to see them up there in the 2nd place, because they really did prove a point against both Zeta Division and obviously Oceanus Gaming, 2 incredibly stacked teams who were both technically at world finals last year. So to come out on top against those and make it to the finals, it was a little bit disappointing not to see them put more of a fight up against SK Gaming, because I was expecting this to be, you know, a close 5th and final decider. But I think at the end of the day, they had their moments, and I'm sure they'll come again strong next month.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, Trevor. What a month it was for SK Gaming. And again, now even more reason to make sure that you subscribe to Brawl Stars Esports on YouTube for that documentary we have coming very, very soon. Here is a short teaser in case you missed it earlier on in the stream.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Unbelievable scenes here. SK falling like cards.
Don't be scared to try something. We have nothing to lose.
I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars Esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations.
This team is in complete chaos.
And a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffering no escape, right? Like what they say.
coming very soon to YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed for that one. With everything that's happened today, you can be assured that that is going to be nothing short of a banger, and a lot of work has gone into producing this, ourselves included, and all the players, and it's just going to be a really great thing that you do not want to miss. Certainly for SK Gaming, you know, very poetic here today, Kenny.
I mean, it's hard to describe. I love the fact that we were so shocked. I love that this new roster came together and just completely turned the tide on what we thought of SK Gaming last year, kind of picking up the pieces from World Finals. They surprised us then, and they're keeping that trend alive here in 2024. I think there's going to be some good teams that come out of it. It's going to be really difficult for even a team as good as SK Gaming played today to just continue to sweep month after month. I think the competition will grow alongside them here.
Yeah, I feel like they've got a very, very good year still to come. We were trying to get Joker on the line from SK Gaming. We're still unsure as to whether we might be able to connect him to it, but we've got to say, of course, a massive thank you to all of our sponsors here at the BSC powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you then to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for everything that they've done in terms of support. The Samsung Galaxy as well, really bringing the very best to all the tablets the players are running with. Monster Energy, of course, keeping all of us energized here on the casting desk, and DHL for always delivering for us here at the BSC. Trav, it has been very, very exciting today. I want to ask your thoughts on what we've got yet to come in the following months. You know, teams like VN Esporting, you know, and who we've seen today that is going to be able to give SK a run for their money. Who are the underdogs now in this competition?
I mean, to be fair, I think after quite a few of today's performances, I think there's quite a lot of underdogs who we expect to be that little bit better. You know, I want to see more from Reply Totem. I want to see more from Foot Esports. You know, we didn't even really get to see Foot Esports on the stream, but, you know, I watched a few of the games and they started so strong. Started 2 sets up to get reverse swept. I need to see more from them in the future, and I think a lot of these teams who we've just witnessed today, you know, whether that be the BC Gaming who got swept by SK Gaming, I want to see more from them as well. And the same with the Calypso. See if we can, you know, get some of their winning sets on the stream at least, because we kind of joined and then they got 2 against them. So that was a bit sad for them, but you know, I'm intrigued to see how it's going to progress throughout the year.
Kenny as well, same question I'm going to ask. You know, who are you going to be keeping your eye on in this region?
I'm going to keep my eye on Oceanus Gaming. I still believe in these guys. I think Angel Boy is one of the best players that you can possibly get. I think he's a top frag kind of player, the X Factor as I like to call him. He's a thriller of a player to watch, and I think this is just the start for them. I think they're definitely going to be contesting for some monthly finals here this year.
It was certainly a region that just always delivers every single year in the BSC, but this was a monthly finals like no other. Be sure to tune in then at 3 p.m. UTC tomorrow for the South American monthly finals, which is always a region that I love. It always is such an enjoyable one. It just brings so much energy and excitement, and you know, the player counts, you know they're going to be good. Make sure, of course, to head over to events.brawlstars.com, get in your predictions before that show goes live. You want to make sure that you're getting all the way to that final tier over there. Get that BSC exclusive spray under your thumbs. Until then, it's goodbye from me, it's goodbye from Trav and Kenny. It's goodbye for now. See you in a few.
From the grave, Dynamite pops off. It's going to buy them enough time. Semantic
back Hubble into the wall. Semantic considering going forwards. Luke is low. Boss as well goes in for a swipe. Going to be forced out of mech. For Reply Totem.
I think they just went too early before, and now Kale's going to miss a super hypercharge wasted because of that as well.
Now all but OP is in a great spot. Does now find the connections that was lacking previously. Mewtwo as well now. Yosh come in to help this. He finds the Queen himself, and now will get the kill. It's a team wipe and a walk-in goal. Surely for SK. It's looking good for SK so far. Sandstorm just the nick of time, but Humble are still pushing in. There is the breach frame there from Semantic. Buster line pass through. Oh my god, everyone goes down, and it's SK that are storming down the track. It's Joker 1-2 shot.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.